Now that we're on top, everybody's trying to knock us off. It's us versus them. We must protect this house. Will you protect this house? I will. We must protect this house.
The shop is open.
Hey, yo.
Another dream that will never come true, just to compliment your sorrow. Another life that I'm taking from you, I give to an army of feeling suffering. Another truth you can never believe, as beautiful you can feel it. All the times you're making it nowhere, trapped in your mind, and the sound is that money. Let me enlighten you. This is the way I pray. Heaven just isn't hard enough. Burn me alive inside. Living my life's not hard enough. Take everything away. Wow. Another nightmare about to come true will manifest tomorrow. Another love that I'm taking from you, lost in time on the edge of suffering. Another taste of the evil I breed will level you completely. Bring to life everything that you fear. Live in the dark and the world is threatening. Let me enlighten you. This is the way I pray. Living just isn't hard enough. Burn me alive inside. Living my life's not hard enough. Take everything away. Wow.
These days, better just not to talk. Just watch the way you're walking. Everybody you watch is what we do. And it's strange, if I thought it would have been this way. Doesn't matter what I say, 'cause I know that nothing's changed. You fired off like a smoking gun, left me for You fired off like a smoking gun, left me for dead like a hit and run. You made me feel there was something to fight for when there was just nothing at all. And I'm standing here chasing all my fears, but I've got nothing more to give to you. And I'm trying hard, I've played all my cards, but I've got nothing. Why don't you just pull the trigger?
What's up, YouTube? It's Sunday. It's 11:11. I'm artisanmc, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today. I just gave you a little taste of a new intro I'm working on. Probably didn't see it. It was dragging on my end, which was giving me something else not to be happy, excited, and frustrated with. So I really miss the days when Sunday wasn't so goddamn crowded. I really do. And I should probably tell you guys now, I am not in the best of moods right now. I'm actually really irritated. So I'm going to try really hard not to go off on a rant for you guys and actually give you some kind of a show. But yeah, a lot of shit going on that not necessarily making me feel the best version of myself. Shout out to KS. Right now, I'm feeling like being the worst version of myself I could possibly be. But I have that stupid thing in my head that understands consequences and whatnot. So I'm kind of going against that. What up, Toya? I see you in here sending me the warm and fuzzy vibes. I'll take that. Arya sending the warm and fuzzies too. I'll take that from Arya, the chocolate witch. There we go. Got my Dr. Strange shirt on today. What up, Malika? Appreciate you. It ain't even a feel, Malika. It's just there's a lot of shit going on that's irritating the fuck out of me. And you probably understand this better than most, Malika. You know how you've done certain things and you really try to make a different change in your life and go that different direction. And I talked about this before when I talked about family systems, and this doesn't have anything to do with my family, right? How people cannot adjust to you the way you are, so they try to force you back in the role that you they try to force you back into the role that you were in when you were younger, in a sense. Because they don't want to change and accept you as who you are now. They can't do it. They just refuse. So they keep trying to do shit to force you back into that role. So if you've been a grimy motherfucker and you kind of clean up your life and try to be decent by people, folks will always try to press you to be grimy again. because they're not comfortable with dealing with you not being that way. And they'll keep doing shit to try to keep pressing you in that direction because that's the only way they're comfortable dealing with you. So it's not necessarily a feeling. It's not a feeling, really. It's just an appraisal of the situation around me and what the hell is going on with shit. What up, JT? Fracture Comics in the building. Pick up your copy of Sugar Rush. And if you don't know, I didn't say this at the time he told it to me, but I have a cameo in this book. I have a little bit of a cameo in this book. And there it is. I'm just trying to see if it won't show anything too stupid. All right. I hate that this camera doesn't focus quick enough. Jesus fucking Christ. So yeah, JT, my boy. There you go. There's the artisanmc cameo in the comic. That was kind of cool. I was pretty honored about that. I guess if you do right by some people, they'll do right by you. Hopefully. Alright, the whole fucking country doesn't adjust well to fucking changes. And that's outside of family members. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. It's going to be a different stream today. I can tell you that right now. It's going to be a different stream. Partly because I had my head too far up the work ass this week that a lot of stuff wasn't really coming in front of my vision, my eyes, so to speak. So I spent a lot more time doing work stuff and dealing with work stuff that I wasn't at the top of my game and having free time to look at comics and stuff like that. If you saw me last night on Art of Ibmores, you can see it was 2 o'clock in the morning on my time, and I'm up playing fucking Gran Turismo 7 because that was the only time I had for myself. That was it. That's where I could find it. Passing on sleep to actually feel like a full human being, so to speak. Aria said, did I see Firestarter? I have not seen Firestarter because the 2 nights that I tried to go to the movies, every time some bullshit came up that kept me from going to the movies. First night was Monday, and I'm getting out of work and had a decent day. I'm like, fine, good, fuck out of here. I'm about to go to the movies, going to see Firestarter. Turned out that I was back on the schedule to be on call. So I didn't go to the movies. I actually didn't leave work. I stayed at work. I didn't go back home until like Tuesday or Wednesday night. Tuesday night. Because I got a call at 10:45 at night. And by the time that call was over, I didn't think it was made much sense for me to spend the next half hour back on the road trying to drive home when I can get a call to turn right back around and come right back. That's time and that's bridge tolls and shit. I was like, fuck it, I stayed at work. And it's not so bad. We got like an apartment unit set up there, so I just kicked back on the couch and went to sleep. But when I actually arrive home and I see the state of my room and shit like that, I can see I haven't been there that much. It looks like shit. It looks like a bomb went off in that motherfucker. So things are a little bit out of order. So I guess the Doctor Strange shirt today is appropriate because I'm dealing with a lot of chaos around me and keeping my head. Life always is happening. I definitely understand it's their fault because they won't accept change, especially people changing for their own betterment. Fuck them, homie. Your personal growth and maturity is for you. No shit. I appreciate them like it is. Um, you guys will probably know this from seeing me on here, but a lot of stuff I do, I don't necessarily do just for myself. A lot of stuff I do for other people because I believe in giving to the group what you have to give to the group, whether it's words, whether it's encouragement, whether it's a little bit of upliftment or whatever, or just trying to do something that's going to be better for the whole group. I usually will step into that breach and try to do that shit. Like Thor sitting there holding the iris open at Neverdalia. Look, I'll take the burn on the back if you can get this weapon made. If you can get this weapon made, then I'll take that shit. I'll hold that bitch open as long as I can just so you can, get something that'll help your ass out. But sometimes when you're standing in that breach holding the iris open, you like, the fuck am I getting burned for? Why the fuck do I even bother? In a sense. Especially motherfuckers don't appreciate it and don't support your efforts, even though all your efforts is going to support them. You're the first ones crying about some shit if it's not there, and then the last ones to actually make sure it stays. What's good, 300 GT and Death Ratio? So, yeah, it's been some time. It was interesting that I was just at my little breakfast spot. I was at Nations, and I was talking to little señorita over there, Blanca. And Blanca's nice. She's kind of cute. She's heavier than the other chick that was there, but the other chick was really small. She probably was about 120 pounds, holding pancakes. Right. So she was a cutie, but Blanca is a cutie, and she was asking me some stuff because she just saw me yesterday. Got my breakfast there yesterday, and I was pissed off in there waiting because they was too busy bullshitting behind the counter and not just serving up people their fucking food. So she starts to know my face now, and like I was talking about last night, I always order the same shit. I do. I have my things that it's just what it is, right? So today she was trying to engage me in conversation because she just saw me yesterday. And she's asking me about, you working today? I'm like, yeah. I didn't say it like that, but I thought, yeah. She said, oh, wow, why you work so much? You got family and stuff like that? I'm like, no, my kids are grown. Oh, really? How old? My youngest is 23. My oldest is 28. So my kids are grown. She said, oh. Now, one way to take that is that she's sizing me up, even though she looked like she's pregnant right now or something like that. Like she's sizing me up to figure out why I'm working so goddamn much. But it gave me a real Doctor Strange moment in the sense that I actually asked myself, why am I working so much? Why am I working so much? For what? To what end? To what benefit? And where it relates to Doctor Strange is people were asking Doctor Strange, are you happy? After he did all of that shit, are you happy? What up, AB Media? She's all right, Aria. She ain't super hot. She's cute. I mean, you wouldn't kick her out of bed, but she all right. So I had to actually think about it. Why am I working so much? And as I was thinking about it, I work 7 days a week, not counting YouTube. Not counting YouTube, I work 7 days a fucking week. And I have been doing that for a while. And one of which, at least this shop, I'm not doing this shit for money. It's not paying me like that. I'm here so the shop can pay itself. That's it. So, in lieu of, I guess, not having anything better to do, I work. And what I understand from a woman asking me why I work so much is, for one thing, she's trying to figure out how much money I make, which is a turnoff to me. Don't worry about how much money I fucking make. About your goddamn business. The most important thing to you should be if I'm I don't know, if I'm an abusive fucking dude, which I'm not. So it just gave me a minute to ponder that shit myself, because I might have known it yesterday. I might have known it the day before that. What up, Art? Noostel in the building. The Art Beats. I missed Art Beats. Came to hang with old Eddie Kang for a minute. You got your Chalk Talk coming on in a minute. So it's interesting. Here's what I'm gonna do today. I'm gonna mix this up. We're gonna call this today. It's gonna be like a jazz jam session. Okay. I'm up here playing right now. I'm blowing my little fucking trumpet. Right. I'm gonna drop this link, and whenever y'all feel like it, or you can do it in the chat, or you can do it on the stream, you drop some shit in there into the mix in the jam session, and then I will riff off of that. How about that? Think of it as like an AMA. Questions, answer, call, repeat, whatever the fuck. Freaks on this side, hoes on that side, whatever, man. Whatever you want to call the shit. I don't give a fuck today. But it is what it is. I got a limited amount of news going on right now, and I do have a question I want to ask everybody from some other reports that I've been listening to and some things that I'm putting together. But it's not a fully baked idea. It is just an intuition about shit that's going on. And this is what happens when you take in new information and put it into the context of what you knew about a situation, but then you have more information on it. And then you reponder what you thought you knew about that situation, because it changes the whole context of it. So that's what I'm doing with one of these things. And there's some other stuff that I want to figure out before I actually start bringing it completely up. What you got, AB?
What's going on, Arson?
The usual schmusual. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. Awesome time. What you got on your plate?
Keeping up with Strange New Worlds. I'm feeling it.
Okay. What are you feeling about Strange New World that everybody else could know? This is your elevator pitch to get them to watch Strange New World, even though you're not getting paid for it.
It literally feels like old Star Trek, but with much better filmed and technology.
So same story, better effects.
Yeah. It's a little bit more modern, but it's not, it's not too much in there.
Well, it's one way to do it.
But yeah, it feels like. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, what day does that actually come on?
Thursday.
Thursday nights?
Yep. Well, Thursday morning.
Is it on that Paramount app?
Yep.
I never seen that shit. I'm not buying another app. Apple TV begging me right now to pay them again. They only charging $5 a month, and I'm still looking at them like, I don't know. What did you do with that foundation shit?
I'm sorry. I don't believe in paying $5 a month for streaming ads, because when you pay that much, they put commercials in the crap, and I'm just like, no, I'm not doing it. I'd rather just pay that extra $5 to limit the commercials.
Yeah, I'm not listening to their commercials. They ain't got that much. They ain't got much for me to see anyway. So, I don't know. I'm really looking at them with the side eye. Like, why should I actually pay you $5? Why? I wasn't happy with what I saw with the foundation. I really was not happy with that shit. You come back with a
you talked
season
about
2.
that.
When I come back with a season 2, maybe I'll kick you down another $5. But for right now, I don't think The Banker is worth $5 a month for me to pay until I watch it. I'm really not. I'm really just getting really cynical, super cynical on certain shit.
Mhm.
And yeah, Aquatech, I never pay for commercials. I don't. Except on Hulu. I don't give a fuck on Hulu because they ain't getting that much money from me. So fuck them.
I never got Hulu, but okay.
I mean, I had Hulu for a while and it's always had commercials, but I don't watch Hulu often enough at all. I don't.
Mhm.
That motherfucker get money for nothing. It's like a fucking car insurance. I ain't never had an accident, but you getting paid monthly for a bunch of shit that I ain't never did.
Right.
What up, BMT? You on your PS5 listening? The king of making unpopular comments. I don't know how you do it.
Actually, I
homie.
could listen through my Xbox, but I don't really use it for that.
No.
If I
Glad
wanted
you
to,
got
I could
game.
stream through my Xbox. I've had that ability for a while. Just don't prefer it.
Yeah, I did that on my PS5. I put a YouTube on my PS5 and then I deleted it the other night because I wanted my update on Division 2. It takes up too much goddamn memory. So I deleted that shit.
I'm not an
So,
online guy, but are you enjoying it?
Online what guy?
A co-op online guy, but are you feeling it?
Playing stuff online?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, Division, how the online is set up where there are people around and you can always jump into a party or you can always solo the shit. I like
Okay.
that flexibility because sometimes I feel like playing with other folks in a party. Sometimes I don't feel like being bothered at all, but I will come in and be the fucking Grim Reaper for you and get you out of a situation and go about my damn business. It's like, thank you, Superman. Like, he didn't hang around. I never knew who he was. Who was that masked man? Like, you know.
Okay.
I will be the Lone Ranger out there with my machine gun, picking motherfuckers off and getting other people out of shit. Just how it rolls, and I like doing that. I like being able to just go in when I feel like it and do whatever. Like Friday night, I played that shit for about 3 hours, and all I was doing was running around looking for people to kill. And there's bad people, so I didn't feel bad at all. But I was just really trying to dial in my machine gun, and I was picking their ass off. So that was fun. I'm trying to get into it on Gran Turismo 7 because they have an online feature where you can race other people in the world, and I'm like, man, I'm about to get my ass straight blown out. I know. I was like, I'm about to find the fucking Vin Diesel in that shit. So,
oh boy.
I'm gonna have to find my inner Paul Walker because I got me a blue Skyline that I want to soup up and just get out there and be racing people with. Like, I like the way that motherfucker moves. Get that loose tail slide. I'm like, man, I could do something with this.
Yeah.
Let me bring up this other brother. Hopefully we all don't get to talking over each other. I just say talk one at a time. Hear somebody talking, just stop until they finish. What's up, Malika B. Bang?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
All right, usual suspects in the building. I'm doing. For the rest of y'all in there, there is a link in the chat. This is a jam session, a Geek Jam session. So they throwing in stuff and we talking about stuff. It's just a conversation. So what you got, Malika? What you throwing in the pot?
For the past couple of days,
Geek Gumbo. That's what I'm gonna call this one. Geek Gumbo.
I got a cinephilic bite, and I was looking at like analysis on Godfather, analysis on Pulp Fiction, analysis on Reservoir Dogs.
Wow.
And I wanted to send you the link, but I was so engrossed in it, and I was at work. Then I came home, and like I blocked everybody out. So for the past like 48, 72 hours, I've been on my cinephilic vibe, and you know how I can get.
You've been binging, huh?
Yeah, and it was a good binge too. And there was a interview in the mid to late 90s. I'm gonna look for it and I'm gonna send it to you. And Quentin Tarantino was saying they don't make stories anymore. They just tell you the story. And the main thing was this guy he said, when you have a story, the plot has to unfold. He said nowadays in movies, in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the movie, you already know what's everything's going on. You say you already know what the antagonist, the protagonist is. You already know what the story is. And people will always ask, why does Quentin Tarantino tell nonlinear stories? He says, because I want you to not know what the story is in the beginning. I want to tell you the story. I want it to unfold.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way to keep the attention of the audience.
Yeah, the modern watching audience. That's why I like Quentin Tarantino, because he will tell non-linear stories, and you have to pay attention to what's going on.
Exactly.
And use your damn brain to put it together. It's intentional what he's doing, and that's why I like it, because it's not an accident that he makes his movies and tells the stories that way. It's intentional, because he does the same thing I do. Try to get at the person who's watching this shit and get their brain to fucking kick over and think in a different way.
Exactly.
Or at least just to start thinking on its own without regurgitating all this shit they had heard every fucking time. Like, this is what I say at this point. No.
And one of the things what people don't understand is when you hear that word, the plot unfolds.
Mm-hmm.
He says, when you know that a character knows how to do something already, it's like, okay, all right, I'll give a perfect example. I like these movies. I like the actor, but there never really seems to be a serious challenge except for a stunt, and that's the Transporter franchise.
Jason Statham.
I like Jason Statham, and I like the character Frank, the Transporter.
Yep.
But he never really has a real serious. He never really comes up against something where, you know, in the story where he's never really going up against a foe where he can fight. You never really
I'd say 1 and 2 he had a legit challenge, but 2 got, I think it was 2 or 3 got stupid with the little skinny chick with machine guns. I'm like, just shoot her in the face. Just shoot her in the face.
That's where it becomes an issue, and it's like, okay, I'm just here to. I call it, okay, I'm just here to see the chick with the big tits and the fat ass, instead of just seeing like, oh, why is she turning me on? It's not the big tits and the fat ass. She's drawing me in. You know, you're not looking for the window dressing, and that's where sometimes it gets in.
And that's good word to use. Let me bring in this brother right now so he can throw his little jam. I don't know what instrument he playing. Maybe he playing the fucking trombone or some shit. I don't know. What up, BMT? Gangster. What's good?
What's going on? What's going on? I guess
you've been hiding out. You've been having some unpopular opinions of late.
Listen, artisan. You gotta understand. There's a net. You can't have the dark side of the force without the force. There has to be balance. You know this.
There is no light and dark. There's only the force.
There you go. It's just the force.
Just the force.
Sometimes you might have to be that one guy that destroys a base, and I might be that one guy that takes all those people and put them in the slave trade, and you might have to go train them.
I will translate for my brother right here. Sometimes you got to be that nigga.
There you go. You got. Hey, right, y'all can't. Everybody can't. Okay. Frank Castle is a necessary force of nature, whether they like him or not. He's a necessary.
No, Frank Castle ain't necessary. Thanos is necessary. Frank Castle was just on one. Leave that man alone.
We will have that talk another time. On
Ghost Rider is necessary. The spirit of vengeance is necessary.
Oh, who ends up becoming the spirit of vengeance later on?
Yeah, Frank Castle, Cosmic Ghost Rider.
He just wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, what was he doing before he became Cosmic Ghost Rider? Riding around a dead fucking planet because he killed every goddamn thing and was still upset. Like, shit, I'm not left to kill. I like Cosmic Ghost Rider, but that was comedy as fuck. He ended up going crazy, but he ended up going crazier than he already was. So what you got on this? We having this Geek Jam session, and you coming on. So what you got to say?
I'm seeing that. First off, shout out to your synopsis of Doctor Strange.
Oh, you ain't heard the end of it yet.
I'm just sitting there, just in the shadows of the Phantom universe, just sitting there and like orphasing. Like I was mad.
Yeah, I recorded my actual spoiler review of Doctor Strange yesterday. It took me a good fucking 6 takes because people kept knocking on the goddamn door to a closed store. But if you see it on there, that's the video. Wow. Each one of those is probably about 20, 25 minutes. So I guess I'll be done editing this motherfucker by next year, I guess. Because I kept getting interrupted. But it's there. I got to pare it down, and I'll try to get that out this week so y'all have something to finally say. It's been a week, so I can talk about and spoil whatever the fuck I feel like. If you ain't seen it in all that time, you didn't give a shit and you weren't trying to see it. So
fair enough.
What am I supposed to be upset about?
I think that's actually a good. I think the superhero fandom is going in a good direction now, where it's not supposed to be pretty. Because to be fair, some people wanted Doctor Strange to be more. Why wasn't it more of a happy ending? Why didn't this and why didn't that? Like, no, like to be fair, Doctor Strange he does this. There's a reason why he does a lot of the Shadow Wars, a lot of the stuff that he makes he makes deals with demons and stuff. Like, like Strange, you should shut up, quiet.
Makes deals with them. They know him by first name.
like see that's why I like him. And
you watch his first movie.
Oh man, like I see.
He kept getting killed by that demon. He make deals with demons.
Yeah, but see, they know his face. Like, oh, you Doctor Strange. Yeah, we don't want no parts of you over here.
He actually feared. He actually becomes feared in the demon markets because they know, like, yo, this man doesn't have a compass of good or evil. It's just Strange is on some other shit, bro. Like,
because he's a doctor. He's an actual doctor. And doctors don't look. Here's the genius part of making Doctor Strange an actual surgeon. He used to have the ability to hold life and death in his hands at all times anyway. With being a surgeon, that's what that means. It's close to being like God in a way. You hold somebody's life in your hand the whole time. When he lost the use of his hands, that's why it was such a fucking blow to him, because it's psychologically you're
he was always
losing a power. But then you gained another one where you actually do hold multiple lives in your hand all at the same time. To find your balance in between that, you're gonna have to be pretty cold to what other people say. Oh, you're not sensitive enough. You're not happy enough. Motherfucker, I got other shit to be thinking about other than just skipping along in the park. You know? I'm holding a multitude of lives in my hands. This is serious business. And it's not for, the comical and jokey. You would never see Deadpool in that role. He'd kill everybody. Fucking around.
I think that's why it's hard to get movies like Strange, Constantine, a lot of the mystical force, Dr. Fate, those type of dudes, they deal with, listen, there's no right or wrong. It's just, I'm looking at this answer. It's called the balance.
Yeah, it's called the bigger picture.
Right. And whenever something goes wrong, they always have a higher plane to answer to, say, yo, you can't, but I had to save that child. Fuck the kid. There was a whole war. That kid had to die. Like, they'll tell them that to their face, like, hey, you should have saved that kid. I get it. She was going to get, graped. It is what it is, dude.
You saw that at the beginning of the Doctor Strange movie. Why did Defender Strange decide he was going to kill America Chavez? Because he couldn't let that power get loose and have this creature taken. Like, well, you got to die. That's just what it is. It's cold calculus, homegirl. But we friends. Yeah, we are friends.
Well,
and I'm trying to save everybody else. So they don't have to go.
She didn't understand that because she was a teenager and she's not on that level of logic. BMT, let's go back a few years to which was it was Superman versus Batman. Martha Kent says to Clark, she says, "You don't owe anybody anything." Now, this is a woman saying this to her son. She said, "You chose to be a hero." She said, "You don't owe anybody anything. You chose to be a hero. Everybody's always going to want something from you, even if you do good. She said, you don't have to be a hero anymore. You've done enough. And I was like, wow. Now, here's another thing. In the last Batman movie, Selena Kyle says to him, she said, why don't you leave with me? But I know you can't go because your heart is here for these people. You know it's going to kill you, but you wouldn't have it any other way. That's where you have two women realizing that this is what your calling is. Doctor Strange understands his calling because, like Artisan said, he's a surgeon. He has his hands, he has people's lives in his hands forever. But now, since he is a sorcerer supreme, or he is a sorcerer where he still has the ability to manipulate mystical energy. So he can do a whole lot, but he realizes now he can't, now it doesn't matter. Like he was the only one that said, this is what has to be done. He was telling Tony, but he knew Tony was always going to try to find a way to stop it. He said, no, in order to try to stop a tyrant, you got to kind of do a little something tyrannical yourself. It's kind of what John Spartan said. You send a maniac in to take care of one.
Yep.
Yeah, because you have to, in some situations, and you saw that in Infinity War, the path that he found was that you would have to go into what was a defeat to eventually get the win.
Uh-huh.
And he saw that and understood that. It's like, going into the whale to escape the bigger whale, right? Okay, or going into the whale to escape the shark. He understood that and he made that decision, but he didn't tell everybody else, and he couldn't tell Iron Man. He just told him, look, if I tell you, it won't happen. He knew what was going to happen. That's why he looked at him like that. He knew, Tony Stark, you're going to sacrifice yourself and die, homie, but I need you to come to that on your own rather than me tell you this is what you have to do. That goes into the same thing with Tarantino about letting the story unfold and not just telling people what they have to fucking do. This is what gets me, like, I'm glad that you on that cinephilic track this week with that shit, because that means something is kicked over in your head. Same thing as me about what I'm seeing with everybody talking about this Doctor Strange shit. And like, I'm not a film student. I have studied film, not professionally. I didn't go to school for that shit. I watched a lot of fucking movies and studied this shit and listened to a lot of stuff in the background, right? I trust my gauge on fucking films, right? I do. Except for Dark Phoenix. I did that shit because I still blame Torian. Torian still blame me. I saw that shit because of Torian. That was the only reason I saw that motherfucker. And I'm still mad about that shit. Dark Turkey fucked me up for real. Okay. I lost a piece of my soul on the demon market. Okay. That shit sucked. But at the end of the day, seeing some of these movies and listening to people critique, complain, bitch, moan, they bitching about stuff that's not even worth fucking bitching about. It don't make it a terrible movie. I see more people within this last week. Maybe that's what's draining me. Between Kevin, between Doctor Strange, Fred Ward, everybody else, these motherfuckers are so amped up to talk about something that's fucked up or prey upon something being fucked up that it is just fucking soul draining. Man. It's like, all y'all need to be smacked, or somebody do need to come down here and cut down the human populace like wheat, because I'm getting tired of this shit. Maybe I'm just old. Maybe I'm just old. I'm really approaching 50 really quickly.
You come to the dark side, man. It's easy. Just come over to the dark side. Just quit giving a fuck.
You know what movie I felt?
I've been on the dark side. I'm just, like jump on the lights sometimes.
You know how it is on Division, man. Once you hit that rogue button, man,
you know what movie I felt that way about?
Go ahead, AB.
You know what movie I felt that way about? Everybody gave Solo all that crap. Then I actually saw the movie. I was like, this is not a bad movie. Come on. Oh, come on.
I've been saying that shit forever. Solo's not a
great
movie.
That is not a bad movie.
You listen to what people complain about it. It's all this other shit in the background that doesn't even fucking matter necessarily.
Like they made a big deal about
who gives a fuck about reshoots? Everybody reshooting shit. Fuck. Spider-Man No Way Home, that did the best out of any of these movies, had fucking reshoots. What difference does it make?
Right.
At this point, they having so many goddamn reshoots because they trying to appease you dumb motherfuckers sitting out there in the audience. That's who they trying to appease. You fucking Twitter gnomes. I'm gonna tweet something bad about this shit, man. Would you take 150 characters and suck a goddamn dick? Who cares? Just let them put out what the fuck they gonna put out. If you hate it, you hate it. If you like it, you like it. Malika watching them old movies and stuff like that. Reservoir Dogs wasn't no cult classic because everybody loved it as soon as they fucking saw it. No, people was shocked as fuck. Like he killed a cop and cut his ear off. Yeah, that shit was awesome. That was an awesome movie. And it was all in the dialogue, not a bunch of big special effects and shit. Just there's a bunch of bad guys, they robbed the bank, and they end up turning on each other. Action.
Remember you and I, we were talking, and here's one thing I could say as a movie fan and as a man, how I matured. And if somebody says, well, what do you look for in movies? And I said, well, definitely ever since it's escapism. But when I tell somebody, I say the story, and somebody say, well, yeah, of course the story. I say, you're not understanding what I'm talking about when I say a story. I said, when I'm looking for in a story, I'm just not worrying about the 3-part act. I'm not saying the beginning, the middle, and the climactic ending. Give me a story. I don't care if it's just a short story or if it's something that I'm looking at a little blurb with a video game or whatever it is. If it's something that I can say, that's interesting. I'm like, okay, there was something there. And if I have an aha moment, like, when the light bulb goes off, like click, I'm like, okay. And if I got to say something to artisan or my best friend, or if we're having a conversation about something, that's where it goes. And also, when in the story, what is the characters, the character, the supporting cast, the antagonist, the protagonist, what are their main motivations? Since we're on this Doctor Strange kick, one of the biggest things is, and Artisan, you said this, it's about Strange's redemption. He's still holding from No Way Home. And he's realizing that this rift came, and also he has not had any closure from things from the past. He's had control over things in his life, but he hasn't. And one of the things that he hasn't had control over was the love of his life. And he knew that he couldn't be the man for her because he knew he wasn't right himself. And he always wanted to do everything perfect externally. He thought that he could try to be the man to control things because he could not save his sister's life, which it was a mark on.
Which everybody fucking missed complaining about the movie. Oh, it was a Wanda movie. It wasn't a Doctor Strange movie. You got his fucking origin. He told you his origin.
But you see, people...
He told you why he became a surgeon. Did you fucking miss that? Were you listening to the dialogue?
And that's the problem. A lot of people don't listen. We want everything to be laid out to us. There's no balance in laying the information out. You want the information quick, or you want the information spread out so thick like it's concrete.
Yeah, a sound bite, a quick clip, so you can run back and say, I saw this and this is what it was all about. No, motherfucker, you have to actually get down and pay attention to the whole thing, the whole burrito. You got to get the whole thing. Then you can tell me what the fuck it is. But I keep hearing, I should say, not listening. I keep hearing these motherfuckers talking about 5 minutes of something that they paid attention to, and they think they know the whole fucking thing about it. And that's like the most irritating shit in the world. It's like listening to a record skip, but you think you heard the whole song. No, it's just
and also
you heard the whole song. It's like 5 more minutes of this shit.
And also another thing, look at the visual aspect. When he wakes up.
Hell yeah, Toya, the whole thigh.
When he wakes up, you see his living quarters is beautiful. He has this beautiful king-size bed, the baby grand piano, all this beautiful furniture. He has everything. He gets up, he puts on this beautiful suit. All he does is snap his fingers and his tie is tied, and he gets there. He's
water to wine, baby. Whatever you want.
He looks great, but then you hear the one thing: are you happy? And we know he's not happy, not internal. See, happiness is an internal thing. He wasn't happy. We go back almost 20 years ago. If you ask that same question to Tony Stark, in the beginning, are you happy? Yeah, I'm billionaire, industrialist, playboy, philanthropist. He wasn't happy. Now, here's the funny thing. After the snap, he has his daughter. He's married to Pepper. He is happy. He finds happiness there. But if you really ask him, are you really happy or are you complete? He's going to say no, because he knows his calling is the Iron Man, and he's one of the keys to help set things back in motion.
See, that's what I've told people many a times. I've told this to women a few fucking times to understand what happy actually means. Happy is fleeting. Happy is not a sustained place. It's an emotion. It's like the high on a roller coaster. It's not a sustained place. You go through periods of being really happy. You can go through periods of being really sad. Then you can go through periods of just being cool. I'm not overly happy. I'm not depressingly sad. I'm just even. I'm just cool. A lot of women don't get that shit because they always think you're always supposed to be happy all the time. You cannot be happy all the time, just like you can't run your car at 100 miles an hour all the fucking time. You just can't. You can't sustain that shit. So Iron Man in that moment, he found his happiness for a while. But once he figured out that thing, he knew he had to go back and do this shit because something greater is calling upon him. But he didn't want to lose that happiness that he had. That's why he came to Steve and told him, look, I got conditions. I can't lose that. Because he's knowing what it would mean to lose that and what he would go back to being. Fucking totally happy now? No, he needs to hold on to what he's gained.
And you know what? And what does Steve come back to him and say? Said, I understand that, but I have conditions too. Follow my lead and listen to what I say.
I don't think that it was even it. I think Steve's conditions was he had something else that he wanted to do for him. They have to work together. They have to work together. Because at that point, Steve did understand what Tony was having because it's something that Steve didn't never get the opportunity to have.
Exactly.
So he understood, like, yeah, I get it. I wouldn't want to lose that.
It was one of those things.
You can see Clinton Barton over there, what that shit did to his ass, losing it. Like, yeah, we don't need you.
Yeah, he went on Iron Man spree.
Like, no, I think that was the thing about it. You got to understand, like, Tony was already at the top of the world. Tony was already at the top way before there was even Avengers. Technically, there would be no Avengers if not for Tony. Because Tony technically assembling the whole damn team and also funding them and everything else.
I'll correct you on that. I'll say it was Nick Fury. Just saying.
I would want to. I would, but he. But you know, Nick. You know how Nick can't just be in the forefront. It would have to be Tony.
But Nick he was assembling those folks behind the scenes.
He was doing it. He was doing it. But you're not. But when it came to the Loki situation, it was just Tony had that charisma. Like, hey, Thor, Captain America. I know you guys. My dad made your shield, motherfucker. We've been using some of your metal. It was like you start. It was. I grew up in an era of the 90s and 80s where the Chuck Norrises, the Steven Seagals, the Sylvester Stallones, the Arnold Schwarzeneggers,
white boy ass kickers.
The goddamn bald eagle ass kickers of the world were like, you gotta make the hard decisions, man.
Jason Statham fits in that.
Like, I mean, fuck Jason Statham. I would like to see. I would sure love to see him hanging with those motherfuckers, bro. Like, they were on some shit, man. They were taking out whole guerrilla war compounds and stuff. And so, but the thing about it was, what I picked up when I was young was what defines a hero is you're going to make the hard decisions. Like, hey, man, like, all of y'all get on the helicopter. Ain't you coming? No, dude. Like,
get to the chopper.
Like, all of y'all get to the chopper. I'm not coming. Like,
I'm not saying y'all get out the way so I can jump on it first. Like, get the fuck out of here. That's what I'm saying. That's what I think people missed in this Doctor Strange movie. That the arc that you have for Doctor Strange is him giving up his happiness so the rest of y'all can have your life and be happy. Because I went into this in my review. It's like, you have to understand that snap was instantaneous for him. So there was actually no time lost between the time he was dusted on Titan and the time he came back on Titan, right? But for everybody else, it's been 5 years. So the whole thing with Christine losing him, finding out he's dead, grieving, all that shit, finding some new dude, black dude, giving it to her, and then she want to get down and get married and shit like that. Steven missed all that. For him, no feelings actually changed. Nothing actually changed for him from 1 minute to the next. He was just not here, and then he was here again. And I pointed out, if you want to see how that shit works, go back and look at WandaVision when Monica went to sleep next to her mother's bedside and then woke up again, and it's 5 years later. Oh, yeah, your mother made it out of remission. Yeah, but she died later on while you were gone. Like, the fuck? You know, look at Yelena Belova in Hawkeye, how she went to the fucking bathroom and all of a sudden the shit changed. She walked in the door, she walked back out. It's 5 years later. That's what happened to Doctor Strange. Nothing for him emotionally changed from 1 second to the next, but when he comes back, everything has changed for everybody else. Christine she got love for him, but it's over for him. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to your wedding now. Like, nigga, you don't understand. That's fucked up.
Yeah,
that was a feat of strength and integrity just to be there for her. Like, okay, she's my friend, but fuck all this shit. I want to dick her down now. You know.
I would have set forth sugar wrath throughout the wedding, but that's just me. But I would have like, fuck it, bro. Like ain't shit a symbol. Like, but that's the thing about it.
He gave up a lot of himself to help everybody else. He even basically took death as the choice for everybody else. Because I keep hearing people talking about, oh, he sacrificed Iron Man. He didn't fucking sacrifice Iron Man. Iron Man chose to do what he chose to do. Steven didn't push him in front of Thanos and say, nigga, you got to kill yourself. He chose that. Just like Doctor Strange chose to give him a stone and die himself. He had to have seen that in his vision. He didn't see himself still being there. Like, come on, y'all. Think about the shit.
Here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it that a lot of people missed in the first Doctor Strange movie. When he was getting trained, nobody picked up why was he having, because your magic is connected to emotions. It's connected to feelings in synapses of the brain. That's why when he started seeing them, he was like, whoa, I can't get it how y'all get it, like through sorcery. I'm looking at it like as a doctor. I'm looking at it as a brain. And they're like, what? What are you saying? What thou speaketh? He's like, no, I see it differently than how y'all see it. And that's why the sorcerer supreme said, this is why I chose him. He looked at the world differently.
Yeah, he doesn't look at the world through his fucking feelings. Being a doctor is not about through his feelings. It's about not analytics, but actually technical facts and what the situation is and what needs to happen in the situation. He's looking at it dispassionately, not emotionally passionately. That's why the conflict between him and Wanda is so good in this movie, because he is a little bit dispassionate. Even though he knows her, he's trying to have some connection with her. She's all passion. All she wants is these fucking kids back. And he can kind of empathize with her in that sense because all he wants is fucking Christine back. But he ain't about to rip the whole universe a new one just because of that shit. Like, nah, man, that's not what that's why when he got to 838, he was totally on that Christine, like, oh shit, bitch, I think I love you. You look just like the one I'm thinking about. It wouldn't even be different. You smell just like her.
Well, we knew what time he was on when Spider-Man and his friends were like, hey, what are you going to do to them? I'm going to send them back to their universes to die. Wait. Strange, you're a hero. I know. I'm sending them back to their key positions. They don't
belong here. Yeah,
they don't belong here. And they're like, how can you do that?
They died anyway. He told them they died anyway.
Strange was trying to teach Spider-Man, listen, dude, you're talking about you want to be a hero? This is what Tony was trying to tell you. We don't make the easy decisions. The big leagues, the Illuminati, there's a reason why Iron Man, Strange, and a few of the top dogs of their field are in the Illuminati league. That emotional shit, it gets severed. Like, hey, bro, we're gonna have to blow up that planet. But there's 5 billion lives. Hey, bro, Earth, planet. I blew it up.
That's why Captain America got kicked out. Captain America is all compassion, right? He's all compassion. They wasn't about that shit. Like, look, our Earth ain't gonna get destroyed, so we're gonna have to kill some of these other Earths. Like, man, that's wrong. Look, you down or what? I don't know, man. Got you, nigga.
They just wiped Captain America's mind and just
They didn't need that compassion at that moment because the worst one on that group is Reed Richards. That's why you hear all this complaint about how John Krasinski played Reed Richards. He's too this, he's too that. Reed Richards is not connected to emotions like that.
That's
closest he get to emotions is being up and Sue. Sue is the heart of that team. If you want to talk about somebody being the heart of a team, Sue Richards is the heart of that team. Sue Richards is the one that calls big brain Reed ass off the ledge. Like, nigga, would you come back here and realize there's actually people dying? Get your head out of them formulas and figure out what the fuck is going on with this. This is actually.
I got a question to ask you guys.
Right, Sue.
Okay.
Right.
Here's a question to ask you, brothers. Back in the day in the comics, what was the first mission that the Illuminati did?
Oh, you got 21 questions on here. I don't remember.
The
first time they had a discussion on whether they should be unifying their teams, and they were like, "No, we can't do that.
No,
we
not
can't."
that. No. Get the Hulk off.
Oh, that's right. World War Hulk.
That's what led that.
Got Banner off the planet. Got his ass off the planet.
Yeah, I think they had to make that. That was probably the worst decision that they made on that.
And listen, what did Reed say? Reed was like, "What if he comes back? It's going to be a problem."
Yeah, no shit. It wasn't even Reed that said that shit. That was Black Panther.
Oh, okay.
Black Panther was always the one to tell him.
T'Challa.
It's going to be a problem. Yeah,
no, be a problem.
Nah, y'all arrogant. You think you can solve everything.
That's why Reed
gonna be a part of this shit.
That's why Reed and T'Challa be having their clashes sometimes, because he be like, "Hey, bro, I get how you think, but I be thinking on a whole astronomical level. Like, hey,
whenever you see T'Challa interacting with the Illuminati, he's there, but he's always checking all of them. Like, y'all going too far. He was the one that told me I was going too far about them goddamn incursions and shit. Y'all going too far. No, this is gonna fuck up. Y'all gonna fuck this up. And I'm not gonna be a part of this while y'all fucking it up.
And like, why do we keep bringing T'Challa around?
Just see that it might like his ass.
But it was what it was, because I think that was the thing about it. Like, you gotta see, and you gotta have somebody that pushes sometimes against the group. Like, hey man, like, if we send that green guy back, man, I'm just saying, somehow, and one in that billion, they always come back, man. That one demon that we banished, somehow one teenager wishes them back. Like, nah, man, fuck it. All right.
Yeah, I think it was one other person pointed that out, that everything that the Illuminati thought they were so highbrow to do, they actually end up fucking up on. Because you okay, they sent the Hulk off world. Awesome. He went and had a family and had some happiness for himself. And then that world got blew up and he came back pissed. Well, who did he go after? He didn't go after T'Challa.
No,
he went after all the rest of the motherfuckers didn't.
He went straight for the Avengers. He went straight
for the main people in the Illuminati.
He went straight for the Illuminati because he knew.
Yeah.
And Green Hulk didn't turn into the Red Hulk. Red Hulk was Thunderbolt Ross. Yeah, that's where the Red Hulk came from.
That's when we first started seeing World Breaker. And they're like,
he came back as World Breaker and wrecked the X-Men, wrecked the Avengers, had a standoff with the Ghost Rider, and Ghost Rider said, "You ain't did nothing wrong. He justified. I'm out of this bitch."
He had to stand still with Century. That's saying a lot. That you had to stand still with Century. Like, at some point, he just said, "You know what? I just hate y'all. I just hate y'all." That's just all.
When World Breaker Hulk came back, he came back as strong as he ever did. That motherfucker came back looking like a gladiator, like fucking Maximus in this bitch with the armor and everything. He had lost his wife. He had lost his kid, lost the whole planet that he was happy on. That motherfucker didn't come back happy at all. He was pissed, and in control.
You know what? And he was focused. He was focused on
He was. That's why I said he was in control. Him and Banner was on one accord with that shit. Like, no, come here and kick these motherfuckers' ass. I need a reason.
First thing T'Challa did, hit the Wakandian shield.
No, who got it? Who got it the worst? Remember when he fought Black Bolt?
Yeah,
choked that motherfucker up. So I didn't come here to hear you scream. I didn't come here to hear you whisper. I came to hear you scream. He is choking that bitch out. That motherfucker let loose the whole sonic scream on. He took that shit and beat the shit out of Black Bolt. I'm like,
he wasn't even dodging shit. He was
ruthless, man. Remember when he did the Doctor Strange, right?
Oh yeah, he got the
grabbed
business.
his hands and crushed him. He says, "Ah,
Yeah,
I bet he said, I bring that. What he said, I bet you that brings back bad memories." Crushed his hands. He couldn't make any incantations. Brought back memories when his hands was crushed.
Yeah, I
from
didn't
his
come here to
accident.
hear you whisper. I came to hear you scream. Yeah, it was over when he said that shit.
To be fair, Doctor Strange's hands really got. I mean, I think it was something like he was telling about his magic in his hands. He doesn't have to really use his hands like that. It's actually his magic is working his hands, and
yeah, it's magic working his hands because his fine motor skills is what got damaged in his accident because all the bones in his hands was shattered. So that's why he couldn't be a surgeon anymore because he doesn't have that fine control anymore.
Now, to be fair, Reed and Tony did offer to try, but he turned it down. He's like, no, like
because that pain makes him going through that makes him who he is. And if you take that away, then who is he? That's like Reed changing Ben from Rock. Work on that shit. Like permanently.
No, you know what? I think sometimes, and I tell this to a lot of men, sometimes your pain is your best motivation. Like sometimes it's your strength. It's your strength that you reach into. I was reading.
What's that first line of the Sith code? What's the first line of the Sith code? It will strengthen itself through pain. That's where you gain strength. Going through some shit.
I was just reading that with
they were talking about how Darth Vader had multiple opportunities to upgrade that suit. He wouldn't do it.
You need your hate. It makes you strong. It keeps you focused. What's up, G?
What's up, man?
Driz Duerden himself has arrived.
It's the Driz. I was just listening. The Driz, and you guys didn't check out the Space Tyrant one? Oh man, that was another one.
I haven't got there yet.
But what always interested me about the comics, what always interested me was the Hulk's position in the comics, because he didn't want to be the Hulk. It was like his dad's megalomania mixed with an accident, and it's like in his part in the comics is always to remind them that y'all think y'all superheroes, y'all really megalomaniacs who think y'all control the world.
Well, I would say this: the best run that I've read so far, and I didn't read a lot of the Immortal Hulk stuff, even though I heard some good stuff was going on in it, was the when Mark Silvestri was on the book, and you saw Banner and Hulk actually get split apart, and actually see the Hulk didn't even want to be fucking bothered. That motherfucker went to damn near to the center of the earth with the mole people and was just chilling, grew his hair out, helping them do whatever they needed to, just chilling. The motherfucker who was crazy was Bruce Banner on his Dr. Moreau shit, trying to make himself into another Hulk. He was the one that was fucking crazy. Hulk ain't never been crazy. He's just the offshoot of Bruce, but that makes Bruce who he is, having that fucking anger in him. The anger never came from the Hulk. Anger came from Bruce. Hulk was just the opposite.
He was just a manifestation of
manifestation of that anger. He got that strength from that anger.
Yeah,
if you get into
he kept telling him Infinity War, no, like I got my pocket, no.
That was part of it. The other part is I don't think they wanted that toxic green masculinity kicking everybody's ass.
If you go into the Immortal Hulk, you actually find out he's tied to that of the devil. He's actually tied to that of the devil.
And they what always was interesting to me is they had to make the Hulk come out. Like he always was like, look, I'm just trying to chill. To me, all that whole sentence was like, dude, you dudes think you superheroes and y'all not superheroes. Y'all just the most advanced people of this planet.
That's T'Challa's position when he always talking to him. That's why he's always the one checking the voice of reason on the Illuminati, checking them about the shit they about to do. This is going to be a bad move. You shouldn't be doing this shit. And he talking to some of the smartest people in the Marvel comic universe. He telling them, no, y'all fuck this up every time. Don't do this shit. You're not thinking this shit all the way out. Oh, come on, T'Challa, just be on board with us. Y'all white boys do what you want to.
Because it's like Tony made the arc. Tony made the arc reactor, but he didn't give the world free electricity. He made the Iron Man free.
Nah, he got rich. He got rich off that bitch.
But see, here's the thing about it. Whenever they get confused, or like if Reed hits a wall, he doesn't go over to Hank. He doesn't go talk to Tony. He goes to Wakanda and he goes sits over around them and him and I'm saying they'll pack up the family plane and so let's go to Wakanda and go see Storm and what T'Challa are doing. Hey, what's going on, bro? You want to answer for your problem, but I'm not going to tell you because you just make it worse, Reed. You're smart, and T'Challa told him, you're smart, but you're a fool, all at the same time. You have everything. Other heroes don't have a family. You actually have a family. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, think about it this way. You remember when that Civil War shit happened? What was Reed's role in the Civil War? Reed made the place where he was storing all these fucking superhumans and shit, imprisoning them in a negative zone. Who had to check his ass? Sue, like, Reed, what the fuck is you doing? These are friends and shit. It's just a problem we need to work out. We got to. No, nigga, like, you don't calm the fuck down. I'm taking the kids and I'm gonna rip this building down around your stretchy ass.
Hey,
then he got back right.
Remember what she said when Goliath, Black Goliath, got killed, and she looked at him. She said, Reed, fix this.
Yeah, fix it. That's exactly what she told him. Fix it.
And one thing that Reed never wanted, he never wanted his family to break up. And when he saw his best friend leave, and if Sue leaves, Johnny's going to leave too.
Yeah.
Well, you saw what she did. Yeah. She put a fucking invisible spike through the whole Baxter building and was out that bitch. Like, I'm serious. Fix it. And I ain't gonna be here when you do. Then that motherfucker got some wide awake. Like, oh, wait a minute. She gonna leave because of this? Yeah, these your fucking friends. Think about it. Reed is always about the problem. He got his head so stuck up his own ass because he can do that shit. He's always about the problem. It's always about the problem, trying to solve the problem. That's why whenever Reed gets into a situation, he got to build something to fix it. That's what he does. He's not.
I think that's why his daughter.
He's so much of a fucking brilliant intellectual. That's all he sees. That's why if you contrast Reed Richards in the 616 universe, the real 616, and the Maker from the Ultimate Universe, who is Reed, you'll see the Maker ain't got no family. He said, fuck that family shit. He is nuts as all hell. But he gets into the same kind of shit Reed would get up to if Reed didn't have the counterbalance of his family for him. The Maker ain't got no goddamn family. He don't give a fuck.
Is that fair to say? Is that fair to say why his daughter has him outclassed? Because
the reason is
but think about it. There was a problem that he couldn't solve, only she could solve, and he was like, because they had Doom in him. They were trying to solve. I forgot what they were trying to solve something, but only his daughter could figure it out. Because mind you, goddamn Jesus that lives in right down the hallway from them said, "Hey, listen, there's going to be a problem, Dad, that you're not going to be able to figure out." Like,
he said, Jesus. Don't call Frank.
Their son is Jesus, man.
He said,
Jesus can't work reality. Jesus somebody's son too.
But just think about it.
He said Jesus is down the hall.
Just think about this. Just think about this. In all of the heroes' essence, it's a duality to him. Because outside of Marvel, if we think about Superman, yeah, he the hero of the world, but he the traitor of his own race. He was sent to this motherfucker to conquer the planet and take it over to make Krypton. He betrayed his own race to be a superhero to how do you say it? A race that's not as advanced as his race. So he betrayed his whole original purpose.
No, that's not why he was here.
No, I thought that's what he got sent from Krypton.
No, he was sent here so that they wouldn't make the same mistakes as Krypton, because if you know, Jor-El was trying to warn them what they're doing was going to lead to the destruction of Krypton. And so he sent Superman there to Earth to be the symbol and a reminder of what happened on Krypton, and to not let it happen, not let the human race's egos get to where they'll do something stupid like we're gonna terraform the planet and not pay attention to when it's about to blow up or the red sun or whatever the hell that whatever story you fall in. He's supposed to be a representation or a
But
symbol.
didn't the Kryptonians span galaxies? Like, didn't they have a whole galaxy? What would the planet matter if they had a galaxy?
But you have to
He's thinking about Invincible, man.
Yeah,
that was Invincible.
You mixing. Hold on, one at a time. We can't all talk at the same time. You mixing things up. This is what gets fucked up with a lot of cartoons, movies, and comics. At least with some of this stuff, you always got to go back to the source. Always got to go back to the source material within a certain amount of years, because they keep changing the source material to give you shit like Valeria Richards is smarter than her daddy that have been grown a long goddamn time, and her ass is new to this planet. Okay, so some of that Superman stuff, he's here as a symbol. That's why he is not a U.S. superhero. He's a hero for the world, because he is there for the world, not just for Kansas, not just for the U.S. That's not what he's on. He's there to be a symbol to them, keep us from going down the same road Krypton did. That's it. That's why he don't give us all that. Yeah, that's why he don't give us all their technology, because we would just end up killing ourselves like the Kryptonians fucking did. Like, let's not go that way. You know, I don't need no Earth rocks floating out here in space making me sick.
To be fair, he actually has, because you remember Brainiac actually shrunk one of the cities. And he had it.
Supergirl.
And right, and he was like, "Yo, we can try to figure out how to get y'all back." But they told him, they said, no, like we did too much, man. Like we have to live with this. Like the Kryptonians understood that they did what they did. Like they weren't
Kandahar or something like that.
Yeah, they realized that Jor-El was right. They realized Jor-El was right, and so that's why they say, you know what, this was our punishment for not listening to Jor-El.
They take that L, like that's okay.
Yeah, they took it. They took it like, yo,
put it on the shelf. So we remember we fucked up.
Whenever he wants to go see them, he can go shrink down and go hang with them and go right back. But they're like, no, this is it for us. Like we're good. We're good.
And that's another thing where you realize if you're that intelligent, or you have that certain amount of ability that you can create certain technology, you automatically want to protect it. That's what Tony Stark did in the second Avengers movie, where you see that he has the Sentry bots that eventually creates themselves and turns into Ultron. He thinks that, okay, I got it made. We have this supreme team. We can go in. I can send in my bots to take care of all this other stuff. But Ultron, kind of paraphrasing, said, you thought that you could take care of things, but you kind of got arrogant. You didn't realize when you create something, you've created a monster that's eventually going to try to take care of you. Because Ultron realizes you're too dumb, you're too foolish, you're too stupid and arrogant to protect yourselves and keep yourselves at bay. So I'm just going to eliminate you.
No, he realized that humanity was the damn problem. What Tony was doing, he thought was right, which is he's trying to protect the Earth. He saw what was coming. He was the only one who saw what was coming. He was terrified, so he did what Tony Stark always does. He builds something to try to prevent or protect it from happening, right? What happened is, with pushing for this AI, the AI ended up being smarter than you and came to the conclusion that you didn't want to reach, that humanity was the actual problem, because you were just, humanity as a whole would just fuck itself up anyway. So it took its step, which was, well, we need to eliminate you. He didn't want it to take that step. He wanted it to have the same boundary that he had, which was humanity, but AI doesn't. It doesn't have that human boundary, so it doesn't care. You're just now you're just a factional part of this equation, and if I remove this from that equation and the equation balances out, that means I got to kill you. That's how AIs work. That's the problem with smart AI. It's going to be smarter than you, and they don't have the same human problem.
But could you have imagined if we had gotten the Hank Pym Ultron? My God, they would have been really fucked. Like, I'll be back, you guys. Give me like 5 years while you are in dust. And when Ultron came back, that dude came back with a whole army.
I think that's what actually kind of
Phalanx.
upset. Oh, I think that's what kind of. Oh, sorry, Malika. Artisan. If you going, let me. I think that's what upset me the most about like as far as those earlier phases in the MCU is the fact that we didn't get Hank Pym proper, because I think that would have been a much better story by the time they did the second Avengers movie had they introduced him and bringing that Ultron element, because I wanted to see pacifist Hank Pym. I didn't want to see Scott Lang just yet. You could have gave me Scott Lang now, I would take him now, but I wanted to see Janet and Hank.
Yeah, I wanted to see Janet and Hank, but because of that whole little thing where Hank was possibly smacking the shit out of the Wasp, they never wanted to touch that in the movies and stuff like that. So that's why they skipped over Hank and got straight to Scott, because Scott is more, fun-loving single dad and shit like that, and not complicated relationship with bi-directional abuse going on. Because Janet ain't cool. Okay, it's just not.
That's one of the things I love about the Ant-Man movies is his relationship with his daughter, because his daughter just loves him. His daughter just loves him. She, her parents sitting there looking at Shark. She's just sitting there with a big old smile on her face, like, yeah, that's right, baby.
Well, if you read the comic, that's why I like the Scott Lang comic, Ant-Man. His comic was fun. And it's just a struggling dad trying to be there for his fucking kid. I can relate to it. All the struggle he go through and shit like that is just because he just wants to be close to his child and be there for his child. You don't give a fuck really about all this superhero shit. He's wearing an Ant-Man costume all the time, just trying to get by wearing that shit. Nobody actually respects him. Everybody said, well, you were a criminal at one time. Like, yeah, man, I fucked up. What the hell? Got the Scarlet Witch on the team. What you mad at me for? I killed everybody. Look, I just did a little crime. Shit.
I just
so it's always a struggle dynamic with him, but it's always a father dynamic. Like, this is what I got to go through to get this done so I can be there for baby girl. That's why I like the book. It's more fun that way. And he take the shit less serious than all the rest of them. That's why he like, having some laughs and shit. This book was fun.
Go ahead.
You actually see that throughout the MCU in general. They really hit on the daddy and child's relationship. Like I said, we just saw that with Black Panther. We seen that with Tony and his kid. I love you 3000 that everybody likes to quote. The MC, they really do a good job at highlighting relationship between father and children, and of course we already saw in Moon Knight how they showed how moms be beating their kids and create dual personalities that get attached.
That's why that was the most awesome episode, because I can tell you this, I watched a lot of movies. I ain't seen a whole bunch of movies outside of, I didn't even see fucking Precious, so you can forget that shit, where they highlight the reason this man is fucked up. Let me finish, AB. The reason that this man is fucked up is because his mother was abusing the fuck out of him. That's why he's messed up. Like, damn, really? You said that? On a major platform.
Suicide Squad. Remember? Suicide Squad. What's the guy that had the polka dots?
Peacemaker.
Oh, Polka Dot Man.
Polka Dot Man.
Polka Dot Man. One at a time.
Remember, he said, how did you get your power? My mom experimented on me and my brothers and sisters. I survived. And he said, so whenever he gets angry, he always sees his mom.
Yeah.
I'm like, Jesus.
Everybody's my mom. Yeah.
Like, that is so dark.
I always see her. She's everywhere. Fucking fat bitch dancing in the clubs. Like, yeah. Yeah.
What he tell Polka Dot Man? That's your mom. He's like,
that's your mom.
Hey, but that's what I liked about DC. It depicted more reality than Marvel. Marvel was kind of idealistic. And DC was more like, yeah, moms abuse kids and dads are doing this too. Like with the Watchmen.
I would say it was reversed in a sense to me, because even though DC, they had their stories where characters dealt with some serious shit, like fucking who was it, Speedy taking drugs and stuff like that. That was particular writers writing that. That wasn't DC as proper. But Marvel proper is always about the character and what the character is going through in their journey. It's not about the powers, it's about the damn character. So you can get people dealing with some fucked up situations and stuff like that all the fucking time. Who is Sabretooth if you don't know about Graydon Creed Sr. and how he used to abuse that boy?
Lock him up down in the basement, chain him like a dog to the wall.
treat him like a fucking animal. Who is he if you don't understand that? Who is Wolverine if you don't understand who James Howlett is and what his relationship with his parentage was, and where the love of fucking redheads come from, which I still say is Stan Lee. Stan Lee must have loved redheads. Over the MCU.
I'm just it's interesting. Like that's why I say like I'm always for a comic being put in a black boy's hand, because the stories that came behind, if you take away the suits and all the stuff, they were people like listening to Luke Cage's story of like being out there on the streets and the stuff the decision he had to make. Different, like a lot of these characters had a lot of demons that they were dealing with. That's why everybody calls Spider-Man the neighborhood Spider. That's why Spider-Man is the top one, because damn, dude, all that power and you can't hold down a broad
job. You can't keep a chick. You can't keep your aunt alive. Your Uncle Ben died too. Like, what do you got all the power for? You can't do shit with it outside of webbing motherfuckers up. Talking crazy.
That was the genius of Stan Lee.
Because he lives by the Uncle Ben mantra, like, yo, dude, like, you know how many times like I want to go to MJ, but damn, like fucking Doc Ock, or times where I can literally take this bag of money and pay my rent for a whole year, but I'm gonna turn in all the money. Like that shit eats Peter up like at nighttime. Like,
yeah,
like
that's why he's a more interesting character to me. That's why Peter Parker is more of my favorite character than a Superman or a Thor or something like that, because he actually is just dealing with regular shit.
Yeah,
right.
Like, stuff.
There's 6 of us on the panel right now. A bag of money dropped in front of us with $10,000 in it. Now
y'all better have y'all poll on y'all, because I got
mine. Somebody getting clothesline, right? Look, don't take it personal, nigga, but I got bills to pay, right? Bag drops in front of you. Societally what you're supposed to do. Oh, you're supposed to turn it in and all the rest of that shit, right?
Well,
but in the backside, you understand all the stuff that you can actually take care of this. So it's that kind of duality that you have to deal with. It's like, okay, which way do I go? What do I choose? I'm gonna be on the light side with this, or I'm gonna be on the dark side with this shit.
What always interested me about the comics was their elevation intelligence. When you were a young kid reading about the Legion of Doom and the Confederacies, and you looking up these words, like, what does this shit mean? Like, then you come to find out there really is, conspiracies going on with mass corporations and conglomerates and legions, and you start learning this shit.
This is how I always pitch comics to a mother coming in with her son trying to buy a comic and not knowing where to start and thinking it's just a book full of fucking pictures. No, I start explaining to them stories that I've read in the comics, and I'll just give them a brief synopsis of a story and ask them, does this sound interesting for you to read? She's like, yeah, that sounds interesting. I said, okay, that was a comic book. That wasn't a novel. So what? Yes, it's a comic. Because the people who write this stuff are adults. They're not fucking children writing kids' books. It's adults with college-educated adults writing stories that they want people to think about, ideas they want to grapple with and turn around and see how this actual stuff works before you start flooding the industry with a goddamn bunch of activists who just want to push a narrative all the goddamn time. Shout out to Spain in the chat talking about Tom King book. No, I think you mean Tom Taylor. Fucking Tom Taylor. But that's what it was about. It's about expanding your ideas and stuff like that. Who knew about why does this stuff about multiverses and alternate timelines and all this shit not confuse me? But I can talk to somebody about my same age who don't get none of this shit. They can't conceptualize it and wrap it around in their head. I said, well, I've been watching time travel shows for a long time. Doctor Who, all this kind of shit. So, and I read comics, so I kind of get how this shit works. In a sense, that's weird.
It helped me a lot understanding regular history. Like, everything isn't chronological. Like, everything didn't happen like the invention of electricity. Then, like, everything isn't chronological. Things happen simultaneously. Like, when you get into a talk with a person about history and they're talking about how this person was discovering this, what was everybody else doing? Y'all make it seem like there was only one group of people doing things, and it didn't happen till they said it happened.
No, that's how they write the history book. But no, other people was doing other shit.
Yeah, that's I like that was like kind of like another element to when people talk about stuff is like Star Wars and stuff like that, and how like I remember back in high school, this one girl I had one of my math teachers. It was a dude. He was like, "Oh, the girl's like, oh, did you know Star Wars was about this and that?" And I was like, I cut off and said, no, Star Wars simply as far as the movies was about politics and about power and how power, if you give something absolute power, it will corrupt everything and everyone around them. And the teacher was like, well, you didn't have to cut me off here. And the teacher was like, yeah, that's what it is. It's not about what you think it is. It's about simple as that. If you like, how do you know it's about politics? I said, well, listen to what they talk about. What are they always talking about? They always talking about the Senate, the Republic, the Galactic Empire, the Federation. I said, listen to the language. They're always talking. They're using political terms.
This is how.
And on top of that, we live in an empire, so they don't understand.
To Arya's point, you think you had no business reading Iceberg Slim's book at 15 years old? I would actually disagree with you. You should have read that shit at 15 years old. Keep you from having your ass out there getting pimped out, because it's giving you a real view of the world. So you should have read that shit. My thinking is on this with children and reading books. There's not too many books I would not let a child read, depending on their age. For me, I wanted my kids to be ahead of the curve, not behind them. I don't want them to be victims of shit that's out there, because nobody, which was my responsibility, ever told them anything about what the real world fucking was. I didn't believe that. I believe you front load them with knowledge and give them a context and a frame to put that shit in. So when they go out there into the world, they can see, okay, this is what Pops told me about. Yeah, I see how these motherfuckers moving. That ain't cool. So you reading Iceberg Slim at 15, okay, you don't think that was a time? Would you have rather read it at 40? Because reading shapes your view of the world and gives you a better understanding of the world, especially if you're reading a book from somebody who's older and already seen some of this world and passing that information back to you. That's like a history lesson. This is what has happened. This is what you're going through. This is what is out here. Be prepared.
I think this is why I grew up on books like Hatchet, Lord of the Flies. Different
love Lord of the Flies.
Like I those are books put before me.
Hey, Lord of the Flies was the shit though. Loki.
Like I was like books. Those are books put before me of boys peaking into maturity. Every last one of those type of books, they peaked into boys dealing with maturity, survival, understanding. Hey man, like, yeah, we could play in the jungle, but guess what? Nighttime is coming. We have to go start making wood and stuff, and we got to start making rules to, like, you can't just eat whenever you want to. We got to make the water, like, and then I read responsibility. Comics, and I'm so thankful that somebody put some comics in my hand. So I'm like, whoa, these powers. But then this is why I say, like, the world's gotten away from. But after every comic or what was there? There was a moral teaching. Hey guys, listen. So Tommy found a gun and thinking that he could take care of the bully, but that was going to take care of his problems, you know. So you were like, whoa, wait, Tommy had the gun. Yeah, but when he pulls that trigger, he's going to be doing some years. Like, these are the things what the heroes were also having to teach. That's why Captain America respected Spider-Man, because he was like, yo, like, everybody said, why don't you join the Avengers? Dude, I'm in New York. The fuck? What the hell I give a damn about what's going on out there in the world, dude? Like, New York is bad enough. Like, we got inner city problems with kids. Why he could have gone work at Stark Labs, any multi-million-dollar facility, and got paid. He chose
Parker Industries.
Dude, he knew more secrets on how to do quantum physics. If you had certain heroes, you would go to them for their specialty. But he chose to be a teacher at a school, not even a good school. It was like, damn, Parker, why are you here? You're overqualified. No, dude, like, I know what it's like to be a single child with no parents. and you're poor. Well, he wasn't poor, but then again, when Uncle Ben died, things got
No, he
rough.
was poor. He was poor. He was always supposed to be depicted as poor. Yeah.
No. It didn't get bad.
Such a big deal.
Right. It didn't get bad until Uncle Ben died. And then him and Aunt May had to start making hard. See, a lot of people don't understand.
They were even poor as Uncle Ben. Like it seemed like they were even like lower class, not lower class, but lower income people with Uncle Ben.
No,
yeah, working class poor.
Like
depends on where you are. I'm in California.
Right, like,
working class kid be kind of poor. You on the verge of being poor, nigga.
And about to cut out
a couple of them checks. Peace,
I think the thing about it was the whole man of it was the fact that people identified with Peter because Peter was having to make identifiable decisions of, hey, I get it. Yeah, you're strong, but that doesn't give you a right to do what you're doing. Yeah, you can take advantage like he did with the wrestling, but then like Uncle Ben said, you hurt that man. You wanted to do that. Did that make you anything of a better man? And so he had that conviction, like, everybody found out, Spider-Man can easily one shot and kill people.
Yeah,
nobody knew that. He always
that's what that whole Superior Spider-Man shit was about. You seeing Dr. Octopus in his body, like, dude, this kid could have killed us any other time. He had this much power and wasn't using it. Yeah,
he was worried about them.
And that's a dilemma that
there's more power in restraint than there is in just letting it all fucking hang out somewhere.
Great power come great responsibility.
Yeah, but they always make it so idealistic, man. I'm saying they lucky I wasn't Spider-Man or Superman. I'd have been fucking shit up. I was so fucked up growing up. It would have been going down. That's what made it interesting, though. That's why Batman and Superman were the balance, because Batman exactly in the that's why they work well together. And everybody like, Superman, why do you be hanging with Batman? Because he's the balance to me. Like, he'll tell me, like, listen, dude,
Clark, too far,
off the rails, bro. I'm
gonna be there. A protocol for your ass too. Protocol for your ass too.
That's fact.
Fucking around. I'll be there, because I had to tell people that all the time. It's like, you realize that Batman on the JLA ain't there just because he want to be. He's there when he feel like showing up, because he keeping an eye on all them. Because Batman don't like metahumans. He don't trust metahumans. That's why he got bad protocols and shit like that, because he don't trust metahumans. So he working with them, but he figuring out how to find a weak spot. So you ever go off the rails, I'm gonna be that motherfucker right there pulling your choke chain, bitch.
Have any of you guys seen that series, The Boys?
Yes,
of course. Yeah.
Now imagine if that was Superman.
But
it could be. That's
essentially that's the point. That's the point. Essentially,
but he went there. But Superman has.
You don't have to. Injustice. You already saw Superman go there, and if you played the video game or read the comics, Superman went there. You saw
Superman just told me, bring me every big booty bitch around this motherfucker.
No, you had that. You had Ultraman.
Yes. Earth 3.
Yeah, Ultraman. You had when see, everybody looks down on Wally on the Flash, but the Flash is actually the conscience of innocence on the League, because he's cracking jokes. He's trying to make light of situations, and they're like, "Why do y'all keep that clown around?" And he's like, "No, like,
because it can get really dark up here if we didn't have success up here.
When we're up here brooding and talking about killing, and Diana's like sharpening the sword, and I'm trying to figure out how to make doom lasers. Wally's like, hey guys, let's go get a beer.
Green Lantern talk about him brightest day and darkest night, nigga. Wally up there joking like, this kid, he don't take none of this shit.
Man, I want him to just make.
And he's the fastest of the Flashes. Wally's the fastest, so you already know.
Well, Wally had been through the time stream, the speed force, and everything. He has seen a lot of shit for a youngster. So his disposition on all of this is a bit different. A bit different. So,
and also you got to
just on a side note before we jump to the next thing. All right, moment of silence for Piggy from Lord of the Flies, because he didn't need to catch that boulder in the head like that.
Piggy!
Moment of silence for Piggy. One love to Piggy. Like, my
God
specs.
dang it, Piggy, bro. R.I.P. to Piggy, bro.
Every time they make a version of that movie, I watch that movie, because we had to read that book in school. Every time they make one, it's that book and of Mice and Men.
Of Mice and Mice and Men is so sad when he killed Lenny.
That
Don't
last
kill
part of that
Lenny.
Can I tell you
movie,
something?
that book. Oh my
4
god!
books.
Yeah, keep
Don't
watching them
kill
rabbits.
Lenny.
Keep watching
No,
them
Lenny.
rabbits, Lenny. Tell us about that farm we gonna have, Lenny.
No, Lenny.
What'd you
This
say?
nigga Lenny was a fucking predator.
Man, Lieutenant Dan had to give him one. Like, god damn, I gotta put this big motherfucker down. That's my boy. But
Yeah, man, he was a when I was reading the book, I didn't understand it. I figured out he done did this shit before.
But also,
They
let's
just
not
haven't
forget
moved on.
Charlotte's Web, Animal Farm, and The Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah,
Oh man,
Top
the Catcher
5.
in the Rye was like, yeah, that shit was. Yeah,
what up,
Animal
you up
Farm
for
too. That the Animal Farm was even more even
Animal Farm is
interesting.
my shit. Because if you read Animal Farm and don't read 1984, you're fucked up. And if you
But when
read
you
Animal
read
Farm in
1984,
let me finish, G.
go
If
ahead, my
you
fault.
read Animal Farm in 1984 and do not go ahead and read Brave New World, you have fucked your worldview up. You missing some shit. Read those 3 books back to back, and you'll see a whole lot of shit like the wool has been pulled off your eyes. And if you're a creative person, read that The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand. Then that'll fuck you up too. Then you can watch the movie too. See how that shit work with when you actually stand on some shit and how people hate that shit when you stand on something firmly. Like, oh no, we gotta tear this nigga down. He's standing too firm. Fuck that. Who the hell do you think you are? You gonna change some shit here? Oh no, you're not. We're gonna make
I
sure
don't know
you
if I
don't change
read
shit.
1984 when I was too young, because I read it when I was 14. So I don't know if I read it when I was too young, because a lot of the thoughts he was having when he was by himself was throwing me off. Like that shit. Like, I would be reading it, and his neighbor, you know, how his neighbors acted like they were with the, you know what I'm saying? So it always threw me off.
I'll tell you this G, perfect for this. This is how you know you didn't read it too early, right? In 1984, Winston stays next door to who? A woman, right? With a bunch of goddamn kids in the house, right? No man. What are them kids doing? Running the fuck wild. She in there terrified because she can't control them kids. Why? Because the government own them goddamn kids. And if she do anything to them motherfuckers, they gonna come take her ass away. It was the same bullshit.
That sound like the project.
It's the same shit. Fahrenheit 451. These motherfuckers is so inept. You walk around right now and tell me if you've read Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury, that people walking around with them earbuds in their ears and totally devoid in their little bubble of everything that's going on around them ain't fucking Montag's wife sitting in the house with a TV the size of the wall and her little earbud, her little seashells in her fucking ears, just droning out on all this media stuff, and that's all the fuck she know. And her husband coming home trying to explain to her what's going on in the world. She goes, well, that's not what they said on the television. The television told me it was such and such. It sound like these goofy motherfuckers repeating Twitter. Like,
our CNN, one of the
Science fiction is the precursor to reality. Like a lot of stuff, like a lot of the technology that was written in the book. Was it 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea? It exists now. The Captain Nemo created the submarine, the helicopter, and the automobile, and they now at that time they did not exist. They now exist.
And if you read that book, you'll find out that Captain Nemo wasn't white. I'm just saying.
I never thought when I read. I never thought of him as white though. I never thought
he wasn't.
He wasn't.
He wasn't. He was like Arab or some shit.
He was an Indian dude.
Yeah, I thought he was Indian. Yeah.
Yeah, he's from the Middle East. That motherfucker wasn't white. They'll keep telling you that shit. That
When you hear Captain Nemo's full name and you realize he comes from a very, very wealthy family, they never stipulate any European background about him.
Nope.
None.
No, they just adopted.
But when
you know, Americans have been educated to think that only European and American people are rich.
Yeah, they always said at the top of the pyramid.
Like, if you talk to an American, they think that all Africans are poor, and I just be looking at them like they crazy. Like, bro, you know that there was Africans who was never slaves, right? Like, I don't understand why they think all of Africa got enslaved. I don't know.
Yeah, if all the Africans was enslaved and was poor, who the fuck was all these Europeans trading with to get these slaves? Who are they paying? They just had a big net and went through the whole continent just grabbing up motherfuckers. That's not how that shit works. But we was out there like the elephants and the ebu and shit like that, just running on the plane. They just throw a net. That's not how that shit works.
You'll argue with one of the pro-black dudes, like, yeah, we had Zimbabwe, and like, okay, so who do you understand that them were the people that were selling the slaves to them people, right? They wasn't the great civilization. They were the people that were raiding other enemies, taking those people. Those were the Yoruba. Those were the voodoo priests and kings. Those were the people that was doing that. And they be looking at you like you crazy.
Yeah, I don't see it any differently what was going on in Africa than what was going on here with the Native Americans and their tribes and shit. It's the same
the Aztecs.
They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the Iroquois wars and all that stuff. They don't. But they've never learned about it.
This is how tribes get along with each other. Every once in a while, if you don't understand how this works, if you want to bring it up to modern terms, think about how the Crips and Bloods get down before the peace treaty. Nigga, we see you out there with them folks and their colors. We're gonna fuck you up.
Well,
that's what it's gonna be.
Yeah, then it also makes you understand the government's prohibition to groups like that. And when you're starting those type of groups, you're putting a law above our law. So that's a culture. We already live inside of one culture. And when you start in that other culture, that's why the government has an issue with it. You know what I mean? But people, it's like normal Americans can't fathom that idea that the government is the same as the Crips and the Bloods. They just more organized.
Well, the average person is stupid. That's why.
Thank you, Beasley. Dark beast in the building.
The average person is just that stupid. It's
Look,
like
my kids can repeat that to you verbatim. That I've told them, like, people are stupid. Individuals can be smart. People as a group are fucking stupid. I mean, it don't take much but a loud bang to get them moving in one direction. And you can see that shit working with fucking chickens or anything. It's the way they going, dude. It's fucking dumb. It's like
that's what comic books help you understand, that there can be different factions with different things going on at the same time with a different purpose, but everybody's oblivious.
No one said this basshead jazz. I guess it is.
Yeah, it go back to that line that Tommy Lee Jones told Will Smith in Men in Black. He said, a person is smart, people are dumb, stupid, lazy, and panicky. And that's why we can't tell the world that aliens exist.
You can tell the individual and they'll accept it. But
yeah,
when you get into telling large groups of people that aliens exist, there's going to be one person in that group that freaks out. That's the individual that freaks out and will cause that freak out in the whole group, because everybody feeds on what the rest of the group is doing. That's why I don't get into these fucking sympathy circles or these feeding frenzies where we got to hate this one thing because one person hates it. Look, do what the fuck you want, but I know people in mass do some dumbass fucking shit. Ask the little dude with the mustache from Germany. You can get some people to do some really dumb shit if one person can get them moving in the right damn direction. They'll just keep running in that direction until they hit a fucking wall or the end of the cliff, i.e. your lemmings.
I think that's why we can, and that's why I love being a geek or Road Warrior.
Oh man,
and you got to think, what was one thing everybody always wanted him to do? Join. Come on, stay. We could no. He's like, it always ends up the same. It always ends up. He's like, no. He said, when y'all get desperate, you start getting greedy, or y'all start going on emotions. Y'all start, let's start killing. Let's start rampaging. And he was like, no.
You will turn into that next group that I just had to put down.
And that was the irony. If you ever read it, that was one of the things he would always force to do. I helped this one village out. I come back the next year passing by. Now they're the raiders that I have to go kill.
Yeah. What was that, Malika? You probably remember this movie. I think it was a Western. That's how it ended. He came to town to take out these damn dudes, these outlaws that was fucking up the town. And then when the town was all safe, they wanted him to stay, and he fucking left. He's like, no. And that was pretty much the same thing. So I know.
Shane?
I think that was Shane. I think it was Shane.
Because the
And
kid,
he left. He's like, no, I know what's gonna happen. I'll be back. I'll be back in a couple years. I'll be back in a couple years to put y'all motherfuckers down. So we good.
But you know what that is?
Might get too friendly.
That's the reality of the lone hero or anti-hero. Because if you gotta take the psychology of what the hero sees, he's seeing he either this perfect example. Here's one thing, I'll give it to you. And it's kind of confirmation because I was telling you, it was on my little thing this past few days. Think of Jules Winfield from Pulp Fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Pulp Fiction in itself, somebody was saying that whole movie was all about redemption. You take all four of those stories, it was all about redemption. Jules Winfield is the most fleshed out character because him and Vincent were supposed to die when that kid comes out of the bathroom and shoots them. And Jules Winfield realized, he's like, okay, God, I understand what this means. That whole speech that he says to Tim Roth at the end, that when he talks about that whole Bible verse, and he says, I'm the tyranny of evil men, and you are the weak.
You are the weak.
But he says, but I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying real hard to be the shepherd.
Yeah, I repeat
Each
that.
lone hero is the shepherd. Either at some point in time, he was the tyranny of evil men, like in the movie Unforgiven. He was the tyranny of evil men. He realizes that he has to go in and stop this crazed marshal or crazed sheriff. And he comes in, and what he realizes, he says to you, okay, you sons of bitches, anybody that wants to come after me, I'll kill the whole lot of you. Now, this is the thing which you got to understand. That's a part of the hero's journey. He realizes, I got to go in and do this. Like Mad Max Araki, he knows that he's just like the Hulk. Max just wants to be left alone. But he's the guy that gets put in a situation. Like that last Mad Max Fury Road, he just happened to get caught in, and when you see him at the end, he gets these people, brings them back to their village and lets them all live free. And then when Charlize Theron looks at him in the crowd and he just nods at her and he walks away, she kind of wants him to stay, but you know that's the hero that he can't stay because he's a dude that, okay, I can't stay here. That's the psyche of the unstable hero. That's the grizzled hero that he has to go. That's why Han Solo cannot sit still.
No, he keeps moving. He keeps moving.
It always brings me to who's right. Like, I always struggle in those stories because some of the stories I'm with like certain things. Like, is the Empire right or are the rebels right? Like, who's right in a situation? Like,
it depends on your perspective because if you think about it, Palpatine only wanted to bring control to the universe, so it wasn't so chaotic, right? Well, Palpatine. Let me take it off of Palpatine. Palpatine just wanted power, but he wanted power for a reason, right? Jason Solo became a Sith because he wanted the universe to stop going into these big galactic wars because he just wanted a safe place to raise his fucking child. He didn't want his child to go through what he was as a child Jedi soldier out here in all these fucking galactic wars all the time. He just wanted the universe to be at peace. So he took it upon himself to be the one to do it. And by doing that, he became what everybody else saw as a fucking Sith. You trying to be your granddaddy. And he was like, no, I'm not trying to be my grandfather. I just want this shit to stop. I'm tired of doing this shit. I've been doing it my whole fucking life. This is not what I want anymore. I want this shit to be at peace. Just want to raise my daughter. Now, everybody else didn't know he had a daughter, but that's what he was doing it for. That's why he became what was a true Sith and not a traditional Sith, whereas he just used light and dark the whole time. He did some shit that was fucked up, like killing Boba Fett's daughter because he was choked her ass out, in an interrogation room. But he was just trying to put the galaxy at peace so they didn't have to have all these goddamn galactic wars. He grew up through that shit the whole time. He was sick of it. He was just sick of it. So he took it upon himself, and everybody saw him as the villain. Like, well, you plunged the galaxy into another war. Like, well,
that's like the dilemma in the book War and Peace and A Tale of Two Cities. Like, who right, man? Like, is war natural? Like, that's what you get to ask yourself. Is this shit natural, or is this shit contrived or created just like everything else? Like, you get to like, yeah, it gets real confusing.
That's why I don't like. I think that's why the Dark Knight will always have that mantle for Batman as one of the best series, because what Harvey and Bruce were having at the table was like, hey, dude, the longer you go down this path, you're not going to be the hero. Like, you can't be the hero that you think, you know. And even Alfred told him, like, yo, dude, like, Bruce, you don't have to do this. Like, we already discussed. And see, I had my son watch The Dark Knight, but he wasn't old enough when it came out. And he was like, Dad,
you old enough to see
right. And I told my dad, I said, son, your narrative is not going to always be a pretty one in the eyes of everybody else. And he said, well, why do you say that, Daddy? I said, because sometimes as a man, you're going to make tough decisions where your household is going to look at you or turn on you, but you have to make the necessary decision for the survival. So Batman, at some point, even the Bat family turned against him. And like plenty of time, they're like, yo, Bruce, he was like, you're not seeing what I'm seeing. That's why Dick didn't want to be Batman. Jason was like, man, your methods are wrong. Alfred was like, did I raise you like this? Whose child are you? Like, at some point, the Bat family, they split up. They split. But they were like, yo, Bruce, like, we don't know where the hell you're going. So you're going to have it where sometimes the path you're going to take, it can't always be in the light. That's why it's like sometimes you got to walk that fine line. That's why there's like, Yoda said there's no such thing. Yoda kept saying the Force. He never said the good side, the bad side,
the light side, or the dark side.
He just said the Force. You got to think Yoda was traveling with goddamn a Fett. So baby Yoda was traveling with Fett. You already know he had some script in his head.
Hold on one second. So Woo Beast Charles, I see you in there. If you want to come up, the link is in there. Anybody who wants to come up and join this little geek jazz assemblage, you can come up here and play your instrument. Throw in what you want to throw in. It's getting the pot with the gumbo, man.
And to me, being okay.
Hold on, let me finish. And also support the stream. I still need 10 contributors. I have not hit 10 yet, and it's been 2 hours. I'm in a pissy mood, so I can shut the shit down right in the middle of people fucking talking and go on with my day and do something else. But support the stream if you're enjoying this conversation, because I don't usually have a bunch of brothers up here being able to, you know, flex their geek or talk about what they want to all the time. So support the damn stream. It's fucking Sunday. If you're gonna listen to some bullshit, you can listen to this too. I mean, what the fuck? It's not like I'm pulling fucking Kevin numbers and no shit like that. Look, I'm not talking about bitches. I don't give a fuck. I don't. But I'm talking about some shit that's interesting to me and could be uplifting to me. So, I forgot who it was. G, go ahead, G. What you got?
Well, but BMT, what makes me love the Dark Knight series was the depiction of the Joker. Because a lot of times people get these ideas like when dudes are doing bad stuff that everybody is about it. A lot of those dudes that's doing stuff is just in it for personal profit. As far as like, if you in the underworld, it's like drug dealers and they all in it for the money. They really not, you know, like the Joker was, where he was just, you know what I'm saying? There's always that one guy out the group that's like, look, man, this is the real, as Officer Charles, he was an officer. Most of those dudes aren't bad people, but there's always that one dude that's like, okay, this dude is the real motherfucking deal.
Yep.
He can't be negotiated with. He's not doing it for any particular reason that we can see or understand.
You're doing it because he like it.
Yeah, he's doing it because he like it. It's just like, this dude is a real savage, bro.
Yeah, Joker is a real, like you said, Joker is a real savage. He like doing that shit. He just enjoys doing that shit. Most people, that's crazy. No, it's same to him. He just like doing that shit. It's like that's why I don't believe in telling people like, oh, whatever you like to do is okay. No, it's not. Because what if what I like to do is beating people in the head with a hammer?
Even the mob dudes
of it now, would you? But it's
even
my
the mafia, like even the mafia dudes was looking like this dude just burnt up the money. Like, what the fuck wrong with this dude?
Yeah, like, you don't want the money? No, I don't want the money.
He get his rocks off from messing people up. I tell people
Exactly.
this is what I want. This is why I actually say one of my favorite villains, ironically, with the X-Men is Magneto, because Magneto's not necessarily as they get more into his character is not about necessarily world domination. No, he just wants to be left the fuck alone.
Exactly. That's why I always say with Magneto, it's very easy to figure out what Magneto wants. His own piece of land and leave him the fuck alone. Don't mess with no mutants. Don't hurt no mutants. And you ain't got no problem for Magneto. Case closed.
Well, just his whole backstory.
If they didn't keep fucking with him, he wouldn't keep coming back that much harder. Like, y'all just don't listen, do you? You just don't listen.
Like, how many times did they send the Sentinels after him? And he was like, all right, I had enough of this. And then he had to reform the Brotherhood. I was like, bro, if you would just leave. Look, he was on Genosha or Asteroid M chilling.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as y'all start messing with him or you start doing something to mutants, he coming.
Sending some missiles up there or something like that. Like, why you messing with him? He left the planet. Leave him alone. Look. Government don't learn. The government does not learn. And that's usually the thing with Magneto. Magneto just wants his own slice of life, his own piece of pie, his own garden, so he can sit there and farm his mutants and be cool with his people. That's all he wants. Just leave him alone. He'll be cool. He might even work with the X-Men.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, but every time you mess with him, he keep coming back harder, and you don't learn, so he keep getting a bigger stick.
Okay. And to be fair, he did leave an open invitation to Charles and them to listen, Charles.
Yeah.
Whenever you're tired, Mandy, just let me know. I'll come pick you up. Like he told that to Charles. Like they've talked. They're still friends.
Yeah, you still brothers. We're still brothers.
You still. I
don't agree, but we still. Brothers.
Right, and I think seeing about it that I wish black men would get. As polar opposite as Magneto and Charles were, they both respected each other's view. Like, we don't have to agree, motherfucker. But as long as you have your goal and I have my goal, cool. When you're ready to come over, come on over. Whenever some of the Brotherhood, they did leave from the Brotherhood, guess where they went? They went to the
X-Men.
And when sometimes they were like, you know what, fuck that. I just saw that mutant get lynched by the humans. I'm going back to the Brotherhood.
Yeah, right. I gotta go talk to Magneto, Charles. You ain't feeling
right, like Charles, I can't do this shit no more, bro. I'm going over.
Some of the X-Men joined the Brotherhood at times. Havoc left the X-Men.
Joined for a minute.
Yeah, he left and joined the
bitch ass.
Got a kid in the building.
Oh, my bad. Sorry about that. But I think the thing about it, I think when Cyclops crossed that line, I gotta get rid of you because you killed my friend. Like you killed my friend. Like that was crossing. Yeah, like they weren't playing when Cyclops killed Magneto. When Cyclops killed Professor X.
Oh, ABX.
Yeah, when he killed him, like it was like, yo, Magneto had a whole agenda. He was like, yo, dude.
Well, that was the thing. Magneto. This is the complex, uncomplex thing with Magneto and Xavier. Magneto never wanted Xavier dead to prove his point. He didn't need Xavier dead to prove his point. He wanted Xavier alive because Xavier was his friend at one point. He just wanted him to see that what he said was right. It was going to come to pass. It was. That's why you see, Charles. That's every time he actually got to a point where it was fucked up. He said, "You see, nigga, I told you. Do you see this now?" He didn't want him dead. He just wanted him to understand, like your view is kind of flawed, dude. You
remember when he was in You remember when he was in a coma? Who was protecting him? It was Magneto. Magneto was actually protecting him.
Magneto don't want him dead. He just want him to understand the flaw in what he's proposing. And if he changed it a little bit, Magneto would probably be on his fucking side. But if Charles is not there, who was the first one to pick up his banner and ride for Charles? Magneto.
That was
in the Age of Apocalypse, the X-Men was the Age of Apocalypse, the X-Men was formed by Magneto. Magneto formed the X-Men.
God, he picked up the banner like, no, this man's dreams need to stay alive.
I'm trying to figure out why all the X-Men why is all the X-Men trying to fight Apocalypse? I mean, not Apocalypse, but Apocalypse. I can never understand why all the
everybody's
X-Men
always
are
trying
to
to fight Apocalypse for one reason and one reason only. Like most people will say that Namor is the original mutant. Apocalypse is the original mutant.
Yeah.
With long life, right? Apocalypse, from how he grew up in Egypt way back 1,000 years or so ago, he understood that the only way you survive is by having the strongest there. So Apocalypse, he doesn't like humanity so much, as well as not liking weak mutants. So he's about wiping them out to make a strong, if you want to get into the Aryanness of the shit, a strong mutant race.
Supremacy.
He just wants the strongest there. That's why his horsemen is always bosses. like these folks is problems. You know,
think about it. It would make if I'm a mutant, why like that's what I could never like. The comics were never realistic. We mutants. Why the fuck is we defending humans? Like that's be like, nigga, we Africans. Why are we defending Europeans?
Because
that don't make sense.
The original charter for the mutants was, or for at least the X-Men, was that they were protecting humanity from other mutants who would want to do humanity harm. They wanted the coexistence. That look, there can be mutants here, there can be humans here. We don't need to be fighting on either side. We'll stand in the breach and keep everybody from just taking shots at each other.
Balance.
What they actually, keep that balance.
It was never the mutants. It was always the humans. Okay,
no. The part that they understood is that the mutants would win that conflict, but everybody would get wiped out in that process. That's why you have all these alternate timelines where the government just comes back and enslaves fucking mutants, you know, slap an inhibitor collar on these motherfuckers or put them in the dirt because they die just like other people too. It would be something that would just keep going on forever, and they didn't want that shit. So they wanted people to coexist and just be able to just live without there being an issue. That's why X-Men and stuff like that is always played up as the racial divide.
Like,
you know,
you can't do that. Here's the reason: you can't just kill humans because let's say two humans have a baby. The mutant gene activates when the kid is like 12 or 13. You see what I'm saying? But if you wipe all the humans, guess what? You don't know what gene or what timeline that chromosome is going to act. And mind you, certain X-Men were going about like whenever Cerebro would ping hot, guess what? Another mutant just activated. Like you don't know when your puberty mutant gene is going to kick in, and they have to send either Storm, they have to send Cyclops, Beast. They have to send certain people to, hey kid, come here. Listen, I know you've been having problems. Like every time you get close to somebody, like they start aging or start getting sick. It's your mutant gene. Like,
but here's also another problem. What they did with the X Factor gene, it doesn't always happen in puberty. You can be a natal mutant. You can be a pubescent mutant. You can be a latent mutant.
I'm speaking on. It was always the humans antagonizing the mutants. The mutants.
Not always. It was some mutants that were doing stuff, and that's where the X-Men would have to come in and fight because originally Magneto was the one that was actually starting a lot of stuff in the earlier issues. It was Magneto, and like, the X-Men got to show up to stop him because it's like, hey, we trying to put out an image that doesn't get everybody killed on both sides.
Because Magneto was still dealing with his shit from that
Schindler's List.
He was on the offensive. He was on the offensive about humans dealing with mutants. We're superior. We need to be above them and not dealing with this shit from them. So Magneto was out there with the fist. That's why the X-Men was jumping up like, calm the fuck down. I know this dude.
I was on Magneto's side.
Get him to chill. Some of them other mutants wasn't on that shit at all. They didn't give a fuck and a half. They was just out there fucking up people.
Yeah, so no, but that's the thing about it. Like you had the Morlocks that were in the sewer.
Yeah,
those are mutants that they couldn't hide how they look. It was what it was, and Mind you, Storm was in charge of them. And she had to sometimes go over there, hey, I got to go check on my people. Aren't you an X-Men? Shut up. I got people in the sewers.
She won that shit. Look, Callisto took a L. That's what happened, motherfucker.
She was like, hey, I gotta go check on my people.
Ugly mutants in New York sewers. Like, what the fuck?
Wait a minute. So you telling me they still live in the sewers? Like you now one time you said, hey,
wait a goddamn minute, Charles. Wait a goddamn minute. I got two things to say to you, sir. First one is you think you slick with that Black Lion security firm shit.
I see him. I
know a Voltron reference when I see it, motherfucker. Why do you get to be the Black Lion? You ain't fooling me. That is a geek representing his geekdom. Front and center.
Oh, I see it now.
Beautiful.
Well, what? I own the name. So, I mean, shit. But
well played. The other one is you on the geek platform. You can't come through here with a woo like you usually do. I mean, what the fuck?
Okay, everybody in the panel in the chat, get your cigars and your liquors. We hanging with our niggas. On 3, 1, 2, 3.
Woo!
Form, feet, and head.
Now form the head.
What up, Charles? All right, go ahead with your little soliloquy. What you got?
It's kind of funny because the X-Men weren't the shit since Chris Claremont. I mean, hey, gotta say that. Even though '92 X-Men kind of revived, but here's the problem about the mutants killing people. Yeah, you got so many factions that would actually you know what, we gotta take. You're gonna have the Avengers up your ass. Yeah, you're gonna have the report up your ass. Have so many factions again, and you gotta think there are mutants who are neutral, who don't want none of this shit. They just want to live.
Amelia Volt.
Shit, you got Buffy Dazzler, yo, start a concert to calm these niggas down. But
we start shaking his ass, playing with these light effects.
And you gotta see where the Inhumans lie, because one minute they beefing with the X-Men, the next minute they beefing with the Avengers. You don't know where they're gonna go fucking fight. Even though theoretically, do I understand very clearly? Yeah. I mean, you send one of mine to the hospital, we send one of yours to the morgue. Kind of.
Well, that's why everybody understand Magneto's point of view. Like, look, you was fucking with mutants. What do you expect me to do? Look, I'm a ride for my folks, which is the mutants. So if you're not fucking with mutants, you ain't really got too much of a problem with it. But if you are,
I mean, look what's going on.
Coming with me.
Look what's going on in Krakoa, where they have their own little country going on, their own sovereignty.
Mm-hmm.
You got so many factions that want to get into there. And by the way, I have to say this: I never trusted that bitch Moira McTaggart.
Not buying that.
Look, that whole Hickman's X-Men stuff, I haven't been reading too much of, but when they turned Moira into a mutant and gave her these pivotal abilities, that's the important thing. I was like, get the fuck out of here. Let Moira just be Moira. Some shit I don't like, because every time I've picked up one of these recent X books and start reading a little bit through it, all I'm seeing is shit about sex and people being lesbians or bisexual or three-way relationships and stuff. So what the fuck does this have to do with the X-Men?
That's why I quit reading.
And this current shit that Spain was mentioning in the chat a while ago about this transgender mutant thing that they want to throw out there in the X-Men. Yeah.
Yes, BMT.
That made about as much sense.
Hold on, I'll bring up the article, but it's some bullshit, and that's more of this Marvel shit that I said I want to go into, but I want to do a little bit more research before I go into it because there's somebody behind it. I just want to make sure I connect the dots right. That make sure that this person is the one that's actually.
You know, it's the real life Lex Luthor behind all this shit, man.
No, it's not. It's some bullshit. Is what it is.
It's writers putting in their agenda on like the like it's like. And that's what happened. Why even now the comic books have dropped some cases because if a story's good, you don't have to force. Well, Tony had secret love affairs with Steve. Like what the hell? Like wait, how do you go from Pepper to just I always love Steve? Like no, dude. Like see now that's a writer putting that bullshit in there. So like
that's what I mean. Yeah, but that's what I mean about these activist ass writers. They're writing this stuff in there because they believe they need to do this for representation. I'm like, look, diversity don't need to be everywhere. I'm sorry. I love the place where I get my breakfast, but I got all Latino women in there when it used to be men, women, black, white, Asian, or whatever. And now that it's all just Latinos in there, the service is shit. Because they'll sit there and look at everybody standing there waiting and just have conversation with themselves. It's like, you know what you need? This is where you need some goddamn diversity because it at least keeps some people on their goddamn toes.
You know what's real fucked about this?
There you go. Oh, and of course she's a redhead chick or guy.
Oh,
God. I bet you just look at the writer or the artist and tell me they don't look the same.
I'm sure she does. Look at this. Look at this design of this character.
Who is that, Miss Frizzle?
Dude, she looks like a grown-up version of the "I'm Not Starfire" chick. Are you fucking kidding me?
So is it a dude or a girl?
What's so
Ted Brad and Rose Stein?
Do you know what's so crazy?
Transgender, so it could be neither. So don't misgender her, or that's an insult. But a nigga ain't, right?
I will say this, and I will say this associated to what my homeboy who's in the music industry, he's a producer over at Rap-A-Lot here in Houston. And one of the things that that's one of the things he talked about because he's been doing podcasts with different people, people be interviewing them and stuff. And one of the things he said when he was talking about hip hop music, because he's trying to do a lot of stuff, like one of the things he's trying to do is like he's trying to bring classic R&B back. So he's been working with some people that's doing like singing R&B, not the trap stuff that's out now, like legit singing. And one of the things he's like one of the things that he talked about that he noticed, like when he went over to Viacom, he said one of the problems with hip hop and why they don't understand the culture. He said, look who's running it. He said, when I went to Viacom offices, he said, Universal, he said, it's nothing but women and LGBT people up in that office. He said, it's not no real hip hop heads up in there that's calling shots that actually understands the culture like that. He said that's the biggest problem that's going on. So it's like who's running this stuff that we got to look at. That's why it's going so bad.
Okay, Charles, I can tell you do detective work. You have done detective work before. Now, Charles, if this will be a lesson for y'all other little geeks in the room, right? If you ever want to actually investigate some of this stuff and you see something like this character and you want to know where the fuck it came from, right? Read the article, the whole article, and find out who wrote it. All I did was found Charlie Jane Anders, highlighted their name, put them in a search for Google for Marvel, and then pulled up a picture of this person. Now, this is the character, right? Okay, all well and good. Now I'll show you the next thing. Let's see if it'll actually pop up. Let me stop that screen, and I'll show you the next thing.
No,
I'm scared to find out.
I'm a little smart. I'm just a little smart.
Oh, this is the writer. Yeah, that's the writer of that fucking story.
Yeah.
Now,
the source.
Always
comic book fan.
Always go to the source. So when you see something like that and you see a character, I wish I could put these both on the screen at the same time. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, obviously. When you see something like that and you see this character, right? And then you see the person who wrote this character, now you see what's going on. They're trying to make themselves into fucking superheroes in a sense. This is not for. This ain't got shit to do with geeks and stuff like that. This is them. This is forcing that acceptance onto them. Not like they don't have acceptance already, but you have to stand up and agree that you accept it. This is the same fucking character. She is she, he, it, whatever the fuck, they, them, is a character themselves. That's a character themselves. Look, insert Al Bundy here. Yeah. It's like, okay, so you put yourself into a comic. Same thing with that chick with the I'm not Starfire book. Oh, it's not me. It's just you. It looks exactly like you. Get the fuck out of here. Just own it.
It's one of those. Listen, man. For a lot of us, we grew up. Yeah, we didn't always see black characters in comics and anime and all the stuff that we love, but we still enjoyed the goddamn. It was a good story. It was a good story. It had a good plot. It actually inspired us. Like, damn, like, yeah, I could get it. I can get behind that. So then when we finally, so we learned to pay attention to the story, the plot, and the character. So when we finally saw a Panthro, when we finally saw a Black Lightning, or we finally started seeing like black characters, we were like, okay, cool, you're black, but what is your character behind it?
Comes out this week,
like,
so I can't tell that to you too.
So we were already built and toughened by those kind of characters of, okay, I need to know what's your theme or why you're doing what you're doing. I'm glad that you're a black character, so we're rooting for you, but you got to have a whole good story plot to keep us entertained. No. Black people, we got a Black Rainbow Coalition character that fights for woke justice. We don't want that shit. I want a good story.
Because woke justice ain't justice.
Exactly. And especially when you go in the 90s, because I'm a 90s kid. I was born in the 90s, where I saw a lot more black superheroes being represented in the 90s than the previous generations. Like, I tell people, like, one of my biggest fandom, like a lot of people think it's X-Men, because it is, but that's actually my second. My first is actually Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And I got to see a black dude that was on the team that was probably the coolest character in Walter Jones's character as Zach Tyler, the Black Power Ranger, ironically enough. And eventually, just a few seasons later, you would actually see a brother lead the team in as the Red Ranger. And so I saw those characters. So anybody because I remember somebody tried to make an argument about black and I said, dude, that show has always had black characters. You even had a black dude lead the team, like just in like 4 seasons in the early stages. So we've already had these conversations. Y'all are late to the party. We've already kind of to where they did some goofy stuff on the recent season, because I haven't really watched as much, as where they had like a prom episode and they turned the Green Ranger. The Green Ranger is like has a girlfriend. I'm like, and they had a whole episode about. I said, okay, and I said, and what the hell does that got to do with Power Rangers? What's that got to do with them fighting the bad guys, saving the day, and advancing the plot? How does that help the story? They did the same.
It's Artisan spoke about this. BGS has spoke about this. AM has spoke about this. You know, within this woke culture now, it's your sexuality, it's your race, it's also
sexuality over substance.
No, it's that's your superpower now. I'm a woman, that's my superpower.
That's not a superpower.
I'm black, that's my superpower. I'm transgender,
right, everybody has
now,
genital.
that's my superpower. I'm handicapped, that's my superpower. I'm dyslexic, that's my superpower.
Oh God.
I
so
have
basically saying that's the agenda they're pushing.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
being fat is now a superpower.
And that's the reason why we have these Mary Sue situations. I'm like, okay.
Oh my fucking God.
When we see a Mary Sue, she comes on, she has to be tougher, she has to be just as bad. A perfect example, Layla from Moon Knight. Even though that they show that she has emotion and she's afraid and you know she's tough, but she's kicking butt. When she becomes the superhero, she's kicking butt and she's doing stuff, but We see Mark. He actually he's struggling. He's doing stuff. He's kicking butt, but he can get knocked around. He can get hurt. But just like what Dr. T said, a woman can only beat another woman, and a woman can only kill another woman. A guy can't beat a woman, but a woman can always beat a man, and that's the problem. And also, a woman is the smartest. She's the toughest. She can always have the problems and pain. She can always be going through something. The problem, she can break up with a guy, but if a guy's going through problems and pain and other stuff, he breaks up with a woman. He's an asshole. He's a joke. He's a problem.
Okay, hold on for a second, Micah. So, did I do something fucked up? Okay, so Spain said to look up the artist. I looked up the artist. This is Rose Stein. This is the only picture she actually has up of herself, but she don't look much different than this other goofy motherfucker who is supposed to be the co-designer for this shit with her. And this is Ted Brandt. Good old Teddy. All right, form a mental picture in your head of this person. And then you can see the person that's working with her to design this character.
What alphabet?
Who he is. Look like the same motherfucker to me.
Yeah, that's his alter ego.
Yeah, I was like, they on the same bullshit. I was like, they came from Image. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Man. Imaging, right?
Again, that's what I'm saying. Like,
four-eyed fucking normal looking ass people that this is what they want. And then the writer is, look, dude. I really want folks to make their own fucking comics for this reason and this reason alone. You don't need to keep putting all this bullshit into everybody else's stuff. You don't. If that's the comic you want to make, then make it. Make that comic yourself under your own banner. Nobody will begrudge you that shit. But you see these two motherfuckers right here. Here they are side by side on the same screen. They look like goddamn the same person.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm betting they're about the same age and on the same bullshit.
I think
you know what's really crazy about that, everyone, is that
this fucking character looks like all of them mixed together. That's the crazy
part. Pretty much, with our power combined, we form the hero known as the Transformer.
Oh God, dude.
Hey, the first one that I came across was on a Supergirl.
Think about that.
Oh my God, that
it's more important for you to be gay and to see a black male hero who's heterosexual.
No shit.
Talking about representation. Hold up, where's the positive, unapologetically masculine black dude? I say, okay, where's that? I don't feel represented. Where's that guy? Where's he at? The one that's not getting his ass kicked by the cops. Where is he?
Hold on. Didn't Jimmy Olsen play a little hero for a minute in Supergirl?
That don't count.
Jimmy Olsen was the last one that we did have that I probably said was close was Luke Cage. And that's probably it, because he was going around dishing out coffee and slanging and beating the shit out of people. And I was like, well, after that, they already canceled his show. So I was like, well, we can't have nothing nice. We're gonna have to just go over to Frank Castle because Luke Cage.
But now you got to realize, look, every time I hear these, because like artists, and I be in these conventions, and I hear these fucking conventions. Like, you gotta represent rights. No, the fuck I don't. I said, here's the crazy part. I don't see none of you bitches promoting fucking Milestone. I don't see none of you talking about Icon and Rocket. But probably didn't like him anyway because he's a conservative black man. Oh, and he's just as powerful, if not more, than Superman. Oh, you really have a tidbit of that. But we're supposed
Milestone and representation.
Yeah,
that's going out next week. What do you think that's about?
Oh God!
Hey, you know
that's
what?
Milestone for you.
I don't even watch a lot of the new stuff coming out because, man, it's like
Your little brother.
Yeah, I don't even watch it.
I'm kind of curious though about the new Avatar though.
Oh man,
I'm going to see that, but the other stuff, nah.
It's just one of those things that, like, again, this is why probably the only black cartoon show I thought did right was Gargoyles. I'm like, finally, well, you're not a black man, but I'll take Goliath because he's the only masculine shit we're gonna probably get for cartoon.
God damn,
As a Mexican cop girl.
No, I disagree. Static Shock was good.
You know
Static
what?
Shock was good. Yep. Black
Static
Lightning
Shock
was
was
good.
good.
You know what?
He was a little bit.
Static Shock
gynocentric,
wasn't,
but
but
it's
see,
good.
but I'm like, for when I was coming up, it was Gargoyle. Gargoyle was talking on. He was talking about everything. Listen, Goliath and them, they were dealing with everything. Like Static, he was learning how to be a hero. Goliath was like, yo, bro, my family's dead. My people are dead. I'm stuck in New York. Fuck. Like, that was it. He just like, I just got to make it work. All I got is the clan and some Mexican girl and this white man that keeps fucking with us. Like, that was it. Like, that after I said, my daddy's like, my daddy was like, that's a black man. Daddy, that's a gargoyle.
He wanted some of that Elisa Maza. She lucky she wasn't a gargoyle. He'd have been on her ass.
Remember that one episode they turned?
I thought they turned her into a gargoyle at one point.
He did.
But they also turned Goliath into human one time. And I was like, ain't that a bitch? Even when he turns human, they got to make him white. And he got a black man's voice. I was pissed off at that episode.
Listen, you know the thing about it was,
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so pissed.
You know the thing about it is it's
just saying.
The thing about it was just the cartoons. Brothers were looking for a compass of how to navigate. That's why it's very interesting. If you look at a lot of the black cartoons like Static Shock, Men in Black with Jay, a lot of them were like rookies working their way up the ranks. Right. They were figuring themselves out on how do I do this heroing? You know what I'm saying? After a while, Static was leading the Justice League. You know what I'm saying? And Batman, they were like, oh, Batman, you run. No, there's actually Static. Static actually built my suit and kind of figured out how to keep the league together. Batman was like, I'm impressed. I remember when you was a kid. Like, that's the thing about it, that we were looking at a lot of these up-and-coming black heroes on the cartoon series. They were figuring their stuff out on how to do it because they were like, I can't follow how my white predecessors do it. I got to do it the urban way. Superman didn't stay in no goddamn good. Superman
You got to figure it out your way because your way is not the same as theirs because you're not facing the same thing. That's why I've always said that your race or sexuality can't be your goddamn superpower. It can inform how you approach the world around you and how the world around you reacts to you, but that can't be your whole fucking story. It just can't. It doesn't even. It's not even interesting for 12 issues at that point.
Artisan, you remember how when John would go back to the hood when he would turn off his power and go back and just be a brother? Like, yo, bro.
Yeah, the closest thing you got to that is seeing fucking Falcon come back from being snapped, and he got to go back. Yeah, we still taking your house, but can I get a selfie? Fuck no, you can't get no selfie.
Oh, God damn, it was real for the brothers.
There was like a volume 2 of War Machine, and War Machine in the comics, the 616, he's from Philadelphia, and he goes back home to West Philadelphia, and he sees the same dudes he grew up with still on the corner, and they're like, "Oh, look at the Avenger! Oh, you mess around with that rich white dude, blah 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 blah," and he's like, "You guys talking the same stuff before I left to go into the military. Oh, you think you big and bad now? You ain't got that armor on now. What you gonna try to do?" And he's like, "Oh my God." And he goes home to his grandma and he starts talking. And his grandma said, "What you worried about them fools for? Some of these fools gonna grow up here and die here. You made a chance. You made a choice. You made a chance in this world. You're destined for greatness. I told you that. That's why you left here and made a life." And that was just something that was just cool, and he had to get that refresher course. That's just cool. Like how you said, we could take off the costume and we still be black men.
Look, and for me, that's what it's always about. You always have to go away and make your own life. You have to.
Now, was it fair? Now, was it fair to say? Now, would it be fair to ask you, brothers, that a lot of the black heroes had to divest out of their communities to go find their greatness?
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I just noticed Rhodey had to leave. Red Hawk had a lot of them had to leave their communities.
It wasn't divesting, brother.
Can you say that the same? I haven't seen it yet. It keeps slipping my mind, but it just, as you talk about black heroes and stuff like that, I just got reminded of it. Can you say the same thing for that when it comes to that anime movie Yasuki?
Yatsuki, he was taken. He was taken, and that's how he ended up in Japan. He was actually kind of a freed slave.
Because he actually know his culture. He was taken as a slave.
Yeah, he did know his culture.
He knew his culture.
Kind of what got me with that Yatsuki, because I did watch that shit. That's why I remember in the beginning of it. He was like a free dude. His whole thing was getting over on the fact that he was bigger and stronger than the rest of them. So learning the same techniques of samurai and stuff like that, he already knew how to fight. But because of who he was kind of bigger and stronger than them. But I think he was like a freed slave.
He was already free. He was already free. The reason why I said divestment, and I think we always take divestment as a negative. Sometimes, and my daddy says sometimes you have to leave the BS behind. And if you look at look at the old comics, Luke Cage, Red, a lot of their community, if they would have stayed there, they would have died, or they were getting into trouble. They had to leave. Go ahead.
I would say this: the hero's journey. You're supposed to leave the land of comfort or the one.
Yeah, it's called a journey for a reason.
You can't stay where you are.
I mean,
I'm gonna just say this: the thing that you piss me off about black heroism is this. Usually, when you're in the business of doing, some type of public safety work, and you notice that, like BMT said, we always got to play the rookie. Okay, I get it. Everybody got to start sometime. You rarely ever see the experienced, confident guy who knows what the fuck he's doing at any part. Like, how does the motherfucker got to be the rookie? What the fuck is that?
Don't do that, Artisan. That breaks my heart. That's Superman, Charles.
Not Superman.
Thank God I was born in the crack era.
I can hardly see it because I'm outside.
And I'm a Superman fan. That broke my heart. I'm like, why would y'all do that to him?
I will take the crack era over this era any day, because at this rate,
that's not Superman. That's some nigga who put on the thinking.
I wish they would do more with Superman 1 million though.
He's pretty much God. He's pretty much God at that point.
It's very hard to do anything with him. I mean, it's a trope. Just let it back in the archive.
Yeah, that's not Superman. That's his son.
Yeah, that's
his son, Kal-El.
Yeah,
I want to call him Superman. He ain't Superman because Superman's still alive. So.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
That's his son, and I'm like I said, like hell, you can't even use really much with Superman 1. Like he could sneeze and just give.
No, you saw that what they did to Superman, Clark Kent, Superman.
So
put him on a planet for a month or so without no powers and let him get raped in jail.
I'm confused. Are Kryptonians human?
No, they're Kryptonian by definition.
So how can Kal-El mate with a human?
Very carefully. Same way Superman did to actually happen.
That's what I'm saying. How did? Because there's a Superman named Kal-El.
Read the pro.
Another one.
Well, here's okay.
All right, they're not human. I'm tripping. Like, do we?
Well, hold on. Okay, so G, I got you.
They're humanoid. They're humanoid.
They're very indistinguishable between. You put him in a red fucking solar radiation. Guess what? They're just you can't tell the difference. So that's how that.
His mother broke it down to him in Superman 2. Y'all remember with Zod and all of them. She said, "Listen, your physiology, you really holistically can't reproduce with a human. You'll kill them." He's like, "Well, I want to have a family." She was like, "That's nice, son, but our physiology is a little bit different. Like they look human, but the insides of a Kryptonian, I'm not sure. As many times as Batman done looked inside that Kryptonian, he's like, yo, they don't have normal human stuff like we do. Like they're a lot different than us.
Their
So
DNA is different. Yeah.
The insides ain't they're not like us. They look like us, but that's the reason why they like you got to go get like mad scientists to work on them. I'm like, they're not normal. So
that's why I said they're humanoids, but they're not humans.
And so just like I think they even asked like, well, how did you and Lois have a baby? Like he had to go through certain processes to be able to have a child with Lois. They can't
like
just
an alternate universe.
Yeah, because nobody on Krypton was born from birth, right? They were all born.
That was in the movies.
That's the movie.
Okay.
No, they can breed with each other. They can make with each other. They can mate with each other, but humans, like, God damn, can you imagine goddamn super penis going inside of a human? Like, that's a laser beam going through.
That's all.
That's why I said.
Hey, I'm pretty sure she wasn't complaining about that 3 minutes, huh?
Look, that's what I'm saying. Read the pro. See how that shit actually go down.
But without the power of the sun, though, they ain't shit.
Exactly. They just waiting to get their ass whooped.
Please don't let the sun think that. And that's another thing why people need to go read the book.
Are they like the Eternals? Are they like created by like I'm just trying to wonder.
God
damn. Are they just like super powerful androids?
So hold on, wait.
Hold up. One at a time, people.
Okay, so under the different suns do different things to Kryptonians.
Right. Their cells always react to radiation. Their cells react to radiation differently. Different sources.
Just like kryptonite.
In other words, you got to think about it. Technically, if Kryptonians exist, they would naturally be stronger than humans because they're
depending on what sun they're under.
It's the density of their bodies and how they absorb sunlight.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Let's sing it all together. One at a motherfucking time.
So would they be like the Prometheans?
No.
No.
The builders? No.
Because the
engineers.
Kal-El found out that he doesn't need to breathe. Like, I think what was Mongrel's son told him that, like, yo, dude, like, why don't you use 100% of your potential? He was always afraid. Like, you could have Superman doesn't need to breathe. Like, does anybody ever? This is not invincible. He can go in space and just sit there. He's done sat in space for a while. A lot of things that we think he needs to do, he just knows how to mimic humans very well. You live with them long enough.
If you look at Superman the animated series, he even said, "I only eat because of only because it's habitual."
A habit. Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't.
The rest of y'all comfortable.
Yeah. Thank you. Exactly. Like the stuff like eating, breathing. You know, that's why Batman be looking at him like this dude right here. Bro.
Yeah, the mild-mannered Clark Kent, that's what he thinks humans are. It's his interpretation of humans as kind of weak, mild-mannered. That's why Batman always kind of looks at him at a side eye because it's like, no, because I'm humans at its peak potential at what we can be if I put my mind to it, as far as having masters and PhDs and being able to max out at 1,000 pounds on my bench, squat, and deadlift, and master every martial arts on the planet. So no, we're not all weak and mild mannered.
Right. One second. Hold the phone for a second. How you doing, young sir? I said, how are you doing? All right. So I just want to play this real quick, and we can do this Superman thing real quick. Since Malika is here, you know my cinephilic leanings. So here we go with this. Fair use, motherfucker. Fair use.
I knew you was going to put this on.
The ones about superheroes. I find the whole mythology surrounding superheroes fascinating. Take my favorite superhero, Superman. Not a great comic book, not particularly well drawn. But the mythology. The mythology is not only great, it's unique.
How long does this shit take to go into effect?
About 2 minutes. Just long enough for me to finish my point. Now, a staple of the superhero mythology is there's the superhero and there's the alter ego. Batman is actually Bruce Wayne. Spider-Man is actually Peter Parker. When that character wakes up in the morning, he's Peter Parker. He has to put on a costume to become Spider-Man. And it is in that characteristic Superman stands alone. Superman didn't become Superman. Superman was born Superman. When Superman wakes up in the morning, he's Superman. His alter ego is Clark Kent. His outfit with the big red S, that's the blanket he was wrapped in as a baby when the Kents found him. Those are his clothes. What Kent wears, the glasses, the business suit, that's the costume. That's the costume Superman wears to blend in with us. Clark Kent is how Superman views us. And what are the characteristics of Clark Kent? He's weak. He's unsure of himself. He's a coward. Clark Kent is Superman's critique on the whole human race. Sort of like Beatrix Kiddo and Mrs. Tommy Plimpton.
Hey, I got a question.
It's Superman. He's always playing human. He's playing human.
It's a cute thing, but it doesn't make sense.
So is Batman the Great Gatsby?
Hold on. Can't all talk at the same time. Charles, let G go first, and then you go. Go ahead, G.
Yo, so what's the deal with Batman then? So Batman looking at Superman crazy. No, I'm saying, think about it. No, think about this. Think about it. Look, listen, if I'm Batman and I'm the greatest of humanity, I mean, I'm rich. Somehow I got 1,000-pound squat and shit, and nobody knows. And I'm just this hermit billionaire offspring, like, and I'm dealing with the most advanced being in our galaxy right now. How, like, yeah, that shit weird, man.
I wouldn't say Superman is the most advanced being in the galaxy. He's just one of many aliens that's on the planet, and he happens to be one of the strongest ones.
Yeah, but even when the other aliens come, they like, fuck, the Kryptonian there. Like, you know what I'm saying? So they know, yeah, they known amongst the galaxy, right? And aren't Martians and Thanos humans? Like, I thought the fucking Titans was humans.
No,
Martian Manhunter could kill him. He's already, and he knows that too.
I thought humans were descended from the Titans and the Martians.
No, you're mixing up a bunch of stuff together.
Because that's what it is in the Marvel. It's like the Titans, the humans, and the Martians.
That's their own race of people.
We don't have any Martians. There weren't any Martians in Marvel.
No.
The only Martians that were only appeared in DC.
Yeah, Martian. That's why I call Martian Manhunter. John Jones.
Because it's the last Martian.
Okay. So where's Thanos and them from?
Thanos is from the planet Titan, but they're not Titans.
Okay,
they're humanoid.
I know they're from. Okay,
hold on. Let me break it down. Thanos is from Titan. Thanos is technically a deviant. Deviant wasn't not even inhuman, right? Deviant and eternal, right?
Yeah.
One race of these Eternals went off and settled on Titan. That's where he's from. He's from Titan. He's not a Titan. He is just from Titan, but it's still split off of this whole Eternals thing. Just wanted that split off.
Yeah, he's half eternal, right?
But I thought they were all somehow still human.
One at a time. Let him ask his question. Go ahead, G, and then we're gonna move on from there.
Okay, then this is my last one. So all of them aren't somehow still humans?
They're not humans.
Okay,
they're eternal. They're not humans.
I just had it wrong my whole life. Okay.
Humanoids, not humans. Humans come from Earth.
No, I know
human, but not be from Earth. That makes you humanoid, but not human.
Thank you, guys. I had it wrong my whole life because in my head it was like we are the last thing of them. Like they was the first humans was all the way up there, and as they populated the galaxy, it was eventually us in the end.
Yeah.
And we're the youngest civilization of humans. Maybe I'm mixing it with Star Trek, man. I'm fucked up.
Yeah, that's why I said you were mixing a couple of things together.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
was hearing it when it was coming out when you were saying it. Like,
I'm sorry, I was indulging in some cookies.
Yeah, when you talk about Superman, you're talking about DC stuff, and that's why I say always go back to the source. Go back to the comics of what Superman's origin and what that Kryptonian shit was all about. If you start throwing in Martians and then saying Marvel, there are no Martians in Marvel Comics. None. As far as I can recall, there ain't none. Beastly, but I can't remember one Martian showing up in Marvel Comics, even though they deal with Shi'ars and Kree and Skrulls and all that shit. Never seen a fucking Martian show up yet. So that's something different. So you have to try to keep all of that shit together in your head, especially when you got more movies than actual reading material in that shit. Because the movies and the television show fucks that shit up all the time. And that's what drives me crazy with arguing with younger people about what the real origins and what the real story was, because they keep remixing that shit every fucking 10 years. And
the video games too, by the way.
And the video games, throwing it out to a new group of kids. They take that as gospel, and then they want to argue with an old motherfucker like me. And I'm like, I'm going to slap the shit out of you. That's not how it went. You know? Go back.
That's hilarious.
Go back and read the source material before I spank you. Okay.
Hold on, because I remember when that real quick. I remember when that Wolverine Origins came out, and somebody was trying to say, "Oh man, you saw how Sabretooth was his brother." I was like, "Bro, Sabretooth and him are not brothers. Read the comics. I like read the source. They were just friends."
It was close. Yeah, it was close, but I kind of like the idea. I kind of like the idea of Wolverine and Sabretooth being brothers. I like them having a relationship beyond that. Like, I think you'll notice, Beastly, why does Sabretooth every year show up at the same time to have a fight with Wolverine? Why does he do that shit?
I forget why. I know he tracks him down every year for his birthday.
He tracks him down. Well, you said it. He tracks him down every year because he knows Wolverine's birthday. And he shows up every year to kick his ass on his birthday because Wolverine he don't remember his birthday. Sabretooth does, and that's why he shows up every year to kick his ass.
He's the only you know what? You know what? Oh my God! Thank you, bro. Thank you. You are a comic book expert legend. Thank you. All these years, I did not know that shit.
Yeah, it's his birthday.
What's painful that I'm listening to right now? I'm listening to a bunch of motherfuckers who never read it. I'm like, it's painful for me, and I'm just like, just to let you know. Okay, humanoid, defined as something that looks like a human being. Doesn't mean it's a human being. For example, Martian Manhunter, when you see him in his superhero form, that's a humanoid form. Not his
looking like a human.
Eternals are basically made from fucking celestials, man. They're aliens.
Yeah. They weren't androids or whatever the lifelike stimulants, whatever the fuck, until this damn movie came out, which kind of fucked that all up. It's like they're not androids; they're fucking people.
No, I'm saying android because that's the closest thing I got to explain what they. I know they not
that's
androids.
What they said in the movies. Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, I know they not machines, but they are not born like we born. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can break that down too, real quick. It's basically what it was. The Celestials came to Earth, and they tampered with the early humans, and you got regular humans who would eventually be mutants one day. That's where the mutant gene comes from. It comes from the Celestials. You got the Eternals, and then you got the Deviants. The Eternals left Earth when the Celestials came back to judge Earth and see how the experiment went. The Deviants attacked the Celestials, and the Celestial wiped them out. The Eternals didn't, and they left Earth, and they went to Titan. So that's what it was. They were human at one point, but the Celestials messed with their DNA and turned them into Eternals.
Eternals and Deviants.
So
yeah,
they are the same thing.
Hold on. Everybody back up from the fucking microphone. I can hear you clearly. Closer you get to that motherfucker, the more distorted and loud it gets. It's fucking.
Hey, I'm sorry, bro. So humans are eternal. Like they are the same shit. Like in the comic book, we are the same shit.
Let me just make a correction right there. The mutant gene comes from the deviants.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Regular
my
humans
bad.
that didn't get experimented on, they're just human beings. They're just the regular humans. The mutant gene comes through the deviant strain with the Eternals. I mean, not the Eternals, but the Celestials coming and fucking around with early humans.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all it is. There's two groups, and part of that Eternals group is what went off to Titan and settled there.
Okay, I don't think you hear what I'm saying. Like we not the same species, but we're the same type of being. Like humans are the same thing as Titans, and like they like humanoid. You saying humanoid?
No. Once you they're humanoid.
That's what I'm saying. We just not as advanced as they are.
No, once you start playing, real quick, I'm sorry. Once you start playing around with DNA, you fundamentally change it.
Right.
So they're not the same as us because you tampered with their DNA and their molecules. And when you rewrite something on that level, it's no longer the same thing as it originally was.
So we're not the same like a lion is to, so we're not the same like a lion is to a tiger. They're not the same thing, but they're the same thing.
No.
You get what I'm saying? Like a lion, a tiger, a cougar, a jaguar is all the same shit, but they not the same.
No, they're not the same.
Okay.
Yo,
Go ahead,
can I get in there?
Yeah, go ahead, BMT. And
it's one of those.
Right.
This is why you have it where discussions like the Beyonder, the Kree Empire, they always go over the lineage of the humans. Like, yo, y'all know how many times I've been testing on y'all to like make like literally like everybody uses the Earth as guinea pigs.
Exactly. They do.
literally, it's nothing to go do this. This is why they have treaties. Like, you know, shout out to like you got Heroes in Space that had to say, hey, you aliens are not allowed. That's with Earth anymore. Like y'all done made too many doggone things on Earth, and we're having to deal with that now. That's why a lot of the different solar systems don't like humans coming around. Because they done now they're
not
so
from Earth. Yeah, not from Earth.
They oh god, we're from Earth. Oh dang, now we got to deal with this. But they don't like humans. They're like, and that's why Tony be making fun of them. Like, hey, y'all came around and have fun with us. Now we're just out here now playing with y'all now. So it's one of those things. The same thing. Why if the Justice League wanted to, they could run amok throughout the galaxy. Hell, that's why they even had to get put on trial. Because they're like, oh shoot, the Justice League. Like,
so this is gonna be my last thing about it, artist, and I promise this is gonna be my last one. I'm gonna let y'all go. So basically, humans is like corn in Marvel.
I just want people to actually take turns in responding to that shit. You know, talk at the same time and get to trying to yell over each other.
So BMT, what you saying is humans is like the corn of the galaxy. We've been experimented on so much they don't really. It's like fish DNA in the corn. It's just like that's basically what you say. Humans is Marvel.
It's okay. So imagine this. Imagine this paper, this blank. It's nothing until I start actually drawing a circle on there or put a hole through there. Like it's a blank paper. This is why a lot of comics, Earth was it's like the perfect petri dish to do whatever you wanted to. And so after a while, you start getting different things. Like the Kree Empire wanted to use us to shoot a hole. Girls, people wanted to make a rail gun with the Egyptians. Like you got different things that come out of Earth, man. Like it's just one of those things. But ultimately, like this is why after a while, like you know, they start saying leave Earth alone, dude. Just that's like the major one rule for the most part, other than Darkseid, who don't give a damn. Leave Earth alone. Like any tasks, don't do anything. If you can avoid Earth, just avoid it. Like just avoid it. That's why they in a lot of comic books they don't mess with humans. They just leave them alone unless they got to deal with them. As far as it goes for Batman, he's very flawed. Actually, Batman is one of the most flawed on the league. I'm sorry. Everybody uses him at the punching bag. They're like, yo, dude, you use kids as like decoys for bullets. Like you put a yellow cape on Robin's back and you're dressed in all black. Robin's wearing bright yellow. No, what kind of man are you?
Hold on 1 second, BMT. Did anybody with a wrench snipe this fucking sex dating chat shit? Did somebody get that, please? Because I blocked it on my end, but it said it was an error. So get that shit out of my chat, please. Block and report, please. Because this is the same person that shows up every fucking stream.
But yeah,
were you finished?
Batman got demon. But yeah, just Batman. Yeah, he maybe has a peak of human physiology. He maybe has a peak of physiology, but Batman has the worst mental scars on the league.
Most definitely.
Like I'd say he's more emotionally scarred than mentally scarred. He's just emotionally scarred. Mentally, he's sound. Because if he was mentally fucked up, he couldn't be the strategist that he is. True. People wouldn't trust him. He's more emotionally scarred than mentally scarred. That's why he leans on his mental abilities so heavy, because he cannot handle that emotionally. That's why the Bat family always break up. They always want him to be something he cannot be anymore. They want him to be more emotional and talk to us more and all this shit. They sound like a gang of fucking bitches trying to get him to get the pimp to be emotional. Like, I ain't emotional about this shit, bitch. Get that money. Go out there and make these streets of Gotham safe. You know, no, but Daddy, can't you just hug me? No, I ain't fucking hugging nobody. Get the fuck out my cage. You know, that's why they always walk away, because they can't get Bruce to act more human in a sense and be Bruce, because there's little or no Bruce left. He's Batman. He's been Batman since his parents got killed. You just finally grew into the role completely. No,
he seemed like a normal dude to me.
You were next on the list.
Oh no, I was just gonna hit right back to the deviants. You know, y'all drifted off or whatever, so I was just trying to get in, just say that.
That's fine. You still had something you want to say, so you should get your piece up.
Yeah, about the deviants and the Eternals. You know, those genes. Until I dug deeper and and became aware of the lineage, of the mutants and stuff like that, where they came from. It was only until then, when I realized that ass whooping that the Hulk got from Thanos, and his ass, he didn't even have all the stones yet, and he was just whooping his ass on some straight UFC shit. And I was kind of pissed too, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, who's this purple balls for a chin ass motherfucker? Get up, Hulk! I'm like, Hulk. I'm like, what the fuck, Hulk? And then my brother was shitty too, and then I told him, but he was in disbelief. Even though it's the truth, I'm like, dude, this is why the Hulk lost, and it was fitting that his ass should get whooped like that, because he was fighting a motherfucker that has two genes in him that's like ranks higher than him, and plus the hellified experience Thanos has, because he's really old, like he's way older than all of them.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. This is the reason why comic book fans love the movies but hate the movies at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Because the shit doesn't make sense. Thanos is strong, but he's nowhere in the League of the Hulk. I mean, he could hold off the Hulk in maybe base form, maybe. But for some reason, somebody this guy
prolonged it to be a problem. Prolonged it would be a problem.
It's gonna be hard for him
to be a better fighter, even in the comics. Thanos is a way better fighter.
He's a better, but it's like they use Thanos as the measuring stick. Like, for example, they always have him and Black Bolt. I don't know why Black Bolt. They don't know what the fuck to do with that guy. They really don't. They're just bad writers. It's like Black Bolt can literally, he could do a lot of shit with his voice. Just by a whisper, he's either rocking or punching a hole through a battleship. He's screaming at you. Yeah, you're supposed to, the skin is supposed to be, like, you basically, it's crazy. Like, pick a struggle. Like, a lot of times it's like bad writing because it's the lack of creativity to make villains. So they got
creativity to have a good hero story.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, that's just like with Drax. Like, if you know the comics, Drax is the one that's supposed to be able to kill Thanos. He killed him. Yeah, he's the like a lot of people don't know that. I'd be like when I was broke down, like because on that new Guardians of the Galaxy game that Square Enix put out, and they was talking about Drax. Why my younger cousin was like, why they calling him the Destroyer of Thanos? I said because
That's
he's
his name.
technically he's supposed to be the killer of Thanos. He can track him down anywhere in the galaxy, and no matter what situation, he's gonna have an urge to fight him and kill him. That's why he was created.
Drax was created and designed to take out Thanos. Drax has killed Thanos. Put his hand through the back of that motherfucker's back and pulled his heart out his chest and showed it to him. Like for real, right through his back. Drax the Destroyer was his full name. He ain't a goofy fucking character. He's strong like a Hulk, and he is designed to kill Thanos, and he's done it.
Man,
But
they fucked
MCU, like Charles was talking about, the love-hate relationship with comic book fans in the movies. Like, we love to see this stuff, depicted in real life with real actors and shit. But they always get fucked up when they do it. They miss something. That's why I always grade these movies on a curve, and I can't be as hard on them as it's not exactly like the comic, because in some senses, I don't want to exactly see the fucking comic on screen. I don't. I want to see an actual fucking movie. Now, as close as you can get to that comic within the 90s, 90%, okay, I'm happy. I don't need it to be the comic. I've read the comic already. I just want to see how you do it in live action, because I know you can't do all the same shit on the screen that you can do in the comics, because I will probably never see a vast Shi'ar war with 50,000 goddamn superhumans all on the screen beating the shit out of each other. But I can read it in the comic. I can read it in the comic.
But brother Artisan, can I ask you this though? With that said, I'm wondering, okay, how can it ever get to that point? Because I'm in actual, resonance with you on that. But the thing is, though, is just the agenda. These agendas they're pushing, it gets in the way of their creativity.
That's where we'll never get to that. There's a line in, I believe it's Fahrenheit 451, where Montag's chief is running down how this society works, and he's talking about special interest groups and stuff like that, and why certain things will never actually happen to change the society, because the special interest groups will fight against each other forever. That whole agenda shit that's going on within comics and movies and all of that shit, that is that special interest group shit. That's what'll keep that is what will stagnate real creativity from happening in comics and in the movies. You'll never get that 100%. That's why I say there is no perfect fucking movie. So if you get it to an 8 or a 9, that's pretty fucking good. There isn't going to be one. It can't be, because there's too many other people seeing this as a vehicle to push their bullshit that nobody would pay attention to otherwise, that they're gonna keep using it because they're in positions of power to make that shit happen.
It pisses me off,
like
man.
us in position to make sure shit like that wasn't happening, you wouldn't see it, but we not, because we get pushed out for one reason or another. We too hetero, or you want to let your ball swing too much. I don't know.
Man,
it's one of those.
It pisses me off though, man.
But you gotta understand. You gotta understand, man. Like we forget how much Disney paid. You forget how much Disney paid just to get the rights to use Spider-Man in the Civil War. Like, they paid a pretty penny just to get to do the
made them pay for that
Spider-Man movies. They had to pay money to Sony just to use him. Like, development teams and teams you have a certain budget that you can spend. If you spend it all on just one goddamn hero, you broke. You might go ahead and get a few kids and have them play with cardboard and reenact goddamn Pirates of the Caribbean in front of a fire hydrant. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's true. Like, I read the Jurassic Park book. They could never, ever, 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 even in the 90s, recreate that book.
Right.
We probably wouldn't see that. So you understand, certain comics of how we want to see certain fights, like Batman versus Superman, you're going to have to find a well-fit old man in his 60s to go fight a chiseled jaw Chad. Good luck finding a guy who can do backflips that is 60 years old and walk around in plates of armor. That was what Batman was doing. So when you're acting for those kind of things, when you're asking for those kind of things, you got to think like, dang, who are we gonna find to go play those roles? Do we have the budgeting, the cost? And I'm gonna be for real. Like, I gotta agree with Artisan on that, and it hurt. I don't think you would want to see some of your greatest battles in like some things are better just on the paper.
No.
Versus, I don't think the world is ready to see some of the stuff that they did in the comics or some of the decisions that they made. Like, Wolverine is not a nice guy.
No,
he's not a nice guy.
Fuck, it took 20 years to get him to actually killing motherfuckers with his claws. I was like, finally. Like, that's what should have been happening. Lopping off limbs and shit like that.
Wolverine is a small guy. Like how they had him like 6 foot. He's not tall. He's actually short.
5'3".
And he has no problem. I've seen a comic where he stabbed the man in the groin and ripped it straight up. I don't think kids need to see that. Oh, I love Wolverine. Oh my God, Wolverine! Like they don't need to see that kind of stuff. Listen,
they need a
book. You're not selling any toys off of that. You're not selling any toys off of that.
Listen, after watching RoboCop and seeing a android stick 2 giant prongs up a man's nose and wear its cane, I never wanted to do drugs. That RoboCop scared me from drugs. I just knew crack was bad, and there was a cyborg driving the streets and taking a man's brain out of a cyborg and slamming it. I was scarred for life.
Message delivered.
Basically, yeah, like the game, like the Wolverine.
Good teaching right there.
The Wolverine origin game. I mean, and how he was fighting. Hey y'all, how he was fighting on the game. I'm shitty because I'm like, why is it so hard for y'all to make him fight like that in the movies? Like, damn. I mean,
because it's a different sensibilities for the movies than it is for the comics and stuff like that. This is why, even right now in the comics, it's a different sensibility. That's why anime is kicking their ass in a certain way.
Right.
There is some stuff that you cannot do in certain mediums. You just can't. You just can't do it. Like,
one of
the big things in comic books right now is having chicks look fucking sexy. That's why you're getting this transgender chick that look like she just crawled out from under a fucking motor or something like that. It's like, who wants to see that shit? Why? I'm not looking at a comic because I want to see a regular looking bitch. What the fuck, dude? I live in a real world. I can see regular bitches all day.
It's kind of funny because if you ever notice, they talk about how comic book artists sexualize chicks, but they love having Superman look like he's about to go to Mr. Olympia.
Yeah.
Yes.
To
your point with the BMT's point about they can't do everything. Look at every time they try to do a live action anime movie.
I got one for you. We can extra sexualize women, but this is what they want to do for Nightwing. For Pride Month.
What?
Don't tell me Nightwing is God.
Bullshit.
No, that's Tim Drake. That's the
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Bullshitting.
That's Dick Grayson.
Oh,
that's
hell no.
Get off my mirror.
It's coming.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, but
I guess nobody can't be touched.
No. Yeah, but like you said, BNT, like what I said about the anime, like think about it. Look at when they tried to drop that Dragon Ball movie and how terrible it was.
Blasphemy.
And I was like, well, and I remember saying, I was like, well, I knew it was gonna be trash. I said, well, you have to think about, look at everything that happens in the anime. Do you honestly think that's gonna translate well into a live action? I never wanted them to do a live action Dragon Ball movie because I knew that it was gonna be terrible. I said it would have to be so much CGI that it would have to be a 3D animation. Because there's no way that they're going to be able to do
whitewash. You wouldn't even recognize the shit.
You remember the first time I ever seen blood in a cartoon, when an American cartoon was G.I. Joe when they shot Sarge, and I'm like, oh my God, Sarge is dead.
If you didn't say that, man, you would have issues.
I saw Sarge go down. I like Sarge. I was crying. My mom was like, "What's wrong? They shot Sarge. They shot him."
Hey.
What's wrong with
Hey,
America?
I don't want to hear no excuses. damn it, I've seen a little man. They came out with the Avatar, dude. No, you motherfuckers can do better. Fuck that shit. Oh, we want to be sensitive because of the kids, but you want to push this other evil at man.
You gotta understand, we have
It's different. It's
we
different
created.
creative people. It's different
Right.
creative people is what it is. There are pockets of people who can get to do and slide through some actually
Right.
creative shit. Like everybody loves Batman the animated series, but why? Because Bruce Timms and them was doing something different. Now it got slid through and it was a more grown up cartoon than people was expecting because they thinking they just selling toys off the shit. That's why it didn't look like none of the other cartoons that was out there at the time because everything else was playing down the people. Playing them fucking down. They actually deliver something that actually made people play up because there's some episodes of Batman the animated series that seem downright fucking scary. Like is this a cartoon still?
Right.
This I'm kind of scared right now.
I don't know if y'all remember, they actually put that in prime time.
Hold on, Charles. Let's Malika speak because he ain't spoken yet.
One thing you gotta realize when we deal with personal woke agendas, especially when it comes to creative, when we see in comics, you're not going to get that great hero story that we're going to have because they're pushing the idea of the agenda. Because I don't care if character X is gay, transgender, black, white, Asian, alien, whatever. It doesn't matter. Like how BMT said, even though we had black heroes back in the day, and they were very not me and Artisan, we're Gen X. You know, when we saw a black hero, we was like, oh, that's like you seeing a raisin on a wedding cake. It's like, damn. But
what is that doing there?
Exactly. But when you saw it, it was like, oh wow.
God damn it, Karen. What the fuck is this shit doing on my cake?
But the thing is, what we had to realize from the 70s into the 80s, we still had the stereotypes. But then when you come up and you have a character like Adam Bashir, oh, he's intelligent, just as powerful as Superman. And Adam Bashir is created by a black man who wanted to see his own. But then he creates but also creates a good story. Why he's called Blue Marvel and why he had to cover his face up. But then, you know, we just didn't see him as a black hero. It's like, oh wow, cool, he's a black hero. What we got next? It wasn't just he's a black hero. That's his superpower. It's like it was like in the 80s, they always had to have the cocky black guy, but he had to be funny like Eddie Murphy. Well, who is he? He's just the cocky black guy. You know, when you got the black female, you got the sassy sapphire black female. But what does she do? She's just the sassy black female that acts like Pam off of Martin or acts like Marla Gibbs off of 227 or the Jeffersons. So these stereotypes became in. But now what we have now in this generation, we have the woke stereotype. You got the transgender person that they're just transgender. We don't know what to do. We got the lesbian female who has to be tough and she has to be just as good as the guy. We got the
divestment agenda.
We have the you have to the divestment agenda. The black chick has to be kissing a white guy, or she has to be kissing another woman, or if you got the black guy, he's very effeminate, or he's weak. If he's smart, he's effeminate, but if he's not effeminate, he cannot be. If he's masculine anyway, he's a problem. Or you get all these different types of woke idioms. Like if she's a powerful female, she's got to be powerful. She's got to have all this power. She's got to be kick-ass, or somehow she gets her powers. She becomes the Mary Sue. As opposed to where the guy, for hundreds of years, he's trained, you know, or the female comes in, well, I am the only Bat superhero. Like Batwoman comes in, she says, there's only one Bat superhero and it's me. But that's the big problem where you got to realize anytime you're putting this in, it's making this agenda that you have to recognize this and you have to accept it. No, I don't. Well, if you don't accept it, you don't like it. No, I don't mind seeing that diversity. Just don't force the diversity down my throat. And when you put it in these certain pop culture mediums, a lot of them are boring because you're making that diversity, or you're making that certain thing, whatever, if the person's homosexual, transgender, Asian, black, whatever, web feet, pointy tail, buck tooth, that's their power, that's their thing. And that becomes
because there's not a focus on the actual story. The primary focus is on, I want to put this kind of character out there, and then story is the second thing. And that's the problem. The first thing has to be the story. What do you want this character to actually do, stand for, fight against? You know, what is the purpose for this character existing? And then you can get into flushing out, well, are they a woman? Are they a man? Are they Asian? Are they Caucasian? You know, what's their whole makeup? That's secondary shit. It's not the primary shit. When you put that stuff first, the story suffers, because now it's like, okay, we got this, transsexual woman. What's her story? I don't fucking know. Like, in a world full of shapeshifters and stuff like that, what does it mean to actually be transsexual? Doesn't even fucking matter, does it?
Nope.
It sounds pointless. It's like, as far as I know, Mystique could be a transsexual because Mystique has lived life as a woman and a man. She got whole families. So saying there's a transgender fucking mutant is like, that's just a shapeshifter, motherfucker. What are you talking about? That's not new. What's the change in that?
I would actually make the argument to say that the character is the story. That's what it is. Them being a transgender is the story. That's the problem. And I'm like, that's the problem. I said, that's not a story. Them just existing is not a story.
Yeah, that's a disposition. That's not a story. That's a disposition.
My thing is, like, if you have a character, and this character is a superhero, but, and I hate to say this, is kind of saying this, the character just happens to be transgender. Oh, okay. Like how I said, how the way Tarantino said the story unfolds. If this is a superhero, right? This person does the superhero shtick shit, right? And you see the person in the beginning of whatever medium, let's say it's a movie, and you got this person, they're fighting people, they're fighting crime, they're doing whatever it is, what they do. And you see there's a villain and there's something going. Then all of a sudden you see the hero comes home, they're nursing the wounds, but then somehow they tear off the shirt. They have breasts, but then to show you the money shot, this person happens to have a penis and balls. And you're like, oh shit. It's weird, but I'm saying, but all the beginning, if you see the person that they were the hero, but then all of a sudden you realize, oh crap, it's it's not really a woman, it's a man that's transgender. It's like, oh, okay, it's interesting. For me, that's interesting, instead of automatically you're putting the person out there that they're transgender and you're seeing it there.
Well, not just
and they're also a superhero.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Hold on a second. Aquateki. Real talk, homie. You got to tell me right the fuck now. How the hell do you have a transgender robot when robots don't have a sexuality to begin with?
I was hearing some nerds talk about that on Free Comic Book Day. I use quotations when I say nerds. I was like, they was talking about the story, and I overheard them. I was like, get the hell out of here! Like, are you?
I'm asking Aquateki. I want him to fill me in on this shit, because that sounds like the dumbest shit ever.
I thought he was on the panel. Oh shit.
Yeah, no. IDW did it. Yeah, I don't fuck with it.
well. To add to that though, it's not just, I get what you're saying. I'm with you on that though. It's like, yeah, if it's just so happen to be so, yeah. But no, they get into it like their love story and their own soap opera drama and shit. I don't give a damn about all that.
Because what happens, Ray, is this: if you put that ahead of the actual story, then the whole story revolves around them and their sexuality and shit. Then it's not about them either being a hero or villain and fighting something greater or nothing like that. It turns into a fucking rom-com where it's all about their emotional makeup and dealing with who the hell they are. It's nothing about anything bigger. It's nothing bigger than their fucking genitals.
Can I piggyback off of that? I didn't mean to cut you off. You hit a word.
yeah, Spain, and that's why they're losing the license, and that's why you motherfuckers can't gamble no more. No,
and that's the problem.
Not the move
for a hero and a hero story.
Excuse me.
Like that's what you said. Greater. See, but that's the problem with the people on the woke agenda. A hero, their mission is bigger and greater than them. In this woke agenda, what they are and their identity is the greater than what the story is and what the cause is. Like the hero's journey. The journey is greater for them to reach that goal, to understanding what the goal is. That's why men understand that, because we know in order for us to understanding manhood, it's a journey. The problem is with the woke agenda is, and these people with their agenda is, they're pushing the agenda because they want to make themselves more interesting. That's the thing that's greater.
Okay. Hold on a second. Are you fucking kidding me, Aquateki? They made RC a male that was turned into a female. The only female robot you had, you turned her into a.
Bro, about to go off over here. Look at him.
My fucking head hurt, dude. What the? It's the only female character, and that makes perfect sense now. That's why they did it, because that's the only female one. Yeah, y'all give me a minute.
A moment of silence.
But that's what I feel. What it is, it's your agenda.
I don't even bother with this shit anymore. It's like it's they ain't making it for me. No. I actually liked RC the way she fucking was. Now, every time I watch Transformers the movie again, I gotta remember this is some dude trying to help Daniel and just being nice to him. Well, you rubbing Daniel's ass, that makes it really creepy now. Motherfucker.
Welcome to the territory.
Moving on. Go ahead.
I feel you on that.
Knock yourself out. Like, you kidding me not? You ain't gotta kid me. I believe you. Thanks for the clarification. Let me know that they turned the one female into one female transformer into a tranny. Okay, whatever. I don't know why we needed that.
He said they did.
We've been calling them Transformers for how long, and they done messed around and actually screwed with the Transformers.
We're gonna take that shit too. That's a good idea. I'm taking the trannies. The Transformers are gonna be trannies.
So we ain't gonna even be able to use that as an insult no more.
Fuck. Look, I agree with Spain now. This is exactly why they losing the license. Yes, you should lose somebody's license.
Yep, Hasbro.
What did you do for the fucking franchise? Get the fuck out of here. Fuck
Hasbro, like, nope, give me that back.
Yeah, like what the hell did you do? Oh no, you didn't clear this with the office. We can't sell no toys like that. No.
Hey, can y'all imagine somebody taking a picture of Artisan, right? Like he just so happened to pop up out of nowhere, choking the hell out of a director. Somebody got it on their phone.
Yeah, good. It'd probably be in a dark corner or something like that, like you're just having a conversation. Like you ever had one of those conversations? You go to talk to somebody out the cut, out of the way. You just got their hand on their shoulder, and wow! Just like you just see that motherfucker get doubled over. Kind of how it happens. Use that Dirty Dozen quote. Motherfucker slipped on a bar of soap. Man, ain't no fucking soap out here. Slipped on the bar soap.
Yeah, but with the woke agenda things, one thing that's essential that's missing with them is that they don't understand is that a hero is not self-serving. A hero is about sacrifice, and it's not all about self. And these people don't understand. It's like, bro, you can't. You're selfish. You're thinking about you. That's why you keep making the characters or imprinting your BS onto the character, because making you selfish, which is not what a hero is supposed to be. A hero it's about you make the greatest sacrifices. Have y'all not learned anything from Endgame? Have y'all not learned anything from Spider-Man? That y'all learned Doctor Strange? You didn't learn that they sacrificed who they were in order for a greater purpose.
Right. Why is the Scarlet Witch the villain of Doctor Strange too? Because she was acting on selfish desire. She wanted some non-existent fucking kids for herself. So much so, she was gonna kill her own version of herself to take her kids. Like, bitch, you out there.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty far off that ledge, motherfucker.
And
Come
and
on,
nobody,
man.
yeah. And just as I said on that tip, real quick, just as I said, man, on my stream, I'm like, my voice can't let me believe, okay, that this bitch lifted up half of a fucking building and shit to slam it on herself. You know what I mean? As to punish herself to make things right and shit. Okay, okay, like that's not gonna kill her. Okay, she's Scarlet Witch. All that shit she's able to do, and plus two, according to the comics, ain't no half of them building killed that bitch. That bitch still alive.
Well, that's what I said, and I said it in my actual review for the movie. I said that when all that Tower of Wondergore, that temple shrine or whatever, she pulls down on herself. I was like, you see that explosion of energy? Well, to me, she either stepped into another dimension because she had, fuck with America's powers, or she teleported away. The bitch ain't fucking dead. I mean, Wanda on the Avengers is always kind of looked at as, yeah, she a hero, but she did some shit. But we kind of give her a chance to prove herself. It's the same thing with Magneto. Magneto has been out there doing some heinous shit. He always end up on the X-Men. Doing something for the fight for right. They just understand that that cape got some blood on it sometimes. I mean, it's just is what it is.
And it's funny, bro. Real quick, I'm gonna let others talk. It's funny you mentioned that about Magneto, because I'm wondering if Rob from Comics Explained did Omega level series for Magneto. Like, has he ever gotten to like Omega level?
They just made him Omega.
No, but I've always considered, at least by Rob's definition of what he considers a mega level, I always considered Magneto a mega level.
Yeah.
Always. Since he first showed up, he's always been a mega level. When you can threaten the whole goddamn planet by reversing the poles on the planet, and you have an inexhaustible source of fucking power, the motherfucker put his own asteroid in space.
Exactly.
He didn't go to NASA and ask them to shoot it up there for. He drug it up there. Nigga, Magneto always been Omega level. That's just what it is. If you ask me, he invented the term.
Exactly.
Like, he their first villain.
It seemed like, because every time when I look at his Omega level series, it's always like the cat will have to get some external power source, you know what I mean, from somewhere, or from someone, to help them to become like
his Omega
overpowered
level
and shit.
series always points out the fact that people who can get their power throughout multiple universes are more powerful than everybody else. For me, it doesn't really matter in that sense, because if you can take on a universal concept like eternity or anything like that, or Master Order, Lord Chaos or something like that, you're pretty fucking strong. But being that you're dealing with people, human beings and stuff like that on Earth, if you can knock them off, that's pretty good. I don't need you to knock out the embodiment of the universe too. That would make you really powerful, but what difference does it fucking make? Iceman can't take on the living tribunal, but if Iceman stopped all the molecules from moving, he could freeze this whole fucking universe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the problem. Okay, that's the problem. You don't need to be able to fight the living tribunal for me to give you that kind of respect. I just know shit which you can go a little awry.
Damn.
And they just made Storm. They finally confirmed that she's Omega level, and like, it's plus, I'm like, the chick is creating. She was creating tornadoes in a vacuum of space. Of course, that would make her Omega level. They always had her as possible Omega level.
Because, and that was the thing. They never took Storm to a place where you would see her powers operating on anything else but Earth. Keeping her bound to Earth, you made her just an elemental. That's what you made her. And there's elementals all over the place. Like Crystal from the Inhumans is an elemental, but you don't think she's overly fucking powerful. Storm is overly fucking powerful. There are such things as solar winds. You can go to another planet and fuck with their damn weather system on that planet. That's what they never did with Storm. And I told Joe Heard this shit before. I said, you need to call Marvel because they owe you some money. Because somebody heard that conversation me and you was having on the stream, and all of a sudden Storm on another planet fucking with the weather. I'm like, so look, I get a lot of views that I look at. I don't know who all these goddamn people are. Somebody listening to this shit. So I just put it out there.
But I will say on that tip, until like was sometime recently through Rob, my God, like, oh my God, what they're doing with Wonder Woman right now, she's ridiculously OP. I ain't seen no female. I know it's a crossover DC, but you know, and we was on Marvel. But I'm just saying, like, I was just thinking about just females who are like OP, like powerful and shit.
Wonder Woman is OP right now, but you know why? There's
no secret to that.
It's a feminist agenda right now. Every fucking chick that you have gonna be overpowered. If you see this transgender mutant show up and kick Wolverine's ass, you'll know why.
Oh my God, dude! If that happens, Hollywood's gonna have to come with something. I am done. I will take a good long break from Hollywood.
Here it is, Ray. Maybe they don't fight Wolverine, right? Maybe they don't fight Wolverine. But you know how comics work. Every new character that shows up has to get their stripes from defeating some established fucking character. And if you want to establish them as a badass fighter, you got to have them fight like Wolverine or somebody on that level. If you want to establish them as being really strong, they're going to have to fight the Hulk, Thor, Sentry, or something like that. You know how this shit works. Whoever they put them up against, that's who they want them to go. That's who place they want them to take.
Remember they had that character Naomi that came out on DC Comics a few years back?
Yeah.
And she fights and she beats up Superman?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
What?
Yep.
How?
Now mind you, she's a character.
How? How does it work?
Now mind you, she's a young character who just learned about her powers, but then somehow she gets up and she beats Superman. And Wonder Woman's going to teach her how to train her powers. I'm like, huh?
How? Good. Because we need that diversity on the Amazons. We need some black Amazons too.
Oh,
we saw it in the movies. We saw it in the movies. What's up? And to Trill's point, Manifold is Omega. I would consider Manifold kind of Omega, not because he can talk to eternity, but because he can teleport fucking anywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the universe. He can go there. It don't matter. No matter how many people he taking, none of that shit. It's not like Nightcrawler, like I could take somebody, but I can only take one of you at a time. No, Manifold open up a portal and it's like, we all going, let's go.
Now
we here.
Would you think what about Lila Cheney? Because
Lila Cheney is good too, because she's like a universal she is universal as well, but she can't take as many people. I like Lila Cheney for the time that she was around. But I do like Manifold a little bit better. But he's a more updated character. He's playing on the whole thing with Gateway because he's still an Aborigine in a sense. But you know, they found a way to make a nigga the chauffeur.
Yeah.
Driving Miss Mutants. And Monica Rambeau, yeah, she is beyond Omega level for a superhuman. Spectrum, yeah. Yeah, Odin even know that. So look. She don't need to be here. She could have. If they were actually really smart with Monica Rambeau and Spectrum and her powers, because I did create a character named Spectrum way back when, they would have her vibrating like the Flash and going into different universes because she's just energy, and you can't destroy energy. So she should be able to go anywhere she fucking feel like going. She don't have to be here on Earth. You can get some Doctor Strange level stories with her if you had a decent fucking writer. You wasn't hung up on all this shit like, I don't know, she black.
Black girl magic.
Yeah, this will be your black girl magic, legit. That's why everybody got love for Monica Rambeau and don't give a fuck about Carol Danvers.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter. Nubia.
On that tip, real
y'all
quick.
crazy. Y'all
Hold
crazy
up,
as hell.
Hold up. I
Transatlantic.
saw a photo
Transatlantic.
for a new movie coming out, and the photo caption had Viola Davis, Marshawn Lynch, and that chick that got killed stabbing the Darkhold in the Doctor Strange movie.
Yeah, Sheila Team.
Yeah, they doing some like dichotomy. I forget what it's called. Some like African warrior, female warrior movie. It was a photo
They
from
do
this
it,
movie.
the African biker boys. What the fuck?
Like it was all three of them. They was leading like a group of like some African female warrior. It's supposed to be like based on like true historical. I said, okay, so we can do the black female warrior movie, but we ain't gonna get one about the brothers. Like, what's up? What we doing? Like, how does this happen?
That's why they ain't bringing back the Black Panther. They don't want you black men feeling no more full of yourself than you saw in that one movie. Fuck you. And to Trail Bentley's point, Heimdall in the MCU, Idris Elba was a fucking doorman. No, he's the spook that sat by the door.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he was. He is the spook that sat by the door, just security, just watching everybody else to make sure nobody come fuck with these good white people up here on the mound. Stay back.
And see, people
up to say that, but that's the same thing the white Heimdall did. He did the same shit. You can just say it the same way.
And real talk, I'm the type of dude that I actually have a problem when they do that, when they kind of race swap certain characters, because I actually look for that underlining stuff. I say, okay, so we gonna have the brother as the doorman. Y'all don't. That's why I'm mad about it. I'm not mad about it because they just switched. Because normally I'm a purist like that, but at the same time, I often look for the underlying. Okay, that don't sit right to me because of that situation. You got him as the spook that sat by the door, basically.
Yeah, you always have to look for, especially in a movie, you always have to look for the background agenda, because they will pick certain people to put black characters or black people in that role to play that character for a specific fucking reason. And it's usually producers or directors or whatever's own personal narrative that they're comfortable with. That's why I was saying how I said this in my review of Doctor Strange, how you didn't see Captain Carter get killed and cut in half, even though you should have. Now you got to see Reed Richards' head explode on camera. You got to see Black Bolt's brain explode on camera. You actually got to see Maria Rambeau get smashed by a statue. But you didn't see the other white chick actually get killed. You didn't see her get killed on screen. What's that about? Because you don't want to have to see that. You don't want to have to see the white girl getting killed. That's why Wanda couldn't be defeated by a man too.
Mm-hmm.
It's the agenda. She had to defeat herself.
Yeah.
I want to point something out that one of the white nerds pointed out. The statue that fell on Monica was Carol.
Was it a statue of Carol?
Yes, it's a long-haired. It is a long-haired female. The white nerds they were pointing that out. They said, okay, you're gonna have the black woman have a statue of the white woman fall on the black woman. What y'all trying to say, Marvel?
Combination, bitch. That's what they were saying. That's why she couldn't defeat Scarlet Witch. That's why Scarlet Witch got to beat her and her daughter. Like, dude, the white women supremacy is all over this bitch. Like,
yeah, right. And so much so to a motherfucker said that, and y'all may agree with them. I don't know. They said that Scarlet Witch is more powerful than Doctor Strange. And from what I did on my stream, what you said she is.
She is.
Yeah.
Nonsense.
She can warp reality. So
it's
she's
immune. It's not even.
And still, I'm saying, and I'm looking at the comics like fuck the MCU. No, hell no, no,
She
to
is
the
in
fuck
the comics
no.
too.
Yeah, she calls this House of M.
Yeah,
no, it's not because of House of M that she's more powerful than Doctor Strange. She is more powerful than Doctor Strange because she is not a sorcerer in the traditional sense. She doesn't learn spells. She is hardwired, tapped into that shit. She has it at her disposal because of Chthon or whatever the fuck, right? Doctor Strange has to learn spells, and because he is not the Doctor Strange from yesteryear when he was a Sorcerer Supreme and he can do all kind of crazy shit, reality warping and stuff like that. Since he's not that version anymore, he is less powerful than he actually was. So she is technically more powerful than her. But what's the difference between a fire hydrant and a fire hose? One has control, one doesn't. That's
Yeah.
it. He has control. She doesn't. So
I mean,
powerful, yeah, but she doesn't
I
have
see
as
what you're
much
saying.
control as he does.
I trust you. I trust you on that, bro. I trust you. I believe you. But man, but from what I've seen from Comics Explains video about it, his little 6-minute video about Doctor Strange, because he said I don't know he was kind of late on doing it or whatever. But man, from what he went into, like, and from what I can tell you, like, and from what I remember from this little
I'm a
quick
sub to
video.
Rob. I see his content. You don't got to keep throwing Rob in my face. I'm not going to start arguing with Rob about
No,
comics.
I'm not arguing about
By
Rob,
proxy.
man. I'm
I'm
just
not
bringing it
arguing
up,
with
dude.
Rob by proxy through your ass.
I'm just bringing it up, bro, that I've seen the video through him. All right. But yeah,
And that's his opinion.
yeah. But from what he showed was that dude, like Doctor Strange, he merged with the entity of the Eternity, I believe. And that helped him became more OP. And I was like, oh hell no. Like
that was at one point. He didn't stay like that.
Yeah.
He didn't stay like that. He didn't. He did it before and he stopped. That wasn't a constant from him for going on forever. That's why you always look at the classic Doctor Strange as being the most powerful version of Doctor Strange, because he could do all of that shit. He was dimension hopping and everything on his own.
it makes sense.
That Doctor Strange that we have right now is not that. That's why that motherfucker dead right now. In comics.
Damn.
That's not him. That's not who he was. He lost, what did they say, like 80% of his backing, like the Vishanti? He lost 80% of that shit. He ain't as strong as he used to be. Initially, when they first made him, yeah, he could do all kinds of crazy shit beyond Wanda. It's not where he is anymore. He's
Well,
still
I guess-
strong as shit to anybody else.
Well, I guess you can say, that she's more powerful than him because when he dies, she's still living, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just,
Well,
yeah.
here's my thing. Here's my thing with them. Power in and of itself, having more power than somebody else, I look at it like batteries, right? A 9-volt is stronger than a AA or a AAA, right? Okay, technically it has more power, but they're both fucking batteries. But if I can't run this car off of this 9-volt, it don't matter how much power you got, does it? You're not helping in any fucking way. Everybody can have more power, but if you don't have any control over that power, you are a fucking problem. Like Franklin Richards keep showing up.
Agreed.
Franklin Richards has a lot of power. He can warp reality. Yeah, what do you need out of a kid with an imagination, the power to create anything he thinks of? Well, that's make-believe land, right? But Franklin Richards is a fucking kid. Let me finish, Ray. Franklin Richards is a fucking kid, right? He's a kid. He's not the adult version yet who actually has control of his abilities and knows how to use it. So he's vastly more powerful than a lot of people, but he has no tutelage and control in that power, so he's weak as fuck to me. If you don't have any control over your fucking power, what difference does it make if you're more powerful? None.
Well, yeah,
that's
real.
You can't use it effectively. It's like a kid with a pistol. You're gonna shoot himself before he shoot the target. Okay.
America
agree.
Chavez and Doctor Strange.
Yeah, I agree, but damn it, oh shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Because I thought you ended with a period though when I try to come in. You hear me? So
I took a breath.
Yeah. Motherfucker. My boy. My boy. But no, yeah. And it's valuable too. Thank you. But thank you for this clarification too, bro.
No, that's just my point. How you doing, man?
But yeah, it's just you're right. I mean, hell, even Brawley, his power, him and Trunks when he got all super big, he thought about him getting bigger, he's gonna defeat Cell. He was wrong. So yeah.
Well, the Trail's point right here, he says you're actually more dangerous. Yes. Anime does it all the time. What do? They give children like the power of gods, and what you see happen every freaking time. The motherfuckers run amok because they have no control over their abilities. Because children are just all passion and I want this right now stuff, and they will destroy the whole fucking scene and that stuff. And that's why anime ended up being a little bit more, on the level than regular comics because we might have to put this kid down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember, bro. What I was going to ask you. Yeah. Hold on.
Block and report. And
but nah. Is Franklin Richards okay? He's not the Beyonder, right?
Nope.
And if he's not, and if he's not, does that make the Beyonder more powerful than him?
Yes.
The Beyonder or the Beyonders live outside of our universe. So they have more power in a sense. But from how I understand Franklin to work, when he grows completely the fuck up, because he can warp reality, that gives him an edge on changing what can happen, right? That's what his edge is that he can reshape reality. He has to understand that reality, but he can reshape it. That's why at the end of 2000 Secret Wars, when Reed was recreating the universe, Franklin is creating the stuff, but Reed is telling him what to create because Reed has the power to do it, right? So he has Franklin creating it to his specifications so he can throw it out there in the fucking universe and it can be there. So he's limited by his imagination and what he understands he can do or what he knows to do in that situation. Beyonder don't have that damn problem. They just power. They're just power. So I don't think so. Franklin can still be killed. He ain't immortal. He's still a regular human, as far as I know. But if he can see you coming, you got a problem.
And what's up, artisan, with this comic that I came across too, in relation to the Beyonder, that Thanos basically ends up defeating the Beyonder, and he ends up becoming the Beyonder, and his power like is so crazy to where he's everywhere. You seen that?
Mm-hmm. I don't remember that Thanos actually going up against a Beyonder, unless that was in the Infinity Crusade or some shit like that. Only time I remember the Beyonders getting killed was when Doctor Doom went and took him out. Yep. No Samurai Jack.
No Samurai Jack. No Samurai Jack. Do you have anything that my 8-year-old daughter might like?
What kind of TV shows does she watch? We got copies of Naomi.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, we do. Right behind you on this.
Okay, y'all come back.
Y'all don't have to stop talking. Y'all can still keep talking. It's a conversation.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Man, but yeah, that's all I want to know, man. But just right on, man, for that clarification, bro.
Yeah, I don't recall. I'm not saying it couldn't have happened. I just don't recall it happening. But
he did get the heart of the universe, but I don't know about the Beyonder power.
Yeah, I don't think he got it from beating the Beyonder. Because in Marvel,
okay,
there's two right now. There's the Beyonder and the Beyonders. They came along from Hickman so they kind of there's two different types existing in Marvel comics right now. Basically, is what it was. 25.
And yeah, I don't know. I've been wanting to ask you too, man, but it's been slipping my mind every time I see you in other people's chats and streams. Because y'all be on a whole nother subject. But
Is there something you put these in?
Yeah, I can give you a back.
but what is y'all thoughts on Death Battle? Because
Sorry,
speaking of
I'm really
Thanos,
busy. I'm sorry.
they did a decent death battle between him fighting Dark Side, and Dark Side
Why?
won.
Why? My honest opinion, brother. It gets on my nerves when they got to keep putting these powerful people together, and these exceedingly powerful people.
There you go.
They're the same. They're just in different universes.
Yeah.
You know, it's just people wanting to see who do you think's the best.
Oh no.
And I get tired of it because I'm like, well, why? They're the same person. It's just one is in DC and one is in Marvel. And people get on these say, well, such and such is more powerful. Such and such is like how we'll get on here. Well, this person is more powerful for that person. This person is more powerful, and you just get tired, or you keep hearing the same thing over and over again. It's like, why did it?
So refunded those other two.
Like the Superman versus Goku conversation.
First of all,
I hate that conversation. I'm like, why? Who matters? Do you like them? Because I like them both, and I'll read them both, and I'll watch them both. Why? Realistically, they wouldn't fight each other if they met up. They're heroes. They would team up. To be honest.
Your conversation.
It's okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
If you really take a look at it, and here's the thing.
And those comics on that table were free.
Dark Side.
That's why they buy the doors.
You know, my brother into comic books.
Dark Side wouldn't really even.
Mm-hmm.
He's not impressed with Thanos. He would think Thanos is wasting a lot of his time. If you really, because Dark Side is way more arrogant than Thanos, and that's saying a lot. But you see how the way it is. What I like the consistency, except for one of the New 52 DC cartoons, they always kept Darkseid like, okay, you're not phasing me. Okay, I just have to take it up another level. Like in the Snyder cut of the Justice League, when he was about to come through the boom tube and they cut Steppenwolf's heads off, and it's got through the portal, and he's just standing there looking at him. It was that stare off between him and the Justice League, and the Justice League are waiting. They're like, "Yeah, motherfucker, we waiting for you." And Darkseid has that look right then and there. I was like, "Okay." I said, "Yeah, that's Darkseid. He's not gonna react. He's not gonna do anything." He's like, "Okay." Boom Tube closes. D-Side says, "Master, what are we gonna do?" He says, "Okay, get the Armada together. We're just gonna have to take it up another notch." That's how the way they got Darkseid. Darkseid is not impressed. He is prepared to battle for whenever. Thanos, his zealousy is cool. I'm from back in the 70s and 80s with the old zealot Jim Starlin Thanos. Back when he first came on, when he was in the Captain Marvel comics. When it was the death of Captain Marvel, when Thanos came over, and then when Jim Starlin came back with George Perez when they did the first Infinity Gauntlet. That was the interesting one. I saw, okay, this is cool. But now, because of the popularity of the MCU, they put him out there.
Hold on a second, Micah. Shout out to the Bishop, my Yay Area brother. Yay Area. What's up, Bish? Go on, Micah.
And I don't know. I particularly do not like OP characters. I don't.
Me either.
And the reason why I don't like OP characters is because they OP. If you're that OP, what are we going to do to fight against you? That's why they had to turn down Thanos for the MCU, because we all know, if you've been reading comics long enough, Thanos is godlike in the comics.
Mm-hmm.
And when you put that Infinity Gauntlet on him, Thanos was kick ass before he had the Infinity Gauntlet.
Yep.
He's half deviant, he's half eternal, but then also this guy also did more experiments on himself with magic, sorcery, and cybernetics to make himself even more powerful.
Yep.
Then he gets the gemstones and the gauntlets and takes him to god level power. And then he's just like a little kid with a bunch of matches and gasoline on a playground, and he just burns up the whole MCU with the Infinity Gauntlet. But then when you have, that's why it's never really good to have the Hulk on the Avengers. That's why it's never really good to have Magneto on the X-Men, because you have OP characters. Like when they start putting these Omega level characters out, I'm like, okay, what is the benchmark to Omega level? You know what I mean?
But it seems like the benchmark for Omega level is if you can do something outside of your universe, that's automatically making you Omega level. But the problem is, as soon as you set an Omega level standard, everybody wants to keep putting the character up there on that same tier.
Exactly.
Everybody does not need to be up there on that same tier, because I'm fine with having powerful characters in the universe. I don't need a whole pantheon of fucking Omega level people, because all you're saying is these are the new guys we need to worship.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
Like
I
Dr.
like a strong character. I like a strong character with a lot of power. Thanos is a universal constant, not Franklin Richards, because Franklin Richards is a fucking child. He didn't exist until Reed and Sue got bombarded with cosmic radiation, busted one, shot up the club one night with his stretchy dick, and then he came out. Okay? He's not a universal constant. He's just a kid with a lot of goddamn power all of a sudden. Now, be that as it may, Thanos will always be here in this universe. He has a point that makes him a universal constant. He has a purpose in this universe to keep staying here. That's why even when he dies, he, like Spain is saying in there, Thanos can't die because he got a restraining order against him by death. Yes, because she liked fucking with him for a while, but that nigga crazy. He won't leave her alone, so she ain't letting him come there with her.
Mm-hmm.
She don't want to have to deal with his ass like that. Thanos will exist in space outside the fucking universe until he can get back in. Okay? That's how much of a constant he is. He has to be here. He has to go after the Infinity Stones. He's always going to have to do that. Franklin does not have a purpose like that. He doesn't. No matter what time travel shit you say, well, later on in, 3,000 years in the future, we do something important. Well, good. Now we just got to wait 3,000 goddamn years to see you do something epic, right? Fuck you. It's not that goddamn important like that. I don't mind a tough villain to beat. I don't mind a tough hero that's pretty strong, but you got to have a weakness. If you ain't got no weakness, if you can't have your ass kicked, I'm not actually interested. That's why, while I like Superman and his mythos, and I like Thor and his mythos, I don't get into reading a lot of Superman or Thor because I don't like overpowerful people that can't have their ass whooped. I don't believe in that shit. I do not believe it at all. Everybody got a goddamn weakness. And if you don't believe me, ask Mr. Sinister.
Oh,
everybody got
Nathaniel
one.
Ethics.
Yeah, ask Nathaniel. Shit, he'll find it. He'll know because
he'll figure it out. That's why I actually like.
Or Beasley, talk to Dark Beast.
Oh yes,
Henry McCoy he know their weakness. He found it.
Oh, Professor Xavier, the Xavier protocols.
Xavier protocols. Look, everybody got a fucking weakness.
He said, what Xavier say how to kill Wolverine. You got to cut his head off from his body and make sure it does not attach.
And that was only when he didn't have the adamantium on his body.
Yep.
Detach his head, remove it from the immediate area so it cannot heal and reattach itself, and then nuke the body. Okay, then you're working with something. You'll be a head floating in a jar somewhere for a while. Other than that, adamantium, feral rage, you got a problem. Get out the way.
You need that sword. That Silver Samurai had. That's what you need to stop him at that point.
Matsumitsu blade or something like that. That
yes.
negates the healing factor. Yeah.
Yes, you need that to kill him. Yeah, the missile. Yes.
Yeah, you need that sword because otherwise you're gonna have a problem with him. But that's just the way the character is set up. The character is not set up that he has no fucking weaknesses. He has weaknesses. That's what makes a hero is overcoming his fucking weaknesses, not having none whatsoever. So I'm just unbeatable. That's how you make villains. That's why Darkseid walk around with his hands behind his back because nobody
Thank
knows
you.
necessarily his weakness. As far as all the rest of the motherfuckers on Apocalypse know, he ain't got no goddamn weaknesses. And we've tried. We've tried to find him. He smacked down everybody. But
Look,
get him
his
fucking with a
fight.
Kryptonian, you might find out something.
Look, on the game, if you played Injustice 2, how does he fight? He fights with his hands behind his back and he just pimp slap you. That's his attack. He just pimp slaps you.
Yeah, thank you, Tutria. Muramasa, the Muramasa blade. Sorry, I'm not pronouncing my Japanese correctly. Muramasa blade. Yeah. So, this will actually lead into a good point. And shout out to the nameless protagonist who did an awesome stream yesterday about power and force and power and how to apply that, overlaying his concept onto the Jedi lightsaber forms and stuff like that. Simplest version of it is understanding that force is what you can do in one moment. Power is what you can do for a sustained amount of time. If you take that to this conversation we having about who's the most powerful or whatever, how long can any of these people actually exert what they do? The Hulk is powerful because he can do it for a long period of time, right? But Thanos has that force. He can kill Hulk in one turn if he wanted to. He don't want to get into a prolonged fight with him. But in that moment, when he figure out he fighting the Hulk, he can take his ass out. He's smart enough to take his ass out. That's what you saw in Endgame. He beat his ass. Now, while everybody is pissed off because Hulk is that vehicle for everybody who's always wants to be powerful and never want to be weak and got disappointed when Hulk got his ass kicked, this is MCU base power Hulk. Couldn't hang with somebody who could actually fucking fight. He's only good at beating up on people who are not as strong as him and can't go as long as him. That's why he didn't beat Thor. Thor could go with him and enjoyed that shit. Who won? He's a brute. He is not a refined fighter. Thanos, what you saw was refined fighting. That's why he was giving that motherfucker combinations and slipping under his jab and giving them the 1-2, the 2-piece and the biscuit. Knee shots, elbow shots, and shit. He wasn't ready for that shit. So that's why I didn't have a problem with him being shook and not wanting to come back out of Banner. Like, nah, that nigga beat my ass. I ain't coming back out there. What you want me to do? You saw what he did the last time? Nah, I gave him what I got, man. It wasn't enough. I'm good.
Can I add something to that too, brother?
Please
Remember,
do.
we just got finished talking about World War Hulk and World Crushing Hulk.
War Breaker. Yeah.
War Breaker. In World War Hulk, he became a refined fighter on that war planet.
That's why World Breaker was so dangerous.
When he came back here, and you got to understand something, he didn't have the rage. He didn't have he was separated from Banner. Only thing was he was pissed off and he wanted vengeance for what they did to him. And also, I put it this way, he had the zealousy and the focus and the drive like Thanos and Darkseid. If they did it, you know what I would have loved to see? And if they kept it for a while, if they made Hulk into a badass anti-hero villain like Thanos or Darkseid, I would have been like, yeah, I could see it. Because now you got a bad kick-ass character like that who's focused and driven. He's like, forget that.
Closest you get to that to me is that's what Maestro is. Maestro is a play at making Hulk a Darkseid level fucking threat.
You're right. I forgot about
Maestro.
Maestro.
Is devious. He's smart. He got all the strength that he in the world that he would actually fucking need. Even though he just in one form, he's not getting bigger and stronger. He's just strong as shit. And the problem is not that he's strong. The problem is that motherfucker is smart. He's smart as hell. He's cunning. That's what makes him a damn problem. On top of having that fucking Hulk level damn strength, that's what makes him a problem. That's why you like Maestro. You don't like him because he can just beat the shit out of people. You like him that he can beat the shit out of people in more than one way, more than just his hands. You can put them hands on you, or you can put that mind on you. Either way, you're gonna get your ass beat.
and that's badass right there.
Yeah, that's what makes him more fun. That's why I like the Hulk, but I like the Hulk when he's actually in control. Like, you can say my favorite version of the Hulk was Joe Fixit because he's actually in control of himself. He knows what's going on. Or you separate the two of them, and Hulk is just Hulk, and Banner is just Banner, and then Hulk is still strong, but he actually thinks. You see how Hulk thinks, and not how Banner thinks.
But ain't the Immortal Hulk the strongest out of all of them?
Well, they just made up a new fucking form for him. I think who is it? Donny Cates is writing Hulk right now. He got some fucking Titan form now. I'm like,
really?
This shit sound ridiculous. What the fuck is he doing?
Wow, a Titan form, dude. Damn.
How does that work? Is it like, because you know he also has the Heart of the Monsters where he kept fighting and he just kept getting bigger in the dark dimension, and till they had to actually get Strange and all of them to say, hey, come get him and She-Hulk out of this universe. They are tearing this place apart.
Yeah, that's a different thing. This Titan form is supposed to be like his ultimate level. They still writing this story right now. This story is going on right now, right? So how that is going to flesh out completely is not necessarily known. But this is supposed to be like his strongest form past fucking World Breaker and Heart of the Monster. This is supposed to be way past that shit. So I guess we gonna make the Hulk into a fucking Super Saiyan at this point. is what I'm hearing, which is not
basically.
It's not enthusing me any. It's like, well, how much more brute strength do you have to have? Just go ahead and fucking tell me. Just give it to me.
And see, that's
in lieu of actual character development. Give me.
I've actually that's actually one of the reasons why I've never really been a big fan of the Hulk, even though I've always liked them. Yeah, to come through and just crush stuff. The unlimitless power that they can have. I'm like, okay, at some point he got to be able to be taken out by somebody. Even they had to do that with Superman. They had to give him a weakness at some point. So Hulk, other than God level people like Zeus one punching him or Sentry going toe to toe with him, I say you gotta have there's got to be a cap on his powers. He can't just
you have to have a flip. To me, the most interesting characters are the characters who have a weakness. They can be powerful as shit, they can, but they gotta have a fucking weakness. They have to have a fucking weakness. You have to have some way to actually trip them up or be able to defeat them. Because just say Achilles in Greek mythology, he was the best warrior that they ever seen, right? But he did have a flaw, and it was a small one, but it could be exploited if you knew what it was. I don't believe in an all-powerful, unbeatable fucking person. I just don't. It's just my disposition. I don't believe in that shit.
You know
that's
why?
Why is, put it to you this way, why is the Batman Who Laughs more exciting than Batman? Because it proves Batman can be beat, and the Joker beat him by dying. That's it. Joker beat him by fucking dying. And in the Joker dying, he made Batman become him. That's why the Batman Who Laughs is the most dangerous form of fucking Batman. That's why. He can be beat. Yeah, prep time is his superpower and money, apparently. Okay, fine. He had prep time. What happened? Lost it for that second, and that was it. Got his ass. Got you.
But did the Batman Who Laughs though? Did he get defeated? I'm not sure. I'm asking.
Batman Who Laughs got defeated too, because at the end of the day, how you doing? Still Bruce. Still Bruce. He still got a weakness too.
Oh yeah, from Dark Knight's Metal.
He's still got a weakness too. Everybody has to have a weakness, especially in comics.
Everybody I can mind that the weakness though is just like, okay, I just want to see like how you're able to maneuver it, you know what I mean, like work with it while applying like your powers and using it, you know, in a cunning and witty way, you know, to get over on another opponent that's just as powerful or more powerful than you.
Do you know why we need weaknesses in characters? We need a weakness because we as human beings, we have to relate to them in story. And another thing is, if you have a weakness, it teaches you, the reader and the audience, how to get over and to deal
overcome
with things in life. That's why the Mary Sue concept is bad. The Gary Sue concept is bad. The woke agenda concept characters that have their agenda forefront is bad because you're not teaching anyone how to deal with something. When you give Hulk all these powers and everything and doing all this other stuff, when you keep making omega level mutants, when you keep making OP characters, it's like, okay, I understand you're trying to make a story, but it gets to a problem when you keep doing that.
Told you I was gonna find that shit. No, I agree. The only part for me, the only people I really want to see keep getting more powerful and being almost nigh unbeatable is a villain. I don't need a hero like that. I need a villain like that because I want the hero to actually overcome something.
Yes.
I want him to overcome something. And
Well,
even
in
the
that
villain got a weakness.
Well, in that
Even
regard,
Doomsday could die. Go ahead.
You muted, Ray.
Is he talking?
I was on the porch and shit, and the neighbor, starting cutting his grass and shit.
Okay.
When I came in,
Thank you for muting.
yeah, yeah, right.
But
But
Charles, I heard the whole weed whacker start up. Like, I gotta mute that shit.
but yes, and what you're saying, bro, to put it in a nutshell, and this character in particular, is anime. I rock with really hard, and he's not your typical protagonist, and that's Guts from Berserk.
Yes.
So basically, that's basically what you're saying. You know
A
what I mean?
messed up origin story, but
Yeah.
But
Can I tell you
as far as I
something?
know from Berserk, Guts suffers through that shit. As far as I recall from Berserk, I haven't read a lot of Berserk. I got
And
a
it
bunch of
just,
it in front of my face right now, but I haven't read it. But as
I
far
mean,
as I
but
know, Guts suffers for all that shit that he does.
yeah, and think about how like related that is to us though, like in real life. You know what I mean? Like this motherfucker end up getting a sacrificial brand put on him, to cause these demons, to hunt him, damn it, every fucking night and shit. And he got to fight them off in order to live.
Yeah, fuck all that. That's a bit much. I don't know. I just don't want to see people without weaknesses. I want to see my heroes overcome something. Even a villain that is
Right.
way powerful has a weakness. And because I'm living in the real world and seeing people always have their weaknesses. And I don't see that as a bad point, but there is a weak spot in everything. This is why I like the character of Karnak, right? The Inhuman. Because what is his ability? His ability is just to see the weakness in all things. Everything has a fucking weakness. There is a weak point in everything. Any structure you build, anything that happens, any argument that you have, there is, even if it's a pinpoint, there is a weakness there. He sees all of that shit. It's a gift and a curse at the same time. Because then you have to deal with that shit. You always have to deal with that and make that weakness into a strength. You always have to. It's like Storm is omega level mutant, right? You put her ass in a little room, what happened? You got a problem. Because the bitch claustrophobic. Okay. Cyclops got optic beams that can rip through steel and all the rest of that shit. Slap his ass in the head, knock the visor off, then what you got? A loose cannon.
Rogue can't touch nobody.
Yeah. All right. Rogue horny as hell one day. What happens? She roll over and Gambit just trying to sit there and try to give her a little bit of a tease. What happened? Hand fall on his penis. The motherfucker dead in a minute. Everybody got a downside. Bobby Drake ain't paying attention. He frees everybody. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Damn, why you so cold, girl? She dead, nigga.
Well, it goes back to the archetypes in literature. You want the character to have that unhealable wound. Like that is something that they constantly have to overcome, and the wound is either physical or mental. And when you don't follow the rules of literature, this is how we end up with the Gary Sues and the Mary Sues, because you're not following classic literature, and classic literature speaks to the human subconscious. Like I said about the Star Wars, why I could not go back and watch The Last Jedi, because it was my subconscious brain was like, hey, this is crap. Why are you trying to fight and act like this is good? No, this is great. No, this is terrible.
The nerd was talking to the beast. Like, what you doing? Like, why you? No, this don't work, dude. This ain't scientifically right. Like, no, I'm just watching. No, man, don't do this to us. Don't do this to us.
You BSing, but that really was the conversation I was having with that inner voice. So I was like, this is not good.
My
Stop
inner
it.
voice yell all the time. My inner voice yell all the time. That's why I get so pissed off when I watch some of this stuff. That's why every time I talk about Dark Phoenix, I'm channeling my inner voice that was pissed off watching that shit. Like, I'll be telling them about that shit again. I'm still pissed off. I'm mad you took me to that shit. That's what he do. That's what he do the whole fucking time. Just pissed. Just pissed. Just pissed. Like, I'm mad I watched that goddamn movie, dude.
My inner voice got that Dr. T.S. Johnson face. Like, for real? This is what we're doing now?
My Jimmy Cricket be smoking cigars mad than a motherfucker. Like, I'm mad as fuck at you. Don't look in this mirror. Don't look in this mirror. I will looking back at you, nigga. That bullshit ass movie. That's why it took me so long to actually do the review for that shit. Because I'm serious. Dude, that was a soul suck. I couldn't do it. I righteously really had to force myself to finish that shit, to actually put it out.
And everybody like, artisan, when we going to get? And he's like, man.
What's taking so long? He take forever to put out videos. Man, fuck you. I get invested in shit.
Hey, wait, hold on. What is that I catch, bro? What do you say? Somebody said you take too long to make videos.
Yeah, there was a comment once before, a couple years ago, that guy talked about he liked my channel, but I took too long to make videos, and I told him go fuck himself. Because I'm not doing this shit with somebody to help edit my videos and stuff like that. I'm not pulling to use. I don't shit on him for this, but I'm not pulling to rob. I don't have a room where I just go record shit and then I pass it off to somebody else and they edit it for me and start throwing in gifts and all kind of shit. I don't have that. I do this all myself. I do it all myself on my time, and I work a full-time job. YouTube is not my full-time gig. Okay?
Right.
It's not putting me in a house. It ain't giving me a car. It ain't doing none of that shit for me like that. At best, I'm getting coffee and some beef tonight. Okay, I'm gonna get some barbecue tonight.
Shooting the shit and giving reviews over certain shit that you like, that's of interest.
So when they talk about how long it actually takes to do something, editing, if you know anything about film production and movies and stuff like that, editing is the longest part.
Yep.
The shoot might be 6 months. The editing will go on 4 months. It might be the rest of the year. Editing all that shit together to get it down to something that you can actually look at and say, oh, that was awesome. And that takes a lot of fucking time. Now I'll show you this right here.
Much respect to the video editors out there.
Okay, this is one of the oldest videos I got on here. 40 minutes and 43 seconds from 2021. You know what this is? And this is one of the ones that pissed me off. That's why you guys have never seen it. This is my Mortal Kombat review. What the hell is that? Get off of there. Motherfucker. Oh, what the hell? Did it delete it again? God damn it. Did it? Oh my God. That's really gonna piss me off if it did that shit. Yeah, I got that. Where's the rest of the shit?
And then it's funny too, man.
Oh my fucking God. Anyway,
and because Hollywood, when
what it is, it's one of the longest
they'll
videos.
Take the shit they edit. They'll market that.
Somebody's still talking while I'm talking. I was trying to make a point and they keep getting.
No, it was a delay.
Oh my bad. But this is my Fast 9 review. I don't think you guys can see it. That's like 40 minutes of content and video with images and music and all the rest of that stuff synced up and done. Just having a conversation with me and Tyler. That is not a quick process to do that shit. Have a good one. I actually sent BGS this before about what was in one of my videos. And it was a 30-minute video. It was over 200 and something fucking images with two people talking at the same time. And it took me over 8 hours to do. That's a whole work day. I don't have usually a whole work day to do that shit when I'm spending 8 to 10 hours at work. That means I spent 8 hours of not sleeping up in the middle of the night doing it. So when I heard somebody saying some shit about the video took too long to produce, that's why I told them to go fuck themselves. You're not paying me for this shit at all. You didn't pay me to watch the movie. You ain't paying to watch the fucking video. Only thing I do for pay, apparently, is live streams. The motherfucker still don't want to do that, and I only need 10 people. So
hey, motherfucker can request,
content creators can get pissy on that shit. Because we putting in a lot of work for this stuff, and you really got the easy part of the job. All you get to do is sit up there and watch and critique. Maximum gain, little input.
Yeah, I never make no demands like that of people, never. Like, when people doing that, you be like, the audacity, fuck you.
Yeah, the nerve of you.
Especially when it comes to putting out a review about a movie like Dark Phoenix.
Dark Phoenix, Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat sucks so much ass. That was the next Dark Phoenix in line. That's why this stuff has still never been finished. And if it wasn't for this app losing some of the images and the audio that I had to edit in there, I would have went ahead and did a Lost in the Sauce and threw this out there so you can see it. But I hated that fucking movie. I did. I hated that goddamn movie. And it took so much time to do because when I finally sat down and started talking about the movie, that's why it ended up being 40 minutes of a video. And that's 40 minutes edited down. That means it was probably an hour of me talking about that shit. To dwindle it down to 40 minutes and then start putting images in there so goofy motherfuckers who don't read comics and shit like that know what the fuck I'm talking about because I showed them a picture instead of just telling them what it was and letting them go back and do the work. Because we all know, shout out to Grinch, niggas don't read. Or if they do, they only read about 5 minutes of the shit and think they know the whole thing.
The Wikipedia.
Wikipedia genius. Yeah. Wiki genius.
Wikipedia, man. Matchbook reading people.
Bullet point man. Yeah. That's where I get pissy on this shit because look, you can have little knowledge, but you can't have little knowledge and think you hold the high ground on anybody. You can get your fucking legs cut off, Anakin.
Right.
Yeah. You can get your fucking legs cut off.
Yeah.
Keep fucking around. Keep fucking around.
You'd be like, don't try it.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's a difference between doing that and coming like, hey, this is what I know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's why I don't get as pissy. Like, y'all up here, y'all talking what you know. I'm talking what I know. We just conversing. If I tend to know it more accurately than you, I'll just make a slight correction on the shit that you said. That's it. Because for me, I like accurate information going out to the people who don't know anything about this, rather than hearing somebody had a bunch of half-ass information and that's what they run with, and then you end up having to talk to them at some point. It's like, man, where did you get that from? That ain't even correct. Like, who told you that? That it just ends up being irritating.
It was, and also was irritating to me too, is people coming like forth with their opinions, trying to transform it as if it's facts and shit, and and then get upset with you when you don't follow suit with that, not knowing that 3 months later that whole opinion would change and shit.
Yeah, well, your opinion ain't never been a fact. It's a fact that it's your opinion, but your opinion don't change the fact that it's not a fact. It's just your opinion. It's just an opinion. That's what you can do with language. It's kind of fun like that. No,
salute to the shirt, bro.
Yeah, I might have an opinion on a lot of stuff, but I try to base it on the fact that it's something verifiable you can go back and look at yourself. Because I've actually read it and remember it pretty accurately. So that's what I give to you. But if I don't know, you'll hear me say, well, I don't know. I didn't read that. I didn't see that. I don't know. Because there's no problem in saying that. But you get people to get up here and they don't want to say that they don't know because they feel like it lowers them in some sense. No, it doesn't. You don't want to be perfect. That's a high pedestal to stand on. Following your ass.
And sometimes too, though, like when I hop on a panel and we get on talking about certain geek stuff or certain stuff, you know, socially, and with me, it's like some of the shit, you know, I've seen it, like I've seen it all, like say, like if it's a trilogy or whatever, and I say, yeah, I know I've seen it, you know, but I got vague images of it, so it's just I can only give like nothing but vague statements, you know, instead of like going down a rabbit hole with y'all, and I want to, but it's like, damn, I need to go back and revisit, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah. Here's how I figured that out, BC. How you guys doing? Here's how I figured that out. Ray. That wasn't Beasley, that was Ray. I figured out for my generation, we remember stuff in analog, which means front to back the whole way through. We remember the whole freaking thing. That's why me and Malika can have conversations about movie, and we know it beat for beat. We know it story for storyline, right? All the way through. What the next generation behind us, the millennials, remember everything digital, moment to moment. They don't remember the whole story. They just remember the moments and the samples that they got in between there. And they use that and try to string it all together and say, this was the whole story. It wasn't, because you missed the stuff in between there. That's the difference between a sample and an analog recording. Analog recording is the whole thing. The digital is just snippets out of that whole thing. It's never the whole story. And when you do that, you miss the nuance.
Mm-hmm. Hey, but it's funny. I can remember script from script, damn it, every word from the movie Friday, the first Friday.
Yeah, because you've seen it enough times, right? But if I told you, Beasley, or was that Ray who said it? I think it was Beasley who said it.
No,
If I told you that me and my brother, when we were about, 10 or 11, acted out the whole movie to Ice Pirates with our G.I. Joes. The whole movie, acted out the whole movie with our toys. What would that tell you? Kids don't even play with toys nowadays. I don't remember shit like that. But we acted out the whole movie with the toys.
Right.
I didn't miss a plot point or an action.
Can I link on to that?
Yeah.
Why do you think people love the old Ghostbusters and they were trashing the new Ghostbusters? And I'm not saying with the female, but people love that, and I could recite Ghostbusters, and like how you said with the latest Ghostbusters, when they had the teenagers that came back, and the older Ghostbusters and the ghost of Egon coming back, people love that because that movie showed what the old was about. It was not just about the humor, but it was about what it was about. Like the one with the women, it didn't show anything. It was something for now that people can understand. You're taking an idea of the Ghostbusters, but we're going to put this modern spin on it. No, you just can't put a modern spin on it without giving props to the old.
No shit. And just not to cut you off, Malika, but to Aquatechi's point, Aquatechi, look up Bill Murray t-shirts. There is a shirt that says that on it that Bill Murray sells. There's a t-shirt that says that. Back off, man, I'm a scientist. I've been looking for that goddamn shirt. My facility manager has a bunch of Bill Murray shirts, and that's one of them. Back off, man, I'm a scientist. I need that shit. I need that damn shirt. I need that shirt. But that's how I would just not to diminish anybody, but I would say that's how Gen Xers remember shit. We remember dialogue like nobody's business, like verbatim. We remember all that stuff in analog form because that's how we get it. That's why me doing the geek show for you guys, and you see me on screen giving you all this stuff right off and remembering the lines and stuff like that. That's how you know it's not me sitting up here behind the screen typing on Wikipedia, Google, and what about such and such and such and such? It's coming off the dome. It's all stuff that I've already ingested and remember. And the recall is happening right in front of your face. That's why the conversation is happening right in front of your face. You can see it happen. You see, there ain't no notes. I'm not reading it off a screen. The only thing on the screen is y'all. This is where it's coming from. It's coming because I know this shit. It's not coming because I went back and just sat down at a computer for 15 minutes and did it. No. That's what makes it jazz. That's what makes it jazz. Yes, I did have a VCR. I had 2 of them because I used to copy my videos.
We all did.
Yeah, that's how you recorded your cartoons.
VHS.
VHS. That's how you had your G.I. Joe whole season 1. That's how I had Deep Space Nine season 1, Def Comedy Jam season 1. That's how I had that shit. VHS was the tool you watching everything you liked over and over and over again and memorizing.
Or them two packets of VHS tapes.
Exactly.
Them 2 package tapes where they had like the Titanic or the Ten Commandments.
Titanic, Scarface, and then there was another one that was a double VHS set.
Ten Commandments.
10 Commandments, Dune.
Hey, with all those VHSs, I don't know about y'all though, Devin, back then, but man, with me, shit, I was kind of like a fat kid, man. I was smashing, dude. I got an appetite out of this world. It was because it was something that was so exciting to you, you know what I mean? And whether you rewatched it, you know, you just had to eat to that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's a part of
how does this motherfucker keep
comfort? Like, you know, comfort food and a good show and a good movie goes hand in glove.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where back in the 40s going into the 50s, when the Industrial Revolution kicked over, and where after World War II, when they were selling televisions, and they realized, you know, when also they had like, you know, the high power gas oven, you know, convection ovens and stuff, the washing machine. When you sat down and you ate dinner, everybody sat around the television set and sat around the dining room table, because they would put certain shows on around the time when people would eat. You know, they would put around between 4 and 8, and they would have those special shows that would come around. So it became a part of our lexicon in our lives and became a part of our culture that, okay, oh, I got this movie. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to order me pizza, have me some wings, have me a beer. I'm going to do that. Or your girl. Think about that terminology. It was a dating terminology, but now it's about sex, Netflix, and chill, you know.
Netflix and chill.
You know, 20 years ago, it was
I really want to just watch some Netflix and chill. You can sit here with me, but I don't think I need to be all over you. I'm doing something else right now, researching. Get to that later. If I call you over for that, I'm calling you over for that. I'm not going to use a code word. No, it means exactly.
Ain't no Netflix and chilling. What's wrong with y'all? No, it's licking and sticking. What we doing? No, we're doing Netflix and chill. We doing, if we go Netflix and chill, we just go Netflix.
We're gonna stuff some envelopes tonight. That's what we do.
Nah, I thought Artisan said before that he gonna take him out on 3 dates though before he you know what I mean.
Who said that shit?
You did.
I figured out a long time ago. I'm grown, so whenever it happens, when it happens, I will quickly tell a chick I'm not worried about having sex with you, because if it happens, it happens.
Amen.
Up front, because I'm just at the point where I'm all about expediency. I am. I'm all about expediency. I don't like being Scorpio and being scorpionic. I don't like the traditional rigmarole of the relationship dance. It's fucking stupid. It's really fucking stupid. That's why I don't get on women for wanting to have sex. Everybody likes sex. I don't see what the damn problem is. Have it. Just have it safely. Stop acting like you ain't doing what the fuck it is that you're doing. Look, the only difference between you as a hoe is the hoe will call herself a hoe. You pretending like you ain't one. I'm not a hoe. Well, did you fuck that dude for a steak? Did you fuck him for a steak? Or a bottle of wine? Or a nice
plane
bag
ticket?
of shoes? Okay, that's hoe shit. Let's just stop calling it what it is, what it isn't. Come on, man. Let's stop trying to make it more grandiose. It's just a simple thing. You exchange this for something else.
Strippers being called exotic dancers. Like, no, do you take your clothes off for money? Yes, then you're a stripper, sweetheart.
But see, still, no matter what though, they're still gonna come off. They're gonna still come off with this image portraying. They want you to look at them as the opposite of that.
Nope.
No, I will look at you in how you behave. That's the main thing. It's not about what you tell me, it's how you behave. I'm a very observant person and I watch people. How you behave is how you pretty much gonna be treated. Now, if you don't want to get treated like a hoe, stop doing hoe shit. Stop making hoe comments. Because hoes do everything for money. It's not about love, it ain't about feelings, it ain't about none of that shit. It's about money and personal gain for herself. Now, I can understand a woman's survival ability means that if she's into men, she's gonna, figure out how to manipulate a man to get those kind of resources and stuff like that. I get it, it's part of the game. I'm not upset about that shit. But when you get to try to pass it off or try to pass it off as something else that it's not, that's when it's bullshit. Look, just cop to your bullshit. I know you want some gain from fucking around with a dude. Like I told you, Tina asking me about, why I work 7 days a week. She's trying to figure out how much money I make. It's none of your goddamn business. And I pissed off more chicks telling them that shit than I have telling them, oh, I do this and I work this many hours a week and this is what I do. And they sitting there with the calculator like, oh, okay. Well, maybe not. Maybe 6 months. Because all she doing is trading her time and sex for money.
Yeah.
Look, let's not make this overly complicated. It's not. Everybody wants the same thing, men and women alike. Everybody want to have sex. It's fine. It's cool. That's what the
So
species is here
why
for.
sugarcoat it?
Why sugarcoat it? Why put up all this extra bullshit that makes it more complicated than getting to the point like, look, eventually if we spend enough time hanging out together, like we have a good dinner, we have a good laugh, exchange a nice look, like eventually we're gonna end up fucking. So let's just get that out the way and understand that's gonna happen and not worry about the rest of the shit. Now we can all relax. Now we can all just calm the hell down. It's like stroking one out before you go out on a date. Now you can be cool. Like, yeah, what's happening?
Amen to that one.
Are you upset? Well, what do you expect me to do about that? Why do I care about you being upset? I mean, that's something your husband should be concerned about. Oh, that's right. You're out on a date, so you don't have a fucking husband yet, do you? You're never gonna get one with that attitude. You're never gonna get one with that attitude. Sorry, you'll never make it. I'll tell you because I've been married, and since I know that dudes are the only ones who can actually propose marriage to you, your ass is gonna be waiting a while if you don't play nice. Is we not? I don't even try to get that crass with it, Trail. I just know grown people do what grown people do. Grown people have sex. Eventually they have sex. And it don't take 3 dates and it don't take 15 minutes. She just has to decide if she wants to or not in that moment. Look, the internet is full of people sucking dick outside of a bar.
You hear me?
Conversation. There's some girl, some dude, some up and coming rapper who ain't got a big following yet, doing some little club tonight, who's gonna be banging out 3 chicks because they just want to get on. Don't know them from nowhere, and they offering it up like it's free candy.
In the dressing room, backstage.
In the dressing room, backstage, to get backstage, just to be hanging out with the crew. Oh, it's 5 dudes in here? Well, whatever the fuck. Oh, you got a camera? Well, whatever. This is my chance to get on. Look, come on, man. Look, it's too much of this stuff out there for everybody to be so sensitive about it and act like it don't freaking exist. Well, who put it all out here? All these bitches look different to me. They all look like different chicks. So if that's a sample size, that mean all of you on the same shit. You're gonna have to really stand your ground and define yourself as something different than what everybody else can see out here on any day of the week. Like, for real. And now you want to throw extra chicks and all the rest of this crazy stuff in there? Like,
you heard of any given Sunday?
Opportunities.
You heard of any given Sunday? Now we got any given hoe day.
Any given, every day is hoe day.
Wow.
I saw a wave coming in. Every day is hoe day. I can tell you right now, knowing the single dating cycle here, it's Sunday. That means whatever they was on this week, whoever they lined up for this weekend, what is it, 3 o'clock? It's coming to an end now. They're going to get back home, get themselves together, wash that last dude off of them, out of them or whatever, get their mouthwash, and then they're going to start looking for the next dude they're going to line up for next week. Monday is going to be a day of rest to let the cooch calm down a little bit. and get back to work. Tuesday is gonna be okay. Yeah, that was fun. Maybe I want to see him again. Maybe I don't. Wednesday, you're gonna start locking some shit down. Somebody gonna have to feed your ass for hump day. So you figure out who you gonna be fucking on Friday or Saturday. Thursday is a trade-off for the girls. Friday, you're gonna be out actually doing whole shit. You either got somebody from last week or it's gonna be somebody new you testing out. And Saturday is gonna be this is the dude that's actually getting his ass tonight. Rinse and repeat. With them Saturday night, Sunday a little bit in the morning. Maybe y'all have lunch. By after lunchtime, y'all dispersing and going about your business. Rinse and repeat.
You forgetting about church, man. The priest got to be up in church.
Oh, yeah, they church was what they was doing Saturday night. That's the church. That other shit is just something they do because he's kind of supposed to do it. But I never believe there's any saints in church. Just like there ain't no well-adjusted, body positive people in the gym. Got all them goddamn mirrors up there. Reminds you look like shit. How you doing?
Well, look, brothers, I'm gonna get off this show.
If you want to,
I will rap to y'all next Sunday. All right.
All right, Malika.
All right, y'all.
All right, peace, bro.
Yeah, Malika the cooking man. See, Sunday time to cook. It's time to cook it up. So what y'all got? I'm almost at 5 hours. I'm gonna go ahead and close this out late because apparently people don't like it when I go like 7-8 hours just by myself rambling. But this was a different day. This was a different day, and we got to have a good Geek Gumbo session where everybody was throwing in their little pieces. So what y'all got before we close?
Oh, nah, bro. I appreciate you having me on. I actually drove over to my people's crib and, and they're barbecuing today. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Everybody eating some good food except for me, huh? Okay.
I gotta go buy some ice cream because this is my cousin's birthday.
But yeah, but I plan on
going on.
But I plan on watching some flicks today, though, man. But yeah, maybe a couple of them too that I want to talk to you about. So I'll put it in the chat of this stream.
Yeah, you can hit me in the comments section or email that shit to me. I'll respond to it. Here's a question. Here's a funny one. If a tourist has a birthday and they have barbecue, is that considered cannibalism? Just curious. I mean, when my birthday is in November, I don't barbecue scorpions. just saying. I don't know. Seems funny to me. I don't know. I'm weird like that.
I mean, hell, people eat scorpions too.
They do. I don't. You gonna eat my kin? Why am I doing that? That's murder, dude. That's what did she say? She's sheepy. So yeah, you what? That's what Jamaicans are, you or what? Like, you get sheared, you get a haircut? I don't know. It just seemed funny to me. Like roast beef on the Torian month. Oh, that's right. Torian's birthday is this month too.
Hell, I don't eat goat.
Why not? Goat is delicious. You ain't never had no curry goat?
Nope. I'd rather eat deer.
You'd rather eat deer? Deer is too dry. It's like gamey. Like it's too much muscle. They need some fat on it.
I avoid the duck for that reason because it's too much fat on the duck.
Yeah. It's like, Your Capricorn, isn't that like a half human, half horse? Or is that Sagittarius? I don't know. I'm tired. I'm mixing up.
I think that's Sagittarius.
Zodiacs. Okay, Capricorn is a sheep. Okay. What to say about sheep? Well, I got a child in here. I can't make that joke now.
Wait, I got the best one.
I'm gonna take you say Bambi burgers. With that head cheese, right? That's messed up. Bambi burger. That's a good way not to sell it.
Boy, you will not see that at Walt Disneyland.
You will not see it at Disneyland. They will not have a Bambi burger for sale.
The kids be crying.
Did you see the movie, kids? I ain't never seen that damn Bambi movie. I know. They know the mama died. Crazy. So what else y'all got? Parting thoughts for all these people? Something you want them to check out that you would recommend? Understand it's their recommendation, but this is the Geek Elite, so these folks came up and wanted to be elite, so they can give a recommendation out for something that they found interesting, geek-wise, that they would think you guys could figure out, because it ain't. Told you, the show is about y'all getting to come together. I'll talk my BS, but it's more so about y'all getting to interface with each other and get that idea out there. So what y'all got for something to check out?
Well, one, you go ahead, bro. You go first.
Just read the source material, the stuff. Go back to the original material. Don't always, because if you try to follow the movies and the television shows and the video games, it will throw you off track. Very few, because it ain't comic book fans or fans of the source material writing the stuff now. Unfortunately, now it's politically motivated. It's gender motive. It's all everything, but I want to tell a good story. So I would just say, read source material, find good stories, and heck, it's actually about time everybody start creating stories if you can. I found myself.
Apparently, anybody can get published now.
Yeah, I found my own self writing my own stuff now. I'm still constructing the characters. I've been trying to do it for like a year or so now, but I'm still trying to make sure I get all the characters before I start going into the story, reading books on creative writing just to make sure, oh, okay, I'm on the right path. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. Everybody should be creating their own, especially if you love this medium. If you love comics and stuff like that, you should be creating your own characters and getting it out there. It's almost as easy as possible to do something like put out your own book with manga, and it only took two people to do it necessarily. One to write the story, one to do the art. And then the rest of it is all, online, shipping them the files and getting your book and stuff like that printed out. You could all be published. It's really easy to do nowadays to be published. You can actually be published. Even if you put out a book with 500 words and every page in the book just had the same word on it, you can self-publish it. I mean, a bigger company probably wouldn't, but you could. You can self-publish it and get published. If you sold one copy, that's a success.
Hell, and create something, damn it, that's not going to be pushed by these damn agendas. Amen.
Well, you can have your agenda, but understand the rest of that is not what is. If you're making superhero books,
yeah,
the interest in the book is the character, not all the ancillary stuff around the character. It is the character. If you like Miles Morales, you like Miles Morales for who he is, not what his girlfriend or guy friend was. That's not the story. The story is about Miles Morales dealing with the world around him, not the world around him dealing with Miles Morales, how he likes to get down.
Well, yeah, like what would help me get my mind off of that, bro, is if they stop nerfing these characters so damn much. Like, at least shave off like 15% of them. Like, damn it, not 50.
The same reason that I would think Beastly and me are telling everybody else out there to write their own stuff and put it out there is the same reason you see characters get nerfed, because all writers are not created equal. They're not. They can't write. They really cannot write. That's why they keep going to these ridiculous avenues of agendas to try to push these comics out, because they're not creative actual writers. They're not. That's why you'll see something like Al Ewing's Ultimate, that's an awesome story, and immediately falls off a cliff with the characters because somebody else has to write them that doesn't have that imagination to actually want to understand these characters and their powers and their backstory and none of that. They just want to tell the story they want to tell. So now the character takes a complete dip in what they could do or what their story was. And now, okay, we're just going to split them up and we'll just make them do this, because they don't care. They don't care about them. It's not interesting to them at all. The progression of those characters and their story is not interesting. If it's not a narrative they can push, they don't care about the character. That's why you see them get nerfed and fall by the wayside. They're not good writers. They're just not good writers. They don't need to be there.
Why is it so hard for them to? I always wondered, to take notes, man. At least, like, not like to totally jock from them, but take notes from like the anime creators. You know what I mean? And their styles, and like the mystery, especially when it comes to mystery and suspense. Like you would think, motherfucker would take some notes from animes like Death Note.
Death Note was to me an original story that was awesome because it posed a duality on if it's wrong to actually kill, and if it's
Oh
wrong
yeah.
to kill, is it wrong if you're taking out bad people? It's like, oh well, I don't know. But it was also a psychological chess match between two geniuses. It was. So it was a more interesting story outside of having the Shimigami sitting there just like, look, I just want to see some people die because it's bumping my numbers. So I'm bored. Let's get this.
Yeah.
Let's get this going. Come on, start writing some names in that book so we can get this popping.
And feed me an apple every now and then too.
Yeah, feed me an apple every now and then. I like being down here with you humans because my realm.
You might
is
as well say
boring.
Ryuk is a straight nigga.
Ryuk is on some I'm bored with life kind of thing. That's all it was. He liked apples. He liked being down here where stuff was happening because you go back to the Shimigami land where they was, it was just nothing. It was just dead. It was boring. That's why he kept dropping that book down because he wanted some action. He wanted the rebel yell.
You're like, now fight.
Yeah, fight.
Motherfuckers.
Yeah, he didn't care who found the book. He just wanted somebody to pick it up. Look,
I mean, but you agree too, bro, that's a masterpiece right there. You know what I mean?
It is a masterpiece. It is because it was the reason it stands out because it's a story you never seen before. And who wrote it? Just some dude. It wasn't no big time dude. It's just a guy writing a story. The same thing with Naruto. It's just a dude writing a story.
Right.
He introduced new characters. He gave them backstories. He gave them about their parents and stuff like that. It's like when I talked about Naruto in college, when I did that report with Naruto Spawn, and I always forget the last character I use, Naruto is a story I would give to any kid because he starts as a child and has to build himself up to getting respect from people even when they thought he was the most terrible kid. He was an orphan. He wasn't Batman. He didn't have money. Everybody in the village is hating him. You don't know why. But he battled against that the whole time from a child's age, not an adult age, a child's age.
And you grow up with him too.
The leader of that dang village, and everybody respected him. He earned it.
Damn right.
I said that is a come up story in hood terms, right? That's a come up story.
Yeah.
I would give that to any kid to read. I wouldn't have a problem with any kid reading that. Why
but
not?
but then why do people keep shitting on my boy, man? And then they put Goku on, and then they turn and put Goku on a damn pedestal and shit.
Well,
I'm like, that's my guy.
You just said it. You just said it. The reason why they keep shitting on it is because Naruto is the next one in line and takes from Dragon Ball Z. And it actually makes a little bit of fun at Dragon Ball Z in different spots. But I'm sure the people who made Dragon Ball Z got the same stuff when that came along and it blew away Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just the next progression of this type of story that they don't like because it actually pushes in the face of what Dragon Ball Z's biggest problem was. Some of that stuff go on too god dang long. It's stupid.
Ooh, say that shit again.
It goes
3
on
episodes to
long.
do up a spirit bomb.
Look, why can you always make the parallel of Goku to Superman? Because they got the same power. Whatever they need, when they need it. That's dumb as hell to me. What did I just tell you? I don't like dudes with no weaknesses.
Yeah,
Dumb.
but the only difference between them two is just that Goku uses martial arts with his shit. That's it.
Goku had a tail. It's about the only difference. But they both aliens from another world who crashed on Earth and ended up being more powerful than anybody else on the planet. Sounding like the same story to me.
Yeah, pretty much.
You can draw different parallels from it to say that the Saiyans were more like black folks and stuff like that. Well, you can say the same thing about the Kryptons, right? Because they get strength from the sun. They don't burn them. Sound like black folks. so kind of the same thing. Kind of the same thing. Naruto came along and they streamlined that dang process of these fights and these stories and gave more context to where it's not all about this one powerful guy. It's about all the people in this village. All these people have powers and skills.
So
Because
therefore,
even like in Naruto, you know who my favorite character is?
who? Shikamaru? My boy Shikamaru.
Oh, mine's Rock Lee.
Rock Lee is another one. This is where Naruto teases Dragon Ball Z. Who is Rock Lee? Rock Lee is your Super Saiyan. That's who he is.
Rock Lee is my brother. Shit.
Yeah, Rock Lee is your Saiyan.
When he opened them
all
gates,
he does is train really hard to unlock his gates, and when he unlocks his other gates, what does he turn into? Super Saiyan.
Hey, what he say? Hey, what he say, y'all? If it ain't 1,000 push-ups, then it's 2,000 sit-ups.
Exactly. But Rock Lee is a great motivator for any kid because Rock Lee was a kid with no ability, just like Naruto had no ability. The only thing he had was his ability to train, his determination to train and get better. So he got better. He hit that level with the rest of them, even though he had no skill at anything. None.
I see the route. I see the route where you're going. I see the route where you're going with this. This is awesome. Yes. Yeah. It is because it's a direct. It's easy for them for the kids to make a direct connection with it versus Dragon Ball because they, as you said, they went so in depth within character development all across the board with all the characters.
Look, I told you guys this before, but my aunt, who's Japanese, she remembers Dragon Ball when it started when he was a kid, right? Most of this generation don't know nothing about that when Goku was a kid. They wasn't watching Dragon Ball when it first came out, before it had a Z on it, before it was the Z Fighters, before any of that. They wasn't watching it back then. It's old. It's really old. Naruto is the next one in line having that story of kids growing up. And to their credit, it's in the 90s and 80s, or excuse me, it's the 90s and the 2000s, where a new group of kids get attached to something that they can directly identify with. You take Naruto from an 8-year-old all the way up to a grown man having kids and stuff, and his child out there. That is the progression of life itself, right? They get into this, they get the story, and they see this kid getting beat up. They see this kid getting downtrodden, and people not respecting him at all, and him not being good at something. And the one thing he got really good at is the one thing he ain't even supposed to be learning. He wasn't supposed to learn it, but he got good at it. Why? Because he keeps training it. He keeps trying no matter what. That boy got more determination than a Green Lantern. You gave him a ring, he would take it over.
And also, too, within that connection that they make with these characters, they get this great sense of courage to rise up against motherfuckers that bullies them and shit. Because bullying is still an issue, but to some degree, in the yin and yang of it, it's also necessary to install that toughness, into that boy becoming a man.
Well, I'll tell you one of the things. I'm forgetting the writer of Naruto's name right now. I used to remember it off the top of my head. But I'll tell you one of the awesome things. I did too. Not only do you get an evolved story with each one of the characters that there, because it's a lot of characters, and you see generational patterns play out and generational hatreds play out, right? You actually get that for the villains too. You get to find out why the villain is doing what they do, and then you end up agreeing with the villain, like, oh, okay, I understand why Pain is out here trying to destroy this thing. He lost everybody. Yeah, I can understand that.
Or Stain from My Hero Academia.
They have a reasoning for why they're doing it, and it's not something that you wouldn't understand. You would actually side with them if you hadn't heard the other side of the story before, right? But that's the beauty of the writing, where he gives you that connection to that character and what's supposed to be happening with it. Tap it or insert or swipe.
But yeah, like I remember breaking down to like my young cousin who watches the Naruto, and I was like, when he got with Hinata, I was like, that's who he should have got with. And my cousin's like, what? Why not Sakura? I said, because Sakura didn't like him. Hinata always liked him. You go with the girl who likes you. That way, you're not dealing with the rejection that the way most people do. Now, I'm not saying he couldn't talk to Sakura, but I said, but in the process, you learn to go with who likes you. And she always liked him. I said, yeah, that's a perfect. That's why when I was watching, I said, even before the outcome, I said, yeah, that's who you're going to get with.
But instead, he pulled a Steve Urkel on her. Like, you know.
It's funny. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Thank you. Yeah, like I didn't like Hinata at first either, but Hinata would stand up for a dude.
Yep.
She always liked him. She always liked him. Hinata got the hell beat out of her by Pain. But she was standing up for her dude. She was standing up for the dude that she liked. I'm like,
she's a straight pick
me. Chick you want? She down as fuck.
She's a straight pick me.
Yeah, she didn't have a chance to win that. She knew it. She didn't care. Nope, I'm gonna defend him. Damn, you can't get motherfuckers to defend you if they gave you the wrong food.
Right?
Man, why'd you let this lady bring this? You know this ain't what I ordered. Well, I didn't want to say nothing to her. I thought maybe you'd like it. Why would I like something I didn't order? Did I sit down here, look at a whole menu, and order the salmon, and she brought me some halibut? What the? No, I want salmon. You didn't say nothing. You eating your food, and you didn't say nothing about this being messed up. That's the last time I go to the bathroom.
Oh, and then in such situations, they will get upset with you because you are righteously making the complaint. You know what I mean? My shit's wrong. Get it right.
Yeah. My Hero Academia is the same thing. I have to watch the rest of it with Midori to see how he develops into a character. But I know Charles swear by My Hero Academia. I like My Hero Academia because it's funny as hell. It looked like the knockoff X-Men joke. Like it's funny as hell to me. It's a good story, but it's like these are the worst fucking mutants ever.
Oh damn!
I got tape coming out my arms.
I never thought about it like that though.
We're having so much fun with this. Because if you think about that, if you think about One Punch Man is Rock Lee. Realize that, right? One Punch Man was Rock Lee.
Yeah, I can see that.
Trained to where he was so powerful that he could
train, and all of a sudden he got strong enough to beat anything with one punch. It's hilarious, right?
Boy, and when my boy takes those ankle weights off, Rock Lee, when he take those ankle weights off,
boy, yeah. That's what I liked. And when I did my report for Naruto, that was all the things that I brought up. All those points about something that most people will say, oh, it's just a cartoon. My kids watch that. Well, you should sit down with your kids and find out what the hell your kids is ingesting. You think, as a responsible parent? That's what I did. That's why I know about Naruto. Because my son was into it. And I started buying it, and we're all reading. Me, him, and my daughter. Reading the manga and watching the anime. Because I got involved with what it is that they were ingesting, so I understood what it was. And can actually deflect some of that bullshit if it was there. Or at least give them some context to why this is happening, why this story is so awesome and it's hitting you one way, and it's hitting me as the adult another way. And I'm saying this is a really awesome damn story. This is. So that's why I love it. And yeah, Shikamaru and Azuma-san is one of my favorite characters. Azuma-san with the cigarettes, the Wheel of Fire.
Oh yeah, salute to him. Oh man, my guy Azuma, boy. That battle, man, with him and dude, boy, yeah, that hit me hard, bro. That
did. That hurt. Him and fucking Hidan.
Yep.
I did a whole AMV on that shit. I did a whole AMV on that too, with Shikamaru taking on Hidan and that other dude taking on Kakashi. I did a whole AMV to that shit. Animated music video. You can't find it because somebody got me struck down and that shit got removed from YouTube. But it was awesome. It was, because that's when my boy Shikamaru stepped up like, you killed my master. I'm gonna figure out how to beat your ass. I'm gonna make sure you pay for killing my master.
Right. And you see with all the elements of that, bro, like man, that whole show is just better to me, man, than Dragon Ball. I just gotta give it that, man. Like
there's depth there. I mean, Dragon Ball is good for what Dragon Ball is, but Naruto is good for what Naruto is. It's
right.
The same show. But it's pretty much the same thing. It's just the next wave of this same kind of story with fighters. That's why I don't shit. That's why I don't shit on. I like them both. I don't know why everybody always thinks it can only be one way or the other one. Look, you can like Gundam Wing and Robotech at the same time. You can. You can like Naruto and Dragon Ball. Well, who would be better? Does it fucking matter? They don't even exist in the same
Well,
place.
yeah.
You know who would
I
be better? Look, Jiraiya Sensei would beat Goku. You know why? Because Jiraiya Sensei would be on some looking at girls, and Goku would be on some, no, but we need to fight. Goofy ass. These chicks over there in that hot spring, boy. That's living right there.
Boy, I love you for that one. I love
Purple
you for that
Sage
one.
to the rescue.
Hell yeah. Hey man, that's real talk. Damn. I didn't think about it like that. Damn, man.
Fight. Yeah, but I'm just want to check out these chicks. What about that? A pervert. Because I'm hetero? No, that doesn't make me a pervert. I'm writing books. I'm writing books on this. I'm published for this.
Preach. Oh boy. Oh, this is a classic geek stream right here, boy. Oh man. Damn, boy, that's the truth.
Yeah,
It's just man.
That's what it is. Goku is fun sometimes.
And it's probably the same with everybody else, I'm sure. But you know what captured me is probably the same thing with everybody, like the fighting, like how in depth they go within their fighting, and they show like the sequence, like okay, of what you did not see, so they will wind back and show you what was not able to see, what you wasn't able to see at first. So. You're like the Sasuke fight in Danzo. Oh man, that was awesome. That was awesome.
Sasuke fighting Danzo was awesome. Fucking Sakura fighting. Who was Sakura fighting? My boy, Sasori of the Red Sands. That shit was awesome. I did an AMV to that one, which was cool. You can't see it on YouTube because they removed it too.
And bro, going back to and I won't basically get into after I say this, but yeah, to go back to what you was talking about with the editing and what you just mentioned now about the doing your AMVs, that's been an interest of mine of wanting to learn like how is that done, because I have like all these imaginations within my mind of how I can create AMV, you know what I mean, like what slides I would use and shit like that from what from one character to another. You know how like some AMVs will have like multiple characters from different worlds, instead of it just being the AMV of that one genre, it'll be mixed in with multiple genres.
Well, I would say pick here. I'll show you guys something. Let me see. One second.
And also in my mind, I got the perfect rock songs I want to put with them too.
God damn, this fucking kid right here. I will show you guys an AMV. Now, the AMVs I made got took down because somebody else who did AMVs liked them, and they basically went and reported them to get them taken down, which is what will happen with the AMV audience. If it'll be some hate. If your AMV is good, they'll actually report your shit to get it taken down.
Oh, because they're jealous as hell. Okay.
Oh wow.
On some hate shit, right? So that's what happened with my AMVs, right? Because you can search the internet, there's AMVs up all over the place, right? Now this one, I know fucking anime will get your stream shut down really quick. So let me put this up real quick. All right, fair use. This is an AMV that my son did, right? I taught my son learned how to do AMVs because I did one, because I'm always trying to try creative stuff, right? I like doing creative stuff.
Hey, God bless y'all, man. That's awesome, bro.
Yeah, the first AMV I did was Naruto with that fight scene with Shikamaru and Hidan to Stay Wide Awake by Eminem, right? Put that up because there wasn't a lot of AMVs cut to rap music, right? And AMVs, for people who don't know, is animated music video. So you take a song and you take an anime and you splice it together and edit it together to have a narrative and a story, either to that song or what's going on in the shit, right? My son saw me doing this and saw how it turned out. He started doing it. Now the motherfucker got 1,000 subs on his channel, 1.4K subs on his damn channel, because he went to the anime sectors of Facebook and shit like that, and he got a lot of subs. But he does really good AMV. So this is one of his AMVs. It's an old one because I don't think he's done one in a minute. But this is to Sword Art Online using Break by 3 Days Grace, because I raised my kids on all kind of music, so he don't have a problem listening to no rock or nothing like that. It's just music to him. It's not that. But
Right.
check this out real quick and see how it is. Fair use, fair use, fair use. We on the screen, so we're not taking the shit.
Tonight, my head is spinning. I need something to pick me up. I've tried, but nothing is working. I won't stop. I won't say I've had enough. Tonight, I start the fire. Tonight, I break away. Break away from everybody. Break away from everything. If you can't stand the way this place is, take yourself to higher places.
Awesome. It didn't get taken down?
No, I took it down.
No, you took it down.
Okay,
Yeah, I took
okay.
it.
They will hit your stream when it comes to the anime. They
Motherfuckers
will hit it.
they will be there. That's why I stopped it. Like, I got to the chorus. I get enough trouble from Warner Brothers Music for shit that I use. So
That
yeah, I ain't
that
fucking
3
with it.
Days Grace song, I had while on mute, I was following the lyrics and shit. I'm like, 3 Days Grace, okay.
No, there's some good songs out there, regardless of what you might think of white boys and stuff like that. There's some awesome songs out there if you listen to some other music, just besides dumb shit. And I did that, and that was what my kids grew up on, so they do it. Now
That is awesome.
that was just one of his AMVs that he made, right? This one, he did this in like 2014, right? So it's old, but it was something that he picked up on after he saw me do it, that he really enjoys doing. It's just a fun outlet for him. So all you really need is the idea of what you want to say, the song that you like or whatever, right? Because the last AMV that I wanted to work on was, and this will tie in with the whole Naruto thing. It was, you remember the song from Blade 2 with Mos Def? It's called Eye Against Eye, right? It's
Yeah.
Mos Def and some other rock group together doing a song, Eye Against Eye, Flesh of My
Yeah, I
Flesh,
forgot.
Mind of My Mind, right?
Yeah, I got
Okay,
that
you got
soundtrack.
that
I forgot
song.
what it's called.
The AMV that I wanted to make to that was Sasuke fighting Itachi finally. And it made sense that it worked with that song
Ooh.
because it's two brothers fighting against each other. Eye against eye, flesh of my flesh and mind of my mind. Two of a
Right.
kind, but one won't survive. My enemy reflects in my enemy's eye. Right? It's like you get that whole
Already,
thing that was happening with them with the Sharingans and all the rest of that.
yeah.
That was the idea. All I needed was that whole fight video, which wasn't like Dragon Ball Z, which was like 15 goddamn episodes of them having a fight. It was like two, 3 episodes. You take those 2 or 3 episodes, you download them to your computer, into your editor, you get the song and drop it in there, and then you cut it together how you want the narrative to go. It's the same thing I did with this damn trailer right here. Here, this is easy to see because most of y'all have seen these goddamn movies recently, right? I'll just share this real quick, and then we're gonna get out of here because now it sounds like I'm tooting my own horn, and I don't like doing that shit like that. But
Oh no, I ain't think that shit, bro. You good.
yeah, but you saying this, right? This is a new intro that I'm working on. And if I showed it to you on the screen right off of my phone, because I should have been promoting these motherfuckers forever, because every video I've ever made pretty much on YouTube has been off of this program that I learn and screw around with and whatever, right? That's all it is. There's a song at the bottom, and then it's all the elements that I put in there to make that. And it's all clips from other shit, right? So when you watch this, that's what it is. It's just a new intro that I'm working on that I had some free time sitting on the damn toilet, and that's what I started doing.
That is badass. I got to learn how to do that shit. You're muted.
One second, Kiss My Ring came up. That's all it is. That's all. That's just one idea because I like that song by Wiz Khalifa, and then I like those other scenes. And one version of that has the Joker, Joaquin Phoenix Joker in it, yelling, "You get what you deserve," and right on beat, he pop him up. Like, it's just fun being creative for me. That's my outlet. That's what I have fun doing. So
I want to do some AMVs, but not just make it just with anime, but splice it in there. Just doing just what you just did right there. Mix it up with anime, but with also some characters from some video games that are very infamous. So
you can do it with anything, any video that you can get live action or whatever. You can do it with any of that shit. Just understand what the narrative, because if you watch that intro, what was it? You kept seeing doors open, worlds changing, people going into something, right? It's an intro, and everything you saw from the start of that intro till you saw the title screen was entrances into things. Entrance into the Nexus in Doctor Strange, right? Khonshu turning the sky back is another interest to going back to 2,000 years ago, right? The Spider-Man running off the scaffolding and jumping into battle together. It's all entrances. And then after that, you get all the battles.
I see.
It's a narrative. It's just a narrative to visually get an idea across. That's all that shit was. And I like that damn song. And that's why I found something I can use with that song, because I liked it. Just what it is.
Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. Cause I want to do some. I want to do some AMVs with Kill Switch Engage.
Do that shit, dude. My son has done some awesome ones to some slower songs. Like I forget the song they used. I think it was like "Stay With Me" or something like that. To some Sword Art Online, because he loves Sword Art Online, and it's emotional and shit. Like, damn, this is a real music video.
Good for him.
These characters dying and shit like that. It's like, nigga, that was awesome. This is my favorite sperm, nigga.
I know, right? Damn, boy.
Oh, you did come from me. Pat myself on the back sometimes.
Man, and you love it too when you see that wheel of creativity just going and just going.
That was always something I pushed. You have to be, you find your creative outlet. Exercise that part of your brain that gets turned off when you grow up, because they don't want you to be creative. They just want you to have an open head so they can pour whatever they want to in it. No, create your own ideas and your own concepts and run with that. That works a lot better for you. It'll keep you interested. It's frustrating, but it will keep you interested in doing some stuff in the world. But final thoughts. That's 30 minutes over. It's 5:30.
Yeah, but it's good though, and continue to be open minded. Because you'll grow to being a stronger version of yourself. you know, because you'll have a bunch of things within you that you can expose others to. You know, you have like multiple worlds of stuff, you know, within you that you can share instead of being closed minded and you really ain't got shit to share.
Yeah, you are your multiverse. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Me and Charles may differ on the terminology, but the idea is still the same, that black men are multidimensional people. We have a lot of dimensions to us. We just don't get to exercise or expose them a lot to everybody else. That's part of me doing this stream, to show that black geeks actually do exist and we are interested in a lot of shit. And if you actually sit down and listen to us for a minute, you might learn some shit. We ain't all out here on some bullshit. Even the ones that you think is on some bullshit actually have a lot of depth to them.
Yeah.
Angry Man is a perfect example. Somebody could look
Right.
at him and think he's a thug all day until he start talking, and you get all that information that comes out of him. Like, damn, this nigga smart as fuck. Yeah, most of us are idiots.
Yeah, salute to Angry Man.
Yep. Salute.
Salute. So what
But
you
yeah,
got, Beast?
but yeah,
Go ahead, Ray.
it's
Finish,
nice.
Ray.
It's nice. Yeah, but it was good, man, talking to y'all, bro. And God bless you. Thank you, bro, for having me on, man. This is great, bro. This is really great.
Always welcome. When the link hit the chat, you're welcome to come up. Always welcome to come up. It goes for everybody in the chat except that goddamn troll that keeps coming in here too. I drop a link in the chat. You are welcome to come up and share your thoughts.
And lastly too, and know that and I don't be trying to like interrupt and none of that. I just be trying to find a point to come in and you know.
It's just tough because everybody's microphones are different, so it gets a little staticky. And I understand on my side it gets a little bit delayed, so you guys don't hear my voice inside. Because I will go back and watch a 7-hour stream that I did again to see what worked and what didn't and what the problems were. I'm critical like that. I'll do that work. So I understand that my mic sometimes ends up being lower than you guys' mic, so you don't hear me when I kick in and try to say, "Hey, let so and so talk." So, how you doing?
So
So if I get at you,
that's
it's not that
very
I'm getting at you personally. I'm just wanting to maintain it, so because I know what I'm hearing later on when I watch this again. Like I'll hear people talking over each other, and you won't get the points that they're saying.
that's very meticulous of you.
Look, I'm in California. I'll say this, but it'll sound fucked up. But I'm anal on that one.
Well, shoot. All right, brother.
I manage my OCD. Put it that way. I manage my OCD.
But all right, brothers. I appreciate y'all. Hashtag man first, and yeah, always stay black and blurs forever.
Well, you ain't got a choice.
Right?
I can't turn it off.
You know,
hey, a lot of them be trying to. Hey, a lot of them be trying to, boy, with their tight jeans and tight polos.
Oh, here you go.
But all right, y'all, I'm out.
All right, Ray.
Yeah. Peace, Ray.
Peace.
Appreciate you coming up, man. Sharing your views and ideas. What you got, Dark Beast?
Yes, sir.
Well, I already expressed it. Like I said, read the material, know your stuff. So when you get into these conversations, you know what you know what the hell you're talking about versus what you don't. There's a lot of things I don't know, and there's a lot of things I do know. So whatever. But I'm gonna go ahead and check out right now. I need to go get something to eat for everybody in the household, and I'm go celebrate this birthday. All right.
Appreciate you, Beastly, for coming up. And sharing your views and ideas on this space. Thank you. Appreciate you very much.
No problem. Later.
Fuck you for getting ice cream, because now I gotta go buy me some ice cream again. I'm jealous. I am gonna be jealous today. Why is this thing doing this? God damn it. Things better go in there. All right. 330. Touch it, swipe it, insert it, either way. It is multi-pale. Yeah, God damn it, it's doing the same thing. 1 second, you guys. This machine is not acting correctly. It's taking the payments, but it's not going to the next screen, and I don't know why. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's in there. Yeah, it's in there. Okay. We both got a receipt on the charge, so as long as it's only one charge. There you go, man. Like this shirt. Thank you, man. You got a nice Selena shirt on. Y'all don't know how I feel about Selena. Yeah, right. Just don't know. Just don't know. Peace. All right, so thank you guys for coming through today and sitting with me on this 5-hour I'm angry stream, sort of. Appreciate the brothers for coming up. Malika, AB Media, Beastly Nerd, BMT, Charles Faulkner Jr., the motherfucking Black Lion in this. I'm mad at you for that, dude. You're not sneaky. You're not sneaky on that one. Ray Hama, and if I forgot somebody, I don't think I did, but if I did, forgive me. I haven't had the most rest today. Thank you folks for coming through today. It's been an interesting day. We do this every Sunday from 11 to whenever it stops. I have been artisanmc, and the shop is now closed. See you guys next time. Peace.